Daybell.
Bye.
Good to see you all, and welcome, Megan.
Yeah.
You're muted again, my dear.
I was just saying, why is it so freaking quiet? You know.
Trisha, you're muted.
Hi there.
Nope,
I
you're
can't hear
muted.
you.
Oh, I can see you're not muted in StreamYard. Check your microphone. Did you hit the button?
That's what happened. I hit the button.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh,
Okay.
there we go.
All right.
Okay.
Hi, Megan. Bye, Megan.
Hi there.
See ya. Bye-bye. God. Guys, the reason why I had to mute myself, Shad, you all know Shad, the floating head.
Mm-hmm.
Remember Shad? He is going in tomorrow for a colonoscopy. He got a stent put in his heart. He's doing okay, but he's having some medical issues. So if you could, oh, God dang it, if you could keep him in your thoughts and send him lots of love and good energy and prayers, that would be fantastic. And that's who called me, was Shad. So yeah. So anyway, and he'll be watching. We love you, Shad. We love our floating head. Megan Connor, welcome again to the end of the world again.
Thank you. Thank you.
This is our
so
seventh
good to
season.
be here. So good to see so many people here as well.
Well, we miss you. You know, you've been taking a little bit of a break from true crime, and when you were doing your true crime channel, we had you on all the time because we love talking to you. You have such good common sense, and what people may not realize that you do a lot to help people. That's kind of you're one of these people that you get up in the morning and you say, "What can I do to help somebody?" And you're incredible. You're also Lori Vallow, or Lori, what the hell's her real last name? Lori, what is it? Rex.
Well, it depends on which one you want to pick, but
well, her dad's name.
Vallow,
Lori
Daybell.
Cox. Lori Cox.
Yeah.
You are Lori Cox's cousin, and you were close to her growing up and when you were young adults, right?
Right. Yeah.
And you did go down to Arizona when she was on trial for Brandon Boudreaux.
I did, yes.
And you guys made eye contact, right?
Yeah, we did. Actually forgot about that.
Mm-hmm. And what
Thanks
happened?
for bringing it up.
Yeah, of course. I bring up all the good warm memories that you have. So
yeah, the first time she sort of just was scanning and she sort of scanned past me like she didn't recognize me or know who I was.
Mm-hmm.
But then we did actually make eye contact. And I just I really felt nothing. It was so wonderful to just feel nothing.
After all
and
of
I was
that.
like, that's it. I just wanted her to know that I was there and that, I don't know, she knows who I am.
Well, do you
what
think
kind
she
of a person I am.
Well, do you think she recognized you?
Definitely she did, yes.
Okay. I just noticed my cat Boo is laying on my name on that shelf. He's like half on, half off. Good Lord. Anyway, so you said you were surprised that you didn't feel anything.
Oh, go ahead. I felt so many, such a range of emotions over the years with regard to Lori and everything that she's done. And I really expected to feel, pain and rage and, so many different emotions. And to feel nothing at all was actually very relieving to me because I was like, wow, I really nothing her. I don't hate her. I don't wish her ill will. I don't anything. It's just there is no emotion there for her at all anymore.
Well, and again, it must have been horrible when you found this out. And if you don't mind, and do you mind if we talk about it a little bit? And
no, it's totally fine. Okay. Yeah, of course.
So you hadn't talked to Lori for quite a while. And then what was the first inkling that something was going on with your cousin that wasn't right?
Well, we knew that the kids were missing or that, people were asking about the kids very early in the fall of 2019.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just sort of, I think it had been mentioned to me by my dad that, Lori had moved away and, nobody was really in contact with her. And, she had moved to Rexburg, and which is
Mhm.
where my daughter lived at the time. And so that was kind of the first inkling that we had that something was weird, was that she had moved away and sort of cut off contact with the family. And we
Mhm.
knew that she had taken Tylee and JJ with her. And we also knew that Alex was with her. And that was kind of all that we knew. And I, just sort of keeping my finger on the pulse of social media with the family, just trying to figure out what was going on. But I
Mhm.
certainly wasn't in any kind of a position to like reach out to Lori herself.
Right.
I don't even think I had her cell phone number at the time. Like I had Summer's, I think I might have had Janice's, but I hadn't been in contact, like I said, with the rest of that part of the family in a really long time. Pretty
Mhm.
much since Lori was divorcing Joe Ryan. And I think Tylee was around 3 years old or so. So it would have been like 2004-ish time frame. That was the last time that I really had a lot of contact with them. And in 2005 is when Janice and Barry left San Antonio in the middle of the night and didn't tell anybody they were leaving.
What
And so
let's
that was
hold on. Why did they do that? Were they avoiding what were they avoiding paying?
Allegedly there was some tax evasion going
Mhm.
on, and they both, Janice and Barry, had sued the IRS. And, the IRS sued them, wanted them to pay these back taxes. And so they
Right.
countersued, and there was this whole legal thing going back and forth. But they just up and left in the middle of the night, and didn't tell, my parents that they were leaving. Like my dad is Janice's brother. And so,
Uh-huh.
and we hung out together all the time. We did family dinners very often. And, my parents and them they were temple workers at the same time in the San Antonio temple. And so, it was weird that they would just disappear like that. But
Mhm.
that was kind of the last kind of contact that I had with that part of the family for a really long time, except for, occasionally seeing one of the family members at a wedding or something like that.
Sure. Yeah. That makes sense. So, you start to hear these stories. When did you hear that JJ and Tylee were actually, well, first of all, the first thing that happened was that Charles was shot. When you heard
Yes,
that and you heard the story behind it, did you know in your heart that it was murder, or did you have any idea?
I definitely did not believe it was self-defense, like
Mhm.
not ever.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, we were talking about the kids, and so I guess I sort of glossed over the fact that we knew that Charles had been killed. And
Mhm.
I mean, I should just speak for myself personally, hearing the circumstances that happened. One family member reached out to me, and we talked and texted back and forth about it. And I just, there was zero bones in my body that believed that that had anything to do with self-defense, knowing Alex's history of being violent with Lori's romantic partners,
Mhm.
that he tased Joe Ryan and served jail time for that. Um, so to me, when I heard about Charles, I was like, absolutely, they set him up somehow. And, hearing that they had then took the kids and disappeared to Rexburg and weren't talking with anybody, I pretty much thought that they were just trying to lay low so that nobody would be suspicious about Charles's death, to be honest with you. That's kind of
Right.
what I thought was going on with that. So I never in a million years imagined that the kids were in danger at all.
And again, that I think that did surprise everybody in your family, uh, that nobody thought that the kids were in danger, but they didn't know all the bull crap that they were saying about
Right.
how if you were a zombie, the only way you could be saved is they would have to cast the zombie out of you, and then your mortal body had to be killed. And the people that knew that and sat back while the kids were missing makes me so angry. But
Yeah.
you didn't know that. Talk
No,
about.
I
Oh, go ahead.
knew little bits and pieces of what Lori had said to Charles,
Mm-hmm.
and saying that she could hurt him. And then of course he ends up being shot, and I'm like, she told you she was going to do this, basically.
Right.
Nobody wanted to believe that it was real or that, she and Alex were really going to carry that out. So there were little inklings, and I would have to go back and look at the text messages to refresh my memory as to what was said about the crazy belief she was saying, other than what she said to Charles. That was it. And so again, the family story or the story that Lori kind of was telling people was that the children, she felt like she had to take the children into hiding and protect them. That's basically what, Janice had told people that Lori had said. And Janice just believed her.
Oh, God. That's, again, absolutely insanity. So when did you begin to think something's wrong here? Tylee and JJ are not here, and I think something happened.
I honestly don't remember exactly what I felt and when.
Sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to put that up there. Okay. Sorry. I'm trying to delete some pictures because I have pictures coming up. So hang on, guys. But go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I can't say exactly when. I never had a good feeling about it, with Lori going into hiding. But I didn't really, nothing really clicked or registered until the missing persons flyer actually got posted and family members started saying, help us find these kids. I was like, at that point, I realized that nobody really did know where they were. Nobody was in contact with Lori. Nobody, Lori wasn't answering the phone or anything like that. I really did not want to believe that she was capable of harming them. And so even when the missing children's flyer came out, I reposted it. I talked to everybody that I know. I have a friend who had relatives in Hawaii, and I asked her to please keep a lookout because I know Lori always had escaped to Hawaii. That was her typical thing to do. Right. I thought maybe that's what she had done. And, I talked to everybody that I possibly could, and I reposted on social media trying to get attention, but I had, for the kids, but I had no idea that they were already gone, obviously,
God, so
and
horrible.
I think it wasn't until Lori was found in Hawaii and they told her to produce the kids and she didn't. I just knew at that point that they were gone.
Right.
There was no way, because I thought there's no way she would risk going to jail if the kids were still alive.
Were there. Right.
Yes, she would have produced them.
And that, again, that is just, it's, I don't even know what to say because it is so contrary, I think, to what everybody thought about her being a mom. Like Colby says, she wasn't this great mom, but nobody in a million years thought that she would harm her children. I mean, again, just absolutely beyond shocking. What did the authorities ever come to you or talk to you about anything?
No, they never came to me personally to talk to me, but I did. There were 2 points where I called the FBI, and one was, when Lori was missing and nobody knew exactly where she was.
Right.
I did call the FBI and tell them, hey, she likes to take off to Hawaii. And I'm sure they were already exploring that angle, but I'm a do something person. And so I hated the idea of just sitting there doing nothing, hoping that they would find her, that somebody would do something. So that was the only thing I felt like I could do. And then later on, after, a lot of things started to come to light, and we had this realization that, Alex was the one who had shot Charles, and he was, obviously very involved in the deaths of the children. When all of that started to come to light, when details started coming out, I called the police again, or I called the FBI again, because I was remembering the circumstances of Stacy's death, where Alex and I were there together.
Right.
And I just sort of had this realization that oh my gosh, he had something to do with that too. And at that time, they referred me to go back to the local police department and make a report, which I did about Stacy's death. But at this point, it was so many years later, and the possibility of getting evidence of any kind wasn't,
Right.
it wasn't a real possibility. But I had to, do what I could and say what I could just to ease my conscience a little, I guess.
And I don't know. I don't know if you want to go into everything, but Stacy was Lori's sister, and you believe that Alex basically did something, right? Killed
Yes,
her.
I do.
Killed her.
I do.
And
Yeah.
they were all, the rest of the family was in Hawaii, and Stacy is taken to the hospital. Was she in critical condition? She was, wasn't she?
She was unresponsive, and
Okay.
so the paramedics could not revive her at the
Mhm.
house. She was intubated, and so I think she was alive, obviously, but her, she was not awake and alert.
And her family did not come home. Now, I want everybody to think about this. You're on vacation and you get a call that your child is unresponsive. Do you continue your vacation, or do you do move heaven and earth to get home as quickly as possible? They didn't come home, did they?
That's correct. They did not
Again,
come home.
I can't even begin to imagine what is wrong with this family.
So
You
many
know?
things, Trisha.
I know. That's again, another rhetorical question, people. Another
Yeah.
rhetorical question. But it was traumatizing to you because, let's face it, this was somebody that you were close to. And then to have all of this come out, I am sure it was devastating to you. Or am I incorrect?
No, it really was.
Mhm.
Lori and I, of course, there are a lot of opinions about how much time is a lot of time. Like, how much time
Mhm.
did you actually spend together?
Right.
The thing is, our families were close. We spent time together, as a huge group of family members. There are
Mhm.
21 total cousins on that side of the family. My Uncle Rex and my dad and Janice are siblings. There's another sibling in there that probably doesn't want to be mentioned, but our group of families spent time together as often as we could. And when I was growing
Mhm.
up, that was every summer that we were together. And Lori and I and Summer and I and another cousin, exchanged letters, and we would send each other our little school pictures with, little inscriptions on the back and stuff like that.
Mhm.
And then, when we were young adults, Lori and Adam and I lived together for a short time. And then, Lori's parents moved to San Antonio.
Okay.
And for a while, Lori was living with them.
Mhm.
And, Summer and Adam both lived in other locations. And so they weren't around at all during the 10 years or so that Janice and Barry lived in San Antonio. But during that time, I had a baby, she had a baby, I got married, she got married. We spent time together. We spent holidays together.
Mhm.
Colby and my oldest daughter spent a lot of time together when Colby was pretty young, and Barry was taking care of him. So we were close family. And, there were, like, every holiday, every birthday, we were spending time together.
Mhm.
And so for me to hear of all of this, that went on, I spent time with these people. Like, I was in their home. They were in my home. I
Mhm.
slept on a mattress next to Lori for 3 or 4 months. It was horrifying to think that not only had Lori and Alex, not only were they responsible for the deaths of multiple people, but children, their own children,
Right.
their own niece and nephew. And then not only that, but the family members helped to isolate Charles. Janice and Summer helped to isolate Charles so that Lori and Alex could carry out their plan. That is horrifying, that these people that I loved and cared about were capable of this kind of, just
Mhm.
monstrous behavior. Just still to this day feels like some kind of weird nightmare to me.
Yeah, that is very strange. And I don't think you would ever get over that. Right?
I mean, get over it. All I can say is that I am grateful that Alex is dead. I'm grateful that Lori will never leave prison.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm grateful that I don't have any contact with any of the other family members because they're despicable people.
No, absolutely, absolutely right. And I don't even know how you could process this. It never leaves you. It changed who you are, I'm sure.
Yeah, definitely. It definitely did. It was like, I was kind of already going through this evolution of, realizing that the world isn't all sunshine and rainbows. I really liked to have an optimistic view about things, and I really liked to believe the best of people.
Mm-hmm.
And I was a people pleaser anyway. I grew up in that type of family and that religion where people pleasing was imperative.
Right.
And so, I was in the evolution of learning how not to be that way.
Mm-hmm.
And to see people for who they are. And I realized that I had developed this set of skills from growing up in an environment with these toxic people where I could recognize their behaviors for what they were.
Yeah.
And I was just ignoring those instincts for so long.
Mm-hmm.
But having this happen in my own family really just woke me up to the fact that, like, we're not safe anywhere. There's not a single person on the planet, in my opinion, that I can just trust right off the bat.
Mm-hmm.
Because that public face that Lori put on for everybody fooled everybody for such a long time. And, it's not until you observe somebody in a difficult circumstance, or, when they get angry, or when they get hurt, or when something happens that they didn't plan or expect. Those are the times when people's real character gets revealed.
Mm-hmm.
And until I'm in a situation like that with somebody, I really reserve, I'm like, okay, you have all these check marks in the positive. That's all great and everything. Let's see how you handle disappointment. Let's see how you handle pain, those kinds of things. And before I make a judgment that, like, hey, I feel safe with this person, I can trust them.
Going through this, has it helped you help others, basically? I mean, because now you've gone through a trauma that you never dreamed you would go through. When you
Yeah.
started your YouTube channel, none of this had happened. You started your YouTube channel for a whole other reason. And
Well, it had happened already.
Oh, it had? Okay.
I wrote my book. I wrote my book before any of this happened.
mhm.
And my book was about my healing from trauma. But I did start my social media based on helping people who were in a similar traumatic situation, helping people
Right.
heal from PTSD.
Yes,
That's
yes.
really what I started social media about. I think I started doing that maybe in 2021 or so.
Mhm.
Back to my Instagram, I think, was the first thing that I did with that. And then it just
Mhm.
sort of it did sort of evolve because I started, realizing that there was commentary to be made about the family system that Lori grew up in, and
Mhm.
understanding how she got to be the way that she was.
Right. And so it did help you with helping others, basically.
Yeah, I mean, when the whole reason that I started talking about my experience with PTSD is because I was in a group therapy with probably 8 or 9 other women,
Mhm.
and I kept seeing those women sort of go through the same cycles over and over and never really heal and never really move on. And I
Right.
didn't really have an example in my real life of somebody who had been through some of the trauma and abuse that I went through as a child and who were happy and successful. And, like, all of these women in the group were still suffering to some degree.
Mhm.
And many of them were struggling with addiction and other illnesses and things like that. And I really just wanted people to know that it was possible to go on and have a happy life, because
Right.
the statistics are not in your favor. If you are the
Mhm.
victim of childhood trauma, and you have PTSD, the likelihood of you not being, becoming an abuser or becoming addicted or even self-harm later in life, the statistics are just not good. And
Right.
so
Right.
I really wanted to tell people that, hey, it is really possible to move through this stuff. When I found EMDR, that really saved my life.
And
And I
tell us
wanted
what
to
that
tell
is.
more people about it. So EMDR is a trauma-based healing modality, and it stands for eye movement desensitization and reprocessing. And
Okay.
it is a process by which, you have to be a licensed mental health provider in order to do EMDR legally in most states. And then you should be EMDR certified as well, which means that you've taken enough training that you know how to do it properly.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a process by which, through a certain set of, you set things up in a certain way, and then there is a bilateral stimulation of either a light that goes back and forth, or some therapists will wave their fingers. For me, I watched a dot move back and forth across the screen, and you watch this bilateral stimulation as you recall the traumatic memory that you have and the feelings that you had during that traumatic circumstance.
Mm-hmm.
And the end result is that your brain kind of carves this new neural pathway where it removes the emotional wounding from the memory itself. And it's the reason why I can speak about all of these horrific things without being taken down emotionally, essentially.
Yeah, I don't know how you're sitting here talking about it without just starting to bawl, because you
Yeah.
slept next to a serial killer, basically.
Yes.
And yeah. So, but that's what did it, because you're able to use this process to redirect your brain, basically.
Yeah, your brain starts to erase the negative emotional response
Mm-hmm.
that you have when you recall a traumatic experience. And so even though I don't, because I don't want to traumatize other people, but I could speak in detail about my child sexual abuse without
Mhm.
having any negative emotional response. And the only times that I've ever done that are to help other people who have been similarly abused, so that I could say, this happened to me too. It was horrific, and I was able to heal from it and move on.
Mhm. And I again, this is me playing armchair psychiatrist. I have no business doing it, but I do. I see somebody like Lori Cox and see the things she's done and hear the stories about how Alex was so attached to her and how weirdly close they were, how inappropriate it was, and how weird her dad was. And I think it would explain a lot if we found out that she had been abused in
Mhm.
that way. Do you find that when you're talking to some of your people that are coming to you for help, that you're able to say, did this happen to you? Are you able to come out and say that?
Yeah, absolutely. But only to the extent that it helps somebody else feel validated and seen
Mhm.
and heard and everything. I also talk a lot about the symptoms that I had, and not just psychological symptoms, but physical symptoms. All of those things that come up in certain situations when you have experienced sexual abuse as a child.
Mhm.
And there are a lot of symptoms of child sexual abuse that would be unexpected to people.
Right.
One of them is promiscuity, just going from partner to partner to partner, trying to feel some kind of connection and not being able to.
Exactly.
There are a lot of different relational symptoms that occur with somebody who has been sexually abused. And I think that it's very possible that, looking at Lori's pattern of behavior, it's very possible that she had been.
Mhm. To me, that would make the most sense. It
Yeah.
really would. That would explain an awful lot. But we can't say for sure that's
Right.
true. Now, your daughter and Colby used to play when they were little kids.
Yeah.
I
So
bet he was so dang cute. Well, your daughter's adorable. I bet they were just so
thank
cute.
you. Yeah, they were really cute together. Lori left Colby with Janice and Barry a lot
Mhm.
while she was working, and she would work in Austin, and so she would leave Colby in San Antonio with Janice and Barry for the weekend so that she could fill her weekend with clients. Is the story that we were told.
Mhm. Yeah,
So
that's a good
eventually,
point.
yeah. So eventually, Barry, contacted me and asked if my daughter could hang out with Colby so that they could kind of, kids playing together is a lot easier than the adult being the sole entertainment for one child. And so I allowed my daughter to go and hang out with them. And so I want to say that happened until she was probably around 11 or 12 years old, was kind of the last time that happened. Yeah.
And why did it stop? Can you say?
I started to grow increasingly uncomfortable with the amount of time that Barry was wanting her to come over. And also, he would buy her all kinds of little presents. And he one time bought her a pair of pretty expensive running shoes and, told her that she had long legs and she should become a runner. She should, try out for track and whatever. And apparently Janice got pretty angry at him for buying these super expensive shoes for her.
Right.
I have no idea what was actually going on in the background of any of that. But that was the sort of the story that I was told by my dad about how Janice reacted to it.
Interesting that she would get so upset, but I'm glad you didn't feel right about her going there.
Yeah. And it was sad because, Lori and I would take my daughter and Colby to like the Target photo studio and get pictures taken with them together. And I recently dug some of those up and it's just so cute to see the two of them. We sort of treated them like they were siblings, even though they were cousins.
Right.
Cousins.
But and again, at that age, they're just so dang cute. I just love little kids. They're so adorable.
Yeah.
So, but I remember when you told us that your partner said, you realize you slept next to a serial killer. And that just the thought, putting it like that, it would just freak me out. It really would.
Yeah. It's like, thanks, babe.
Yeah. Thanks for bringing it up.
For putting that in my head. Because I honestly, up to that point, hadn't really thought about that connection. I just thought, we lived in the same apartment and we worked together and whatever. But I was like, wow, it's funny. I never really thought about it like that. And he goes, I think about it all the time.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, sorry.
Let me ask you, and we don't need to get into the reasons and such, but you haven't been doing true crime for a while. Are you thinking about getting back into it? You do the Mormon Snark. I put that link up in chat.
Thank you.
Are you thinking about getting back maybe?
I've thought about that so much, and I actually have recorded several things that I'm like, nope, not going to post it. And I had plans to cover, the Corey Richens trial. I had lots of other things on the docket of things that I was going to cover. And it really just got to the point where I've done this many times in my life. And I think this is it's a good thing for anybody to do, is that when things are not feeling right and they're just not, settled with you, take a step away, take a break.
Absolutely.
And just see how you feel. And almost every single major change that I have made in my life has come after just such a thing, just taking a break and stepping away and see how I feel. And after stepping away from true crime and then considering getting back into it again, it's just not where I want to live. I just don't want to dig into the deep, dark, horrible anymore. It's like before I was already swimming in it. Right. And so it was easier for me to just pick up another case here and another case there because I was already there. I was already down in the bottom of that well, and thinking about going back there now is just not, it just doesn't feel right to me at all. Yeah. However, I did just post the first episode of season 3 of the Midlife Revolution podcast earlier today. It came out at 2:00 today.
Good.
So I am going to be continuing the Midlife Revolution podcast. I am considering doing a live show once a week where I just comment on things in media and society in general.
Right.
Just talking about healthy relational dynamics and what is healthy and what is not, what's functional, what's not functional. And I'm looking forward to engaging with a live audience again, because that I do really, really miss.
It's fun. We miss you being live. I have to say, we really do. And you're getting lots of love in chat. Everybody loves your hair color. Let's talk
Thanks.
about it. Have you been this color before, or did you just decide to do it one day?
Yeah, I mean, whenever when I went on my first Mormon Stories episode, my hair was this color. And sometimes I do this color during the summer just because it's, my hair gets lightened by the sun a little bit. Might as well push it to the end of the envelope.
Yeah, just keep,
But yes,
keep making it light.
I unexpectedly visited Kirsten in person in Las Vegas last week, and she helped me out with this. So
It looks cute. I really like
thank
it.
you.
Hey,
Thanks.
everybody, I want to take a moment to remind you during our End of the World Again broadcast, we do have a special guest coming up at 6 p.m. Eastern. You're going to love this person, trust me. And we have pinned at the top of our chat 2 charities. One is the Tammy Daybell Foundation, and that is where they raise money to buy books for libraries for kids, elementary school kids and such, so they can get excited about reading, because that's one thing that Tammy Daybell loved. She was a librarian. And we also have the charity founded by Dr. Christine Marie, and that is called Voices of Dignity. And this is where they are helping people that have been hold on, I want to get their exact mission statement here. The mission is to dignify those affected by human trafficking, public humiliation, and stigmatizing by helping them to heal, reclaim their voice, and flourish. And it was this organization that helped the women in the Trust Me, the False Prophet Netflix documentary. It helped them get their lives together and get out of that situation. So we're asking, if you have a little bit of extra pennies lying around, if you could take a look at the top of chat, there are 2 links pinned there. One is the Tammy Daybell Foundation. The other is Voices for Dignity. And we are going to add a third one here in a little bit when we have our guest on. So do check that out. Megan, I want to ask you something, and I should have asked you before we went on, but you don't have a problem with us doing this, do you? Doing the End of the World Again broadcast, right?
No.
Okay.
No, absolutely not.
Again, I have not been contacted by any member of any victim's family saying they have a problem. So I just want to get that out there. So
yeah, in fact, the episode that I just posted is titled "Who Has the Right to Grieve?" And it really, I think about the true crime community a lot, because there are so many people who consume true crime, not just as a source of entertainment, but they do it because there is something in the victims or the families that remind them of themselves or someone that they love.
Right.
And there are so many negative comments out there from people who will say things like, "You didn't even know this person. How are you so upset about this?" Well,
Right.
humanity, for one, compassion, for two.
There you go.
But then also, we in the true crime community, and those of us who follow cases like this, we're grieving parts of ourselves or parts of our loved ones that we see in these other people. And I absolutely think that nobody gets to tell anybody else how to grieve, or whether or not they're allowed to grieve. And what I said at the end of the video is that if you grieve by holding a 24-hour live stream once a year, you should be allowed to do that. And nobody should be able to tell you that that's not something you should do. And especially, I just love the fact that you are honoring Tammy's charity, and that you're honoring other victims of trafficking. And that is really the whole premise behind this, is to honor the victims and to remind people, not doing this. I think after it's become such a tradition for you and your channel, not doing it would almost be like forgetting the victims.
Well, that's exactly how I feel. I think it would be a disservice. We started it because we wanted to remember the victims, number one, and to show people that Chad Daybell's an idiot, and for God's sakes, do not believe him, because he is trying to be a cult leader behind bars. That is absolutely proven with his letters from Chad bullshit that Emma, his daughter, helped him post. He wants to be, I think he wants to be, what's his name? Warren
Warren
Jeffs.
Jeffs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
again,
I
so
agree.
it was twofold. And each year it's gotten bigger and better and more people have joined in. And I love that. I just love that. So
Yeah.
Stacy, I have a technical issue.
Uh-huh.
Something so weird has happened here in StreamYard. The pictures that I have that I'm going to be showing here in a little bit, they are now showing like the regular picture, and then they have like an extra vertical picture on the side. I don't know why.
Okay.
And if you look at the screen, okay, it says show vertical. I've never seen that box before that says show vertical. It was like something just snapped. I didn't touch anything. It just went ping. And so now
the screen changed.
it was weird. It changed. And so now when you go to media assets and you look at the pictures, you'll see each picture is double. It has a regular picture, and then right next to it is a vertical picture. And it's like, why is it doing that?
I think it might be my fault, actually, Trisha. Because,
well, no, it happened before you got here.
Oh, did it? Okay,
Yeah,
because
but
I
why do
was
you
going to
think
say
that?
I have the settings on my StreamYard where I have both vertical and horizontal available.
Mhm.
And so sometimes when I come into other people's streams, it presents both at the same time. So I don't know if that's what happened, but
Well, maybe that's it. But
Yeah,
again,
I don't remember it till Megan popped up. So
or maybe that is it. Because again, all of a sudden the pictures that I'm about to show, and you guys are going to be, these pictures are so cool. All of a sudden now there's two pictures in one frame, and one's a regular and then one's a vertical. And I'm like, well, maybe it is your fault. Gosh darn it. So, okay, well, that's good.
probably is. So when I go away, the problem will leave, just like most of the time.
Just like with everybody in your life, as soon as you walk out, their problems are over. I understand. So, well, Megan, is there anything that we can do to help you, my dear? Because you're always so good to us.
You know, I just appreciate coming on and talking with you guys. I really appreciate what you do on your channel, and
Thank you.
you know, it makes me feel good. I have to say, there are lots and lots of times when I will just turn your show on as I'm dozing off, and I don't mean to say like you're so boring that I could fall asleep, but it is soothing to me to have familiar voices.
Oh no,
in my head.
I take that as a compliment. I do.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And I don't always jump on the chat, but I frequently listen to you guys, and I'm really grateful for your support and your kindness, because you guys have kept me connected to this community in a way that I think I probably would have just disappeared if I hadn't just stayed connected to you guys. And your audience has always been so lovely to me, as well as your mods. And I appreciate everybody and the love that is in chat and everything. I'll have to go back and watch later, but yeah, I just appreciate your support. I'm glad you guys are here. I think that the work that you do is really, really important, and it gives me sort of like, I don't know, permission or a little boost of extra courage to keep doing what I've been doing. So I appreciate you.
Please do, because you have so much, and thank you very much, and you have a lot to offer people.
Yeah.
We love you, Megan Connor. The only complaint I have, and it's with your parents. Now, if I meet a Megan, I have to pause for a split second. Is it Megan? Megan. So other than that, there's no problem. So
yeah, it's been a curse of a sorts in my life, but it also is a little bit of a blessing, because I can always tell who's like paying attention, who cares enough to say my name correctly. I've had people in my life who've known me for 20 years and never said my name right, not once. I'm like, well, tell me you don't care about me without telling me.
Yeah, without telling me. There you go. There you go.
But
Thank
then,
you, my
you know, I had to go and do the same thing to my own daughter. I gave her the same name and did not spell it any differently. So I just passed the curse on. I'm just a terrible mother.
You are, and we're going to remember that. So when we make our report to Child Protective Services, that's going at the top.
Right.
Thanks. Funny.
Thanks, Megan. You take care, okay?
Okay, thanks, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Now let's see if she leaves, if the vertical thing goes away. Not with no, it hasn't. It didn't go away.
Okay, there is a name for this setting, and I'm trying to remember what it's called.
Anybody use StreamYard out there that can help us? Here, I'm going to put up a picture and show you what's happening. Okay.
Mhm.
I don't know if I told you guys this story. I might as well. I'm gonna let out a little tea here. Okay. Are you ready?
Mm.
Are you ready, Stacy?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
She's like, oh God, what? I got this in the mail anonymously a while ago, and now I'm going to show you. It's a very lovely saying, but I have no idea who it's from. But I took a picture of it and put it up, and now it's two pictures, one vertical and one regular. Here it comes. Oh, you know what? It's not showing the vertical.
Mm.
Oh, that's good. That's
I
good.
remember what it's called now. I'm looking it up, how to stop
Okay.
it.
So hang on here. But it's showing in the settings of the pictures. It's showing me vertical and regular. Here's my son. And see, when I go and look at it in the actual setting, it has this picture and then a horizontal picture. So it's really weird. But I thought when I put them up, they would show like that.
No,
So-
it says here that, you pick which one you want to show.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, again, but I don't know why it's giving us that option now. That's so weird.
Yeah. See,
know?
we had it, we've used it before, but like
Mhm.
once, that was it. you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah. So let's
Okay.
see. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Dee, 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 dee. I'm trying to see, gosh darn it, I can't tell where the tinfoil hats begin and the picture for our guests begin because they're so small. Shoot. Got a lot of pictures from our guest.
Okay.
And
hold on.
I did tell people earlier that our guest is related to one of the victims. So let's see. I'm trying to think. So you and Little Texan will be coming on later tonight. Lauren Matthias will probably jump up and come on with us with our guest coming on at 6 p.m. Eastern. I have not heard back from Mike King. And we can play Dr. Christine Marie's interview again, which I thought was really good. So, and we could even play I Hate Chocolate's story about Jim Jones. That was so emotional today. That was really emotional. I started bawling, So, are you there, Stacy?
The heck?
Okay. Are you there,
All of a
Stacy?
sudden, okay. You sound like a chipmunk to me. I think I'm going to have to back out and come back in.
Yeah.
That is
You
the
know why?
funniest thing.
You know why? Because of that damn Apple crap you're using. That's why. Yeah, go ahead and go out and come back in. Definitely. And you sound fine. Everything sounds fine here on my end. So that's good. And I'm so grateful that Phrase came on. I love him. He is such a great guy. I don't know if he's still in chat or not. I hope so. I told him, I said, stay in chat. We feel safer when you're here. So let's see. Bipolar Express. Apple rules. People are going to start throwing down in chat. Let's see. Yeah, that was a picture of Will. I've told you that story. He went to Montessori school when he was a little kid. He's probably 3 there. Montessori is a hippie, touchy-feely school. And they told the kids that they had to pick to be a character that represented their relatives, represented, their past. And since my mom was born and raised in London, and Will knew that, he was 3, he wanted to be an English policeman or an English Bobby. I panicked because I have no idea how to sew anything. And being in Utah, where growing up surrounded by LDS women that knew how to sew and make incredible costumes, I knew nothing. I felt like such a loser. And I panicked. I thought he wanted to be a Bobby. He didn't know it was called a Bobby, just an English policeman with a big hat. And so I panicked and I called Scotland Yard and I said, I need to get an English bobby hat for my son. And I unleashed on this poor guy that answered the phone at Scotland Yard that I'm a terrible mother because I don't know how to make costumes. My son's going to be the only one in this school that doesn't have a cool mom that knows how to make a costume, and he just wants to be an English bobby, and I don't know what to do. Where can I get a bobby hat? And he sent me a real English bobby hat from a retired police officer. Thing weighed about 3 pounds. And so that's what Will is wearing here. Let me show it again.
I fixed the screen, by the way.
No, it's still showing me the same thing.
Oh, not me. Oh, okay, I can get it to where I can tell you how.
Okay. And yes, thank you, Othram Phrase says, yes, I am really great. You are really great. And like I said, I want you to stay here because I feel safer. But that's the picture of Will. And that's a real bobby hat from a retired English bobby. And when you flip it over, it has his name and that's his real badge number and everything. I mean, this poor guy that answered who calls Scotland Yard and unloads on these poor guys because I can't make a costume. God, what the hell? What is wrong with me? I didn't think to call a costume shop. I didn't think to do that. I called Scotland Yard, panicked. And he was it must have cost them a bundle to send that, you know? And we still have it. But look, I mean, you can see it's weighing his little ears down. It's so heavy. It was so heavy. But isn't he cute? Oh my gosh, he's so cute.
Yes.
So, okay, here we go. So, good. Phrase is still here. I feel safe now. I feel safe. Well, Bipolar Express, and this was in 1999, so you probably can't call Scotland Yard today. But landline, I had a cell phone, but certainly couldn't call Scotland Yard. I think I looked it up online, or maybe I called the international operator, and I just got the general number for Scotland Yard, and I started crying that I was a horrible mother because I couldn't make costumes. That really was a true fear of mine. Like I said, growing up in Salt Lake City, to be surrounded by LDS women that could make anything. And I was horrible in home ec. I could cook, but I couldn't sew. So, yeah. And so I'm sure he told that story for years about the crazy American. Yes, Vanessa Joy. Will was and is adorable. So.
So at the bottom of your screen, you know where it shows the microphone, the camera, and then the person, and then are there 3 dots on the bottom next to the person?
No, I have. Hold on. There's 3 dots on my picture and your picture, and then next to that it says present or invite, and that's where you click on that to send the link. And then below that, there's a picture of the microphone, and I click on that, and it shows me what type of microphone, and then it has a little bolt that shows,
settings.
Settings, right? And then I click on the camera, same thing, and then I click on the what is this? It says share screen, slides, PDFs, extra camera, video, image file. And that's it there.
Check on the settings.
Settings. Okay. It says general. And then it says show resolution badge on stage, display information message, shift videos up, audio avatars, automatically add presented media to stage. Okay. Now I have camera, and it shows the camera. That's it. And then I have audio, and that's the microphone and all of that. I have visual effects, and it shows like visual effects, like virtual backgrounds and color fill. And I've picked nothing. Recording, and just the recording. Hotkeys, nothing there. Sharing devices, layouts, solo, group, spotlight, screen, news, cinema, picture in picture, scenes, open comments. And then I have guests.
So it's interesting. So mine has 3 dots. I click it. It's a menu that pops up. And on the menu, it says show vertical preview, or it says, remove it. So on mine, I clicked remove the vertical preview, and now it's back to normal for me.
And I have a little box now that wasn't there that says, and I put my mouse over it, and it says show the preview of your vertical broadcast. So I click on that, and it shows the vertical preview, and then I click on it, and the vertical preview goes away. However, when I go to media assets, the vertical preview is still there.
Yeah, I guess that's a new thing because I was reading about it. It's giving you the option to show it either way. So
but I don't want that.
I know it's annoying. You click on the 3 dots. It said when I was reading, and
when I click on the 3 dots, it says rename brand, duplicate brand, or delete brand. That's all it says.
Yeah, it has horizontal, vertical, and you hide it from the stage or replace it with another picture.
Mine doesn't have anything like that.
Okay.
It just says logo, overlay, fade overlays. Why is yours so different?
I don't know.
So when you go in and when you look at media assets,
see there, I put that up.
Okay.
It just shows that. Yeah.
Okay. Now it looks normal, but in my media assets, it shows a vertical and a horizontal picture.
It does on mine too.
Okay. It doesn't. Okay. So,
yeah, but since we turned off the other setting, it should show up like this now.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we still have to look at the
double.
That's what I'm asking. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh crap. I hate that.
Yeah.
Okay. I can't tell. Did I need to put up a picture really quickly, and this may give our guest away, but I can't tell if this is the picture that I want or not.
No, don't say anything.
Well, I'm not going to say anything. I got to see the picture, and I can't tell. That's not the one I wanted. And we still have to do the tinfoil hat contest too. And I still have to show my tinfoil hat with my squeezy cheese, by the way.
Yeah. And let me see. So Little Texan was asking if 9 p.m. Eastern will work for us to do our thing.
7 p.m. And that would be, we're going to do 5. Unless 9 p.m. Eastern. So that's 8 p.m. our time. Yeah, that should work great, actually.
Okay. All right,
that should work great. So that should be beautiful. Okay. Shoot, I wish I could tell what these pictures were. Dang it all to heck. Oh, well. Got a bunch of pictures. I cannot wait to tell you about our guest. Let's see how much time we have left. We have a little over an hour and a half left. Should I play Dr. Christine's video? I played it not early, but I played it like at 10 o'clock this morning.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Because it's a good video.
Yeah, and it's an hour long, and that will take us, that'll give us about 35 minutes before our guest comes on. So let's see here. Let me just take a look in chat really quickly to say hi to people. Oh, I agree, Phyllis Jarrett. Alex Cox acted under instructions. He did what he was told by Chad and Lori. There is no doubt. No doubt. So, hi, Cajun Bayou Girl, _ LA. Is that Louisiana? I take it. Good to see you. Let's see. We haven't had any flying monkeys in here, have we?
I think maybe
I think we had like 1 or 2. And that's another word for trolls. We call them flying monkeys. And we have now a sound effect, which I love. I get to play it right now. Okay. You ready?
Okay. Yeah.
It's a troll alert.
I love that. That just makes me happy. Okay. We are going to play Dr. Christine Marie's interview that I did. Actually, I did it a couple of days ago, and we played it early this morning. And she is amazing. Is this it? No, that's not it. I'm going to have to go in and grab it really quickly. And it is just a little over an hour long. So let me go into the YouTube studio. And videos. There you go. And Stacey, I'm going to give you a quick call too, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Let me bring this up to the StreamYard. Hi, Kino Saron. Good to see you, my darling. Berserker Loki, glad you made it. Princess Peach, hi. Bree Mama 4, hello. I'm trying to say hi to the people that I know I haven't said hi to yet. Florida Mermaid. And is this I can't read it. It's all a bunch of Eileen Noreen Nelson or something. Hi. I can't tell what that is. Captain Homer, hello. Again, I'm trying to say hi to the people I haven't said hi to yet. Kinder Kim, good to see you, my darling. Kiki20, hi. Nick Spunky. Okay. Here's Dr. Christine Marie. And again, we have pinned to the top of chat her organization, and it's called Voices for Dignity. It is her charity, and they help victims of human trafficking, among other things. So let us listen to this interview. She is a fantastic, amazing woman, and I am so grateful that she is in our life. So here we go, everybody. We're going to share the screen, and then we'll be back as we get closer to 6 p.m. Eastern and our very, very, very special guest on Websleuths YouTube Live. Here we go. We are in the end of the world again, 24-hour live broadcast, and we are having a good time. And we couldn't do it this year without bringing up a woman I admire so greatly. And if you have not seen the documentary, you've got to. Trust me, The False Prophet. It's Dr. Christine Marie. Dr. Christine, thank you so much for joining us tonight.
I'm so excited to be here.
Well, we have so much to talk about. Now, I've watched your Netflix documentary. It's called, again, trust me, The False Prophet. It's about Sam Bateman. And I know there might be one or two people out there that maybe haven't seen it. And we're going to get to it in just a little bit. But I think what might surprise people a lot about you is you are a former beauty queen. You are Miss, what was the state that you won? I forgot.
Michigan.
You were Miss Michigan. And you also had a puppet show. And I mean, the things that you have done, it's incredible. And you are a doctor. So let's talk about that. How did you get into the beauty pageant thing, if you will? And then how did you get on this path to becoming a psychologist?
Okay, so excuse me. I had a personal tragedy, like 30 years ago or however long ago. Anyway, then I wanted to focus on something after the trial. So I was a true crime victim. So I wanted to focus on something after the trial. So I thought, I want to get in shape. I want to be stronger. And I lived in this small town. So I thought, let me do a pageant and I'll just try to work on my fitness and focus on that instead of on the upcoming trial. That's how I got into it.
And my apologies for being nosy, but I'm really nosy and I can't help it. Would you like to talk about what happened to you as a crime victim? And you can tell me no, that's absolutely fine.
Well, there was a knock on my door in the middle of the night and my husband was gone. My children were there. So I answered the door and then you can imagine the rest.
Okay. And I'm so sorry. And I hope they caught that monster.
Oh, yeah. The police were there before I was able to get to the phone and the police were there before he even left the house. So.
Wow. So you really can relate to the crime victims and what it involves and how it changes you. And it does change you,
Yeah, for sure.
Do you think about, maybe you don't do it now, but like, did you think before the incident and then you think about, well, that was after the incident, that was your point of reference in your life, when something that dramatic happens, that tragic.
It's interesting. That's called the centrality of events. There's studies in trauma where exactly what you're saying happens. So that point before and after is the central event. But actually, in my life now, the answer is no, because after that, other things happen. So that was old, and that I healed from that, and it just seemed so minor compared to other things. Which, by the way, I'm writing a memoir.
Oh, good.
I know. I'm so excited, and I have a deal with one of the top 5 New York publishers.
Yay!
So I'll be talking more about the things that happened in my past that led me to becoming a PhD in psychology.
Right.
So.
And so when you took that path and you got your PhD, did you open a practice and get patients? How did you continue after you got your doctorate?
Well, I'm not a psychologist.
Okay. Oh, I thought you were. I'm sorry.
No, what I mean is I have a PhD in psychology, but unless you are a clinical therapist, you don't normally call yourself a psychologist. We do it, just kind of in everyday language, because that's what you think. A PhD in psychology is a psychologist. But you also have to be associated with a university. So different states have different requirements to say you're a psychologist. Now, when I start launching some new research again associated with a university, then I can call myself a psychologist in this state. But not a therapist is the main point. So I never had that kind of a practice. What I focused on was more social psychology.
And how would you define that?
Well, specifically, it's media psychology. And media psychology, I was interested in that. I'll tell you why. I had an experience that I shared with what I thought was a reputable documentary company. When it came out, it was a docudrama when my story came out. And it was so slaughtered and devastating that I became very hated online.
Oh my God. That shocks me, because you are truly one of the most kind, gentle, and compassionate people. You have time for everybody and you're always thinking of everybody else. And that shocks me.
Thank you. What this company did is they painted me as a caricature. So the person that they hated wasn't really me. It was how the media company portrayed me, and they were trying to get audience engagement.
Right.
So it was very devastating to me. And that motivated me to go back to school late in life
Mm-hmm.
and study media psychology, because I wanted to understand, why would a company take a true crime story
Mm-hmm.
and twist it and create victim shaming narrative out of it? Today, nobody would get away with it.
Oh my God, no, they would be torn apart.
Right. But back then it was the end of the world for me. So
Mm-hmm.
I went, I already had a master's degree, but I went back to school and I got a second master's and a PhD in media psychology. And what's interesting about that is that it is it's a new field, but it's the study of how media and technology impact human thought and behavior and communities. So anything that is digital or on a screen,
Mm-hmm.
it could be film, TV, social media, movies, gaming, mobile phone apps, software, all these things. There's so many avenues to study. I mean, you can study how different games impact children, or how, what are the elements of a movie that make people feel transported like they're in the movie. There's so many aspects to it. Well, I did my research on victim sensitivity. It was, the name of my dissertation was media, the traumatic impact
Mm-hmm.
of media misrepresentation, humiliation, and victim shaming on narrative identity and well-being. So if I had a war cry, it would be for the media to be sensitive, caring, and do their homework.
Yes.
Get their facts straight.
Mm-hmm. And you're exactly right, because it is devastating when the media comes out and gives misrepresentation. I'm not going to say they absolutely knowingly lie. Sometimes they do. But it is devastating to victims and their families, when, even if it's, something that doesn't matter. I remember very clearly, there was a man whose daughter was murdered, and they reported that her shirt was torn and half off of her body. And that wasn't true. And that poor man focused on that. And he went around trying to get the media to report how she really was found. It devastated him. And again, go ahead.
It's interesting because that's one of the things that I talk about.
Mm-hmm.
I talk a lot about the emotion of humiliation. Humiliation is when somebody tries to like lower your status, or you're degraded, you are defamed or represented in a way that that's not really you.
Mm-hmm.
It's something that happens to you, and it's never, the people who feel humiliated are people who feel like something unfair has been done or unjust. So there's
Right.
always a feeling of unfairness in humiliation. So in order for people to not feel humiliated, they need to be seen as whole individuals.
Mm-hmm.
And when some media company gets a fact wrong, even if it doesn't matter, it feels like that journalist or producer, it feels like they didn't care enough
Right.
to get the details straight. And like even small things.
Mm-hmm.
For example, I have 4 children. And if there was an article that came out that said I had 2 children, that would bother the heck out of me.
Oh, that'd drive me crazy. Right.
Now I'm used to it,
Mm-hmm.
but until, because there was so much media about trust me, and so many things, they got different people have said different things that are not true, but they're not trying to be untrue. They just write angry, and now it doesn't matter to me. But if you're not used to being in the media and you see something that's misrepresenting you, you feel like they're taking away a piece of you that's not the whole and true you. And in the case of the father, he was defending his daughter. That wasn't the whole true
Exactly. Yes.
situation. So being misrepresented, even if it's not bad, can be very hurtful. It's just we want to be represented correctly.
Exactly. And that's what he focused on. And so we made sure on Websleuths.com, the true crime discussion forum, that piece of the story was not allowed on it because it was so important to him. You know, it really traumatized him. And again, the trauma of losing his daughter like that is just, I mean, I can't even begin to imagine. So, and again, it's something that he focused on, and I understand it. That's a really interesting study, though, what you've chosen to go into. And like you said, it is new, right?
It is.
And what did you call it again? The study of what?
Media psychology?
Yeah, is it media psychology? But you said the study of media psychology, and then you said something else too.
Well, my dissertation is the dramatic impact of media misrepresentation, humiliation, and victim shaming.
Gotcha.
On narrative identity and well-being. So, because when people are misrepresented in the media or in the social media, like let's suppose that people say things about you that are not true. And when you're, you know, when you're a social media influencer, you have this. And it hurts because that's not who we are.
Right.
And it really, I mean, I have it too. You know, I'll tell you why. When I moved to the Crick, that's what we call this area, in the year 2016, I was an anti-polygamy activist. And after I moved here, as it shows on the documentary, I realized I can't help these people if I'm attacking them.
That's right. I want to get into that too, but yes, go ahead.
So I laid down my weapons of war, and I thought, you know, I was thinking I was doing the right thing by being an activist, and I was protesting and wanting to increase criminal penalties for people that were living in polygamy. And I realized, you know, I'm really not helping people. I'm just sitting on my couch, writing things that I think the world needs to know. And there are other people doing the very same thing, and they didn't need me being another voice in that field. I could actually be on the front lines right here and take a different approach, which I did. I took a harm reduction approach, which means to stop judging, start helping, and just meet them where they're at.
Right.
And when that happened, my former anti-polygamy friends felt like I had betrayed the movement, right? And I had betrayed them. And since that time, it's been 10 years, they pop up everywhere where if there's some good media, you might see some hateful comments you know, here and there. But the point is that they can't accept that my decision to take a kinder approach and just meet people where they're at, it's what worked in the Sam Bateman case.
Exactly. And again, that's so shocking to me because you were successful in getting Sam Bateman off the streets, basically. So you would think they would go, well, hey, maybe there's something to what Dr. Christine is saying. In fact, go ahead.
Well, you know, they won't watch it.
They won't? Oh my gosh. That's ridiculous.
So it's like, we talk a lot about cults. I talk a lot about cults. I, you know, am embedded in a situation where, I mean, there are people dealing with cultic impact, you know, everywhere. Not just because I live here, but it's what I do elsewhere too. I help a lot of people on their path back to independence. But cultic mind control or undue influence involves a number of things, including cognitive biases, you know, and it's like, you ask, how can people still believe in Sam Bateman? now, I mean, he's known, he's been convicted for all these crimes against children and so on. And some people, they know that. They were there, but they still believe in him because they have something called belief bias, where you don't want to give up your beliefs. And then there's something called sunk cost fallacy, which is you've sunk so much of your time, your investment, your prayers, your spiritual life into a cause that you don't want your investment to be in vain. So you're finding reasons to hold on. So there are all kinds of things that our brains do to keep holding on to false beliefs. And even when my former friends, if they were to learn the total truth, they wouldn't believe it. People who don't want to know the truth won't believe the truth.
And I think we all know people like that, especially in this day and age.
Yeah.
You show them the black and white truth, recorded, video, audio.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. And that's what's so frustrating. But when I was watching the documentary, I wrote down a quote that you said that I just love. And you touched on it a moment ago. You said, "I don't shun. If you shun, you can't help. If you attack, they are not going to come to you when they are in need." And that is so true, but it is our nature to shun and attack. I want to attack the people that have been attacking me falsely, just saying crazy crap about me. And my instinct is just to go in and attack them. Or I see somebody doing something really stupid and they won't be able, and they refuse to see that they're doing something stupid. I want to yell at them. But you are so right, Dr. Christine. None of that will do any good. If you really want to help people, none of that will do any good.
It's true. And I am far from perfect. And I have learned throughout the years, I mean, you kind of learn by trial and error. And what is in my heart is to love people and to think the best of people. But I have been the same at different times. I've seen people do some really horrible things to other people. And in that case, I will step up. But if it's something that they do to me, I usually just stay silent. I'm not saying that's the best thing to do.
Right.
I just read a study a couple days ago that said it's more effective if you defend yourself. Anyway, now I'm really diving into this one strain of thought. But
well, can we touch on that? And then I do want to get back to the documentary. But that is interesting because I've always been taught, and it has worked for me before, when this lawsuit that I had in 2013 brought against me, and it was literally made up of things that were not true. Person thought I wouldn't be able to hire a lawyer, so they would win. I wouldn't even be able to show up in court because I wouldn't have a lawyer. And I was able to get a great lawyer. And she told me, she said, don't, and they were online posting crazy, just ridiculous things about me. And she said, if you respond, I will fire you as a client. You will have your chance and it will be better if you just wait and follow our lead. We know what we're doing. So, and she was right. And so I've always gone by that. Don't respond. Just don't give them energy. But now you're saying there's a little different study out there, maybe saying that may not be true.
Well, it doesn't suggest that you go on and respond to every comment or anything like that.
Right.
Do something. You don't have to take it passively. And you did something. You got legal. Legal is the best.
Yeah. Oh, and it was great. Everything worked out. No problem. The deposition, in it, she admitted that she didn't have any evidence, and it ended up, I ended up keeping the website. So it worked out fine. But again, it's court documents, they're out there and people bring them up and they think because something's said in a court document that it's true. Well, this person said a bunch of stuff that wasn't true, didn't offer any proof, but because it's in a court document, people think it's true. And I have been ignoring it. And you're right. It was best to get legal help then. But in this day and age, with social media and these social media platforms, I do think it would be great to figure out the best way, and short of getting YouTube and Facebook and Instagram and TikTok to actually enforce their terms of service, because if they did that, none of this would be necessary, but they don't. What can we do the best way to serve our purpose, to get the truth out and to not be destroyed by these lies? And so that I'm so grateful that you are digging into this and studying about it, because I would love to follow what you find out and what you suggest.
Yeah, I'll let you know. I mean, there is a lot of great information out there and available, but I do think it's important to share the true narrative, to make sure that that's out there somewhere. The people that aren't going to believe it, they're not going to believe it,
No matter what, right?
You know, in the same way I believed in a false prophet once, and if somebody, and people did, they told me he's a fraud, but I had my reasons that I believed in him, so I was ignoring all those red flags. If I wasn't ready, I couldn't see the truth. So if people are not ready and they're not open to look at the facts and change their opinions, then you know, you just have to let them go or take legal action.
Right.
But you can still, and I think it is important to make sure that whatever the true narrative is available for people to see somewhere.
That's a very good point. And I'll talk to you more about that off this interview here. And I think we'll be discussing it later in the future publicly. But I do want to talk about Trust Me.
Yes.
The false prophet. My God, that, I mean, if you haven't seen it, people, you have got to see. It's a 4-part documentary. And how did you start? And again, I'm going to ask you questions that I know the answer to. I just want our audience to understand how this happened. How did you get into this? How did you get into the FLDS area of Utah, basically? And how did this come about?
Well, I was mainstream Mormon. Yes, is the term they prefer to use. And then I got divorced and I got recruited by a very deceitful person who represented himself as the new prophet. And I fell for it. I know, but I did. He had, you know, documents that provided validation and all kinds of things. But the end result of that was very traumatic for me. And when I woke up from that, nobody wanted to help me. I was still in Salt Lake City. And the attitude was basically, I should have known better. You made your own bed, you sleep in it. A lot of victim shaming and unwillingness for people to help me because they thought I deserved what happened to me. So when the more educated I became regarding the way the brain works and all these unseen influences that impact us, the more I realized, you know, I feel like I could help people now. People who have come out of a high control situation or coercion. I'm in a better place. I've been through it myself. And I went through a lot of self-blame for a long time, many years. And I wanted to help people to be able to heal from that and not take as long as I did. So Tolga and we were living in Las Vegas.
And that's your husband?
That's my husband. He's Turkish. So that's the explanation for his unusual name, Tolga. Anyway, we moved 2.5 hours away from Las Vegas. And that's where we live now. It's the southern Utah area. And I just embedded myself right here in the land of polygamy.
And that's how it started. And you and again, everybody, you've got to see the Netflix documentary. And what is so shocking, and I don't want to give away everything, But, and honestly, Dr. Christine, I've probably watched this part of the documentary, I don't know how many times, because it's so hard for me to believe. You get Sam Bateman, and that's who this is about. He actually broke away from the FLDS sect to create his own thing. And again, all these guys do it because they're just dirty, disgusting old men that want to have sex with girls, basically underage girls, young girls, and they're just disgusting people. And he broke away and started his own. And did they call themselves Samites? Is that what they called themselves?
Samuelites.
That was it. Samuelites. Yeah. And he presented himself as the prophet. You got him on tape. You recorded him without him knowing, or he admitted what he was doing. He admitted it.
Yeah. So I had been reporting to law enforcement the things that I was told, because there was one young lady who was in the group that he hadn't married yet, and he was pressuring her to get married. And we would have secret meetings, and I learned a lot from her, but she didn't know everything because she was not married to him yet. So they didn't let her in on all the sordid details. But what I did learn, I was telling law enforcement as I learned it. Well, they kept saying it's not enough. It's hearsay. We need rock solid proof.
Right.
So when Sam started confessing what he was doing to women and children, I secretly recorded it on my phone. And when it was horrible, it was
to listen to it is it's awful.
Yeah, I was in shock. I was that was a very monumental moment for me, and I just wanted to kill him.
Oh, yeah, anyway. I don't blame you. Right. Absolutely.
I mean,
and you had to sit there and act like everything he was telling you was just fine. And inside you want to reach up and throttle him. I get it.
Right. So, and I've got his victims in the car next to me. I mean, sitting in the seat next to me in the car. And so when I turned that tape in, I thought it would create immediate response.
Oh yeah. I would think
I got some proof.
Yeah.
He's saying it, and the victims are admitting that they were the victims of this. But it still wasn't enough because they wanted a victim to be willing to testify against him. So, but other than that tape, everything else that was in the documentary, that none of that was a hidden camera. All the video that was there was by consent. He wanted to be he wanted to be filmed. All of the women, they came to our house to be filmed.
They thought this was just great and normal and wanted to tell the world about it. That's what's so shocking.
Right. They wanted these testimonies that they were sharing with us that we were filming to go on YouTube.
Wow.
And so they are all wanting to be filmed, which made it easy for us. I mean, and they gave consent, in various ways. And we just kept turning it all in to law enforcement. We didn't know what was evidence and what wasn't. We would just film and then turn it in. And in the trial, it was interesting because in the trial of two of his accomplices, Sam didn't go to trial because he did a plea.
Right.
But two of his accomplices did go to trial. And in that trial, they used our footage over and over and over. And obviously it's different than what you see in the documentary. There was so much footage. But Toga and I, after each sentencing, they would even use clips of our footage in the sentencings. And we would say, what if we wouldn't have come? What if we wouldn't have done that?
Right.
What if we would have moved here? What if we would have given up? Because the clips that they used at the time we filmed them we didn't know how important that statement was.
Right.
But the prosecutors were just masterful at going through hundreds of hours of footage and pulling out statements that show, intention and time, dates and times and states and places and details. And it was like a master class in how to prosecute crime.
They did an amazing job. Yes.
Amazing.
And he took a plea, and he recently just was found guilty on state charges of child abuse. And we did cover that. Is there going to be any follow-up to this documentary? I hope so.
I don't know. I mean, I think so, because a lot of people would like it, but nothing has been started so far.
Well, you have a lot of wonderful, amazing people in your documentary, and one of them is a young lady named Gnomes. It's Naomi is her name. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And I just love her. Oh my gosh, she has left the cult basically. And when I saw her recently, well, I had Lauren on one of our lives, and she came out and said hi, and she was dressed. The only word I can think of is normal, like a normal, wonderful, young, beautiful woman.
Yes.
And tell us about that journey, if you wouldn't mind, because when you watch the documentary, you get to know Gnomes, and I, like I said, I just love her. Could you explain how that happened? How she was able to lift that fog, come out of that fog, and see the truth?
Well, according to her, the biggest influence was prison. She went to prison because she did something that Sam coerced her to do. So she ended up in prison. And understand, FLDS are so very sheltered. They wear their clothes from their neck to their wrist to their ankle. They don't use words like, sex or rape or body parts. Everything is very sanitized, and there are certain things they don't talk about. They are so sheltered. They, when I moved here, I would ask my FLDS friends, have you ever heard of Kim Kardashian, Britney Spears, Elvis Presley? No, they hadn't heard of any of them.
Wow.
And I mean, depending on which generation they were. But so take a sheltered girl like Gnomes, who they don't even go in the media. I mean, they don't do social media. They don't go online. All they knew is their very sheltered lifestyle of being devoted to God. Like, think of a nun, right? Take somebody like that, maybe somebody who's been a nun her entire life.
Right.
Throw her into prison with all kinds of people.
Oh God, talk about culture shock.
All kinds of things. The language they use, the fights going on, the backgrounds of the people that you're in prison with. And so that was a big crash course in reality. When she was in prison, she was able to be separated from communicating with the believers. The believers would be calling all the time and encouraging the women in jail, because a number of women went to jail, maybe 7 or something, 8. So they went to prison, but the constant communication from the rest of the believers kept them in groupthink. Groupthink is a very strong social force. It's like super glue on your mind.
Okay.
You want to stay in conformity with the group that you value. So if you're in constant communication, it's going to be very hard to extricate yourself.
Okay.
But when Gnomes went into prison, her attorneys, put her in a situation that was very good, in that they took her away from the prison that had all the other inmates in it and put her somewhere far away, got her therapy, and that is when she started to deconstruct. And she was able to read books and watch documentaries. Sometimes you can do that for them, and it really just helped her realize that the life that she believed was her entire worldview started shattering. So she woke up. I call it woke up. She woke up on her own. I mean, her therapist helped her.
Right.
And the people she was in prison with, she actually has some fond memories of. They were very protective of her. And so when she got out of prison, she still wasn't fond of me and Tolga because, when you first believe something, so they believed that because I turned in Sam, that we were these evil people. And even when you let go of Sam, that doesn't mean you let go of the belief that,
Right.
and all the emotions associated with, with feeling like somebody has betrayed you. But once we met in person and once she heard my story, then she understood why I did what I did. And now we are very close, very, very close. And in fact, she's moving her stuff into my house tonight.
Oh my gosh.
I
That's
know.
great. Oh, I would imagine it is difficult to go from that sheltered life to the reality of our world now. That must be a huge culture shock. I mean, prison, yes, but then to live this every day, I would imagine she does need a lot of help, but she's a very strong, brilliant woman.
She's so resilient, and now she's independent, she's confident. She's about to come out with a song and a visualizer that Tolga made that, it was a song that she wrote in prison. And so he did a production on it. And it was like a healing. It was like using media to heal in a different way. So the documentary, she agreed to be on the documentary, and that was a healing experience for her. It was a healing experience for me. And it helped make up for that bad docudrama that I was in a million years ago. But the way the director put everything together, because we weren't the editors, we weren't the production company, we did filming, but a company called Arc Media, they went through all the footage and they decided how the story was going to go and which pieces they were going to use and who they were going to have say what. And so we didn't even know how the story was going to turn out until 2 weeks before it came out. So the director came over from New York, and so me and Tolga and Gnomes sat in our theater room, and we watched all 4 in one chunk, and it was emotional.
Oh, I
bet.
bet.
It was very sensitive that they did that. They wanted us to see it in advance, and it took me. I mean, it was beautifully done, but every one of those scenes, we have other memories associated with them.
Sure.
So it felt so heavy for me. And I did some crying, and mostly the next morning, Gnomes cried during it. But it's not like the story shouldn't have been told because someone's going to cry. People who weren't even involved in it cry. I hear that from people around the world. That it's just a touching and it's a story that makes some people cry.
Right.
And that's one of the elements. We shouldn't not tell the Epstein story because the victims might be triggered. Some stories need to go public for justice to be done and for the society to learn.
Yes.
But it just needs to be done in a victim-sensitive way, which I believe the directors accomplished that.
They did, and it was incredible. So, Gnomes, started out like in the FLDS community,
Yeah.
right? And tell us what FLDS stands for.
It's the Fundamental Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
And they
So
split.
fundamental Mormons, basically.
They split from the Mormon Church basically over polygamy, if I remember correctly. Is that right? Okay. So she was a member of the FLDS Church. Then she got in with Sam Bateman, but now she's not even practicing FLDS, right?
No.
Okay. And was that a difficult leap to go from, okay, Sam Bateman, he's disgusting and horrible. Did she want to go back to her FLDS belief, or did she realize that this just wasn't the way to go?
What happens so often is that when people come out of a cultic situation, then they start unpacking everything like I did. I made so many mistakes in my life because I was acting on faith or on feelings that I had. And at some point, when you're following feelings as your guidepost for what's true and what you should do, then you can make a disaster out of your life because feelings don't represent facts.
Right.
So at some point, you only believe what you can see or what's been proven, and you get very scientific about, your decision making out of protectiveness and self-preservation, right? So no has gone through that. So she, I have heard her say that she feels like her whole life was a lie. And at some point you say, well, is the Bible even true? Is there even a God? And you go through these
steps.
Questions. Right. And some people lose their faith completely, and other people find a way to keep it, to keep believing in God, and there are productive things that come from being involved in a religion if it's not a controlling religion.
Exactly. And again, so many times we hear about this. The first thing they control is their women. Women have to be second-class citizens and serve the man.
Right.
That's the biggest red flag for me for any religion. It's like, come on, really? But again, it's all about educating the public. But even when people are in a cult, like yourself, you are following this person. Even when your friends presented you with the truth, it didn't work. They couldn't penetrate. You had to find out yourself through your own journey. And that's what I think people have trouble understanding. I do. I have trouble understanding, how can anybody be in a cult? Here is the proof. And this is why we do the end of the world again, because people are following Chad Daybell. They literally believe in him. Yeah, I mean, it's just a few people, from what I understand, just a handful of people. But he's trying to change the narrative behind bars. Last year, he had this thing called Letters from Chad that we believe his daughter was putting on Facebook, and he was rewriting his own history. Well, it pretty much got to the point of where he was going to have to explain the murders, why 2 children were found buried on his property, and why he was convicted of killing his wife, Tammy. And then all of a sudden, well, my lawyer says I can't do this because of my appeals. He stopped short of going forward. And he was presenting these ridiculous letters, trying to present himself as this, religious, deeply thoughtful, kind, loving man who had near-death experiences and had touched God's hand and all this. It's just crap.
Same as my false prophet. He had a near-death experience. But he said he had a near-death experience, but that's very common with cult leaders.
Yes.
Because they have to find a way to say they have been imbued with knowledge that you don't have. So they use the near-death experience as their justification for why they, have access to the truth that you don't have, and you can't question them.
Yeah, and again, my apologies for being nosy. I can't help it. I've tried. I've had therapy. It doesn't help. But no, I'm kidding. Do you mind telling us who this person was? Are they a known cult person, or?
Well, actually, I was going to talk to you about that. I don't want to say who he is yet.
Okay.
Some people know. But I would like your Websleuths, what do you call them?
Just Websleuths, yes.
Okay. At some point to they could help investigate.
Oh,
this man.
they live for that. Are you kidding me? That you saying that right now? Everybody's ears just like, what? Huh? What? Yes, absolutely. Whatever you need.
This is a man who has changed his story so many times, and we have it documented, and who used to teach that suicide was not bad. It was just a resetting to the next life. So if you get tired or burned out or whatever, just reset. And when he was teaching that, there were a number of suicides in his group. Then he had to, I think he realized he could be in big legal trouble, because then he came out with a book that was against suicide. But what about those lives lost? I mean, there's so many things that could be researched that when I'm ready to go public with it, I really would like your help.
We would love to help. Absolutely. And again, that's what our Websleuths members, this is what they live for. This is what they do. This is what they do. And they're from all over the world, and they have all different types of life skills and professional skills. They are an amazing group of people. You just say the word, Dr. Christine, and you've got a huge team of researchers digging in, and they'll find everything on this guy. Trust me, everything.
Yeah, there is a lot to find out. And he has silenced everyone through lawsuit threats. So that's why he's still on the street.
Right.
Because the truth about him is not really known.
And the thing is, and that can stop a lot of people. But remember, if you're telling the truth, anybody can sue anybody. That's the problem.
Right.
But when you're telling the truth, you will win. It's going to court and spending all that money. That's the problem. Right. Does he have any idea about you and what you've done? And
yeah, he does. He watched the documentary, I'm told, and he tries to say that what he does with people was the same thing. He was just deceiving them to get them out of religion.
Yeah.
The difference is, when he deceived people, he would take their money, have them turn their wills over to him. I mean, many benefits to himself.
Of course.
And he did it through there was no grand unselfish purpose. He was making a great living.
Right. And again, I should have added that when I said these men that start these cults want to have sex with young women. And the other thing is self-enrichment. They want to get rich and have power. Yeah.
Cult leaders are motivated by money, power, and sex.
Absolutely. No, and that's Chad Daybell. That is Chad Daybell all the way.
Bishop, do you have a pug?
I do. He's right here.
Come
here, baby.
I'm a pug lover. We had a pug.
Come on. This is let me tell you his full name. It's Othram Tex Bug Nugget the First. I actually named him Othram. Othram and Websleuths are partners now. Othram bought Websleuths and we're partners. That's the DNA company. And but even before they did that, I just loved what they did so much that I named my dog Othram. And then the other names are what other people came up with. So he's Othram Tex Bug Nugget the First, and we call him Othy. We used to call him Bug Nugget, but people thought I was saying Butt Nugget. So we changed it to Othy. Yeah, and he's a good boy. He's a very good boy.
Oh,
and he comes in. Usually he'll come in with his he's got these little toys, and he wants me to play pull toy with him while I'm trying to do an interview. I mean, it's constant. And I tell people, this is just how it is. This is who I am. I can't change it. They control my life. And, when they want to play the pull game, I have to play it. And then I have a little wiener dog here. Although some people think that his mom got out and had some fun with a Chihuahua. They think he's a Chiweenie, but he's supposed to be a full-bred. Come here, he's asleep. Come here, Scrappy. He's an old man. Come here, baby. Oh, he's a
really?
good boy though. I tell everybody he's like the old man that sits there and yells at people to get off his lawn.
Oh,
Here he
he's
is.
so cute.
He's a good, and he's a best boy. He's a scrappy Joe, and he barks at people and says, "Get off my lawn," because he's old and grumpy, but he's a sweetie pie. And Athie drives him nuts because Athie just wants to play. So this is my life right here, and then my cats, of course, but they're just hanging out. But anyway, back to you, and the cult. I worry about Chad Daybell a lot because, first of all, apparently his kids, and I don't know about all of his kids, but at least one of them, his daughter, who helped him put together letters from Chad to try and, like I said, to manipulate the public narrative. It didn't work. It was a disaster. In fact, we started a counter Facebook page called Letters to Chad, where people could write letters to Chad and say whatever they wanted. Not that he'd see them, but it was just a way for people to get their frustrations out. But anyway, the fact that his daughter is apparently still helping him and believing in him after everything Chad Daybell has done, it's very troubling. And again, that's why we do the end of the world again, because he said the end of the world was going to happen on July 22nd, 2020. And to be sarcastic, I said, well, we'll do a 24-hour broadcast because we're all going to hell, according to Chad. So we'll all go to hell together during this live broadcast. And then every year we just say, well, maybe Chad got the year wrong because he's an idiot. So, but we do use this time to bring attention to many things. And one of the things that we like to talk about is the fact that cults are real, they're dangerous, and it doesn't matter how crazy the ideas seem to us, they can draw people in to do dangerous, horrible things.
Yeah, our brains play tricks on us.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and why did I believe in a false prophet?
And you're so brilliant. I mean, you are brilliant. Everything I said at the beginning is true. You're brilliant. You're kind. You're compassionate. You're creative. All of those things. You would be the last person I would ever think would fall for that.
Well, I'll tell you why I did. And it's because I was a very religious, devoted LDS woman.
Mm-hmm.
And I prayed about who I should marry. Because now I was divorced and looking for the real Mr. Right.
Sure.
And then I had a dream. And I saw this man in my dream. And when I met my false prophet, he looked like the man in my dream.
Oh, wow.
So I thought that was God's answer. I thought I had proof.
Mm-hmm.
I
There you
didn't
go.
think I was, I didn't think I was running down the wrong path. I thought,
here's the proof. Here it is. Here it is. Yeah.
So that gave him so much power over me that he took advantage of.
Wow. And again, and this is my point. And this is why it's so important that we will do this every year while I'm doing a live stream to bring attention to cults and how dangerous they can be. Again, all you need to do is look at, does this person want sex? Especially with younger women. Do they want power? Do they want money? If they are, go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead. Finish your.
No, I was just going to say, if they are really religious and into God, they're not going to value those things. They're not going to value those things over everything else. And that's what they do. Power, especially power, that involves everything. If they have power, man, they'll get the money, they'll get the sex, they'll get whatever they want. And that's what's scary.
Yeah, for sure. And I tell you, it's a good living.
Mm-hmm.
You're a cult leader, and you have power over people.
And people will give you all their money. It is amazing. And again, Chad was starting to build his cult when he got caught. I think he had like 7 women that just kind of would hang on his every word. And again, the fact that his daughter was trying to help him change the narrative. He wants to be Warren Jeffs. That's what he wants. He wants to be the leader behind bars, but he can't accomplish that yet. But again, we don't know what he's doing and who is out there working for him. So go ahead.
That's what's great about watching true crime documentaries, I
Mhm.
think. Because one of my weaknesses that made me vulnerable to this false prophet is I didn't understand how predators worked. I didn't understand what a psychopath was,
Mhm.
and that a person can preach all kinds of beautiful and wonderful things. They
Mhm.
can know the scriptures inside and out. They can talk about Jesus or Muhammad or anybody. They can be an expert in the
Sure.
things that we value.
Mhm.
And so I didn't put two and two together that this man could be saying all these beautiful, loving, kind things that I agreed with, and at the same time he was planning ways to be hurting me.
Mhm.
That didn't compute. But I think the more, because true crime has exploded,
Yes.
I think people are more savvy to look at somebody and
Mhm.
say, just because he comes across like he is the most incredible man that I needed in my life or woman, that doesn't mean that that person doesn't have an evil motive.
Right.
Because that beautiful costume that they wear could be just a costume.
Exactly. And it more than likely is, especially if they're wanting money, power, and sex. You know,
Yeah.
it's again, for those of us on the outside, we can so clearly see it. And it is very frustrating to have people that you love and care about that believe in this, you know. And again, I worry about Chad's children. I don't know them, they're all adults. But I really worry because especially his daughter Emma really believed in her father, really
Yeah.
believed everything, believed that he was set up, believed that he was framed, that he didn't bury those children in their yard. That was Lori and her brother. I mean, it's so ridiculous, you know?
Yeah. When you love somebody, it is really easy to have a mental block
Mm-hmm.
when the facts are presented. And criminals use it as a defense that I'm not that kind of person. They have people say, he's not that kind of person.
Right.
In the Sam Bateman case, they did the same thing. In
Mm-hmm.
fact, Sam said it himself in the recent trial. He said, I would never harm
Or
a
a child, yeah.
And we're all sitting there, really? Now, how many
Mm-hmm.
children have you harmed, and how many times, and how many charges did you have? Something like,
Exactly.
anyway. But I don't want to judge his daughter because I feel like in her situation, she's seeing the man that she knew.
Right. No, I agree.
And
I
she,
agree.
yeah,
Sorry.
she can't see
Mm-hmm.
facts. It's our brain gets into this like cognitive shaft where we see things a certain way. We do this in politics too,
Mm-hmm.
and where this is what we believe in. Anything that doesn't match that, it's just going to bounce off.
Right. It's not gonna penetrate. And I agree with you. And I don't want anyone to think I was judging Emma. I wasn't. I don't know her at all. I'm worried about her. I would
Yeah.
love to sit her down and hold her hands and just say, here, let me help you. Let me help you through this, you know. But again,
Is it possible that she knows he did it, but she still thinks he is a man worthy of love and he wants those letters there, so she's just doing it?
it very well could be, because I have no idea. To
Yeah.
me, I would think she's got to believe he's innocent, but that she absolutely could be doing that, saying, I love my dad, he's a good man, although he did this horrible thing. Maybe that's what she's doing. I just feel so bad for her.
Yeah.
When you hear, there's a couple of body cam footage out there where she's talking to her dad while he's in the police car right before he's arrested and taken away. And it is heartbreaking when you see what she testified to at trial. You're just like, oh my gosh, Emma, let us help so many people. If any one of his kids came out and said, somebody help me, I know my dad's horrible and I don't know how to break away. That, I mean, they would have thousands of people coming forward saying, let us help you. Let us, and bring you in and surround you and hold you and give you love and show you that you don't need him. But that's, again, he's trying to be Warren Jeffs behind bars. And that's one of the reasons why we do this every year, is we do talk about different crimes. We talk about victims. We have victims' family members on, but we also always want to bring awareness to cults. One final question, Dr. Christine. What is next for you? I know you said you have a memoir coming out. Is there something else happening? And do you have a website or something that we could promote for you?
Yes. Okay. So, well, I'm very excited about my memoir. I have a website. It's christinemarie.com.
Okay. And we'll put that up here in chat.
I'm thrilled if you guys would go in and subscribe, because when I get closer to my book coming out, I'd love to tell you. It's not going to be out till next summer. Okay. But I also I'm on Instagram.
Okay.
So Christine Marie on Instagram, and there's a period after the R, so DR period Christine Marie.
Gotcha. I'm going to write this down right now in my notes, and then what we'll do is we'll put this in chat because we'll be showing this interview live. So Dr. Period Chris, and no space, right?
Correct.
Okay. Christine Marie, and that's for Instagram, right?
Yeah.
And then there's drchristinemarie.com.
Yeah, just christinemarie.com.
Oh, it's just christinemarie.com. Okay. And that's your website.
Yeah, I started a charity, and it's called Voices for Dignity.
Okay, let me write that down. Voices. And is there a website for that?
Yes, voicesfordignity.org.
.org. Okay, gotcha. We'll put that up as well. We'll put it in the live chat. We'll also put it in the description under the video. And Dr. Christine, anytime you want us to help dig in and investigate anything, we are here for you. Please tell Gnomes I admire her a great deal, and I'd love to talk to her sometime. Give her my number, because again, she represents what all these women can do if we could get them out of there,
Oh, so true. She is spreading her wings and experiencing life on her own terms. I'm so proud of her.
She is amazing.
She's really one in a million.
She really is. Hopefully we'll be able to have her on our live stream soon. So Dr. Christine, thank you so much. We will be in touch. Everybody, Dr. Christine Marie, we've put the link in chat to her, the Instagram, and to Dr. Marie's website, as well as voicesfordignity.org. And all of those links will be in the description under the video. Thank you, Dr. Christine. We'll talk soon.
Thank you, Tricia. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, everybody, there you go. And remember, if you look at the top of chat, you will see pinned to the top of chat a link to Dr. Christine Marie's charity that she created to help victims of trafficking and humiliation and people who have been horribly taken advantage of. And the name of her charity is called Voices of Dignity, and their mission is to dignify those affected by human trafficking, public humiliation, and stigmatization. Sorry, guys, I am so tired. Stigmatization, that's what I meant to say, by helping them to heal, reclaim their voice and to flourish. And really, you guys, if I got 2 hours sleep last night, it was a miracle. But anyway, that was Dr. Christine Marie. Please check out her charity, and if you can, make a donation if at all possible. We're also have posted at the top of chat the Daybell, the Tammy Daybell Foundation. That is to raise money to buy books for libraries to get kids interested in reading, which is an amazing organization. So, Stacy, how are you doing, my darling?
Good, but I do want to say so people don't get confused. The pinned items are now on the bottom of chat.
Oh, they are? I thought they were at the
Yes,
top.
at the bottom now. So
Well,
the one at the
so
bottom we have is Tammy Daybell.
okay, so there's two. They're both. They should be both in there. There's one comment with both links in there,
Mm.
right?
I just let me see. I just see the pinned thing with yeah, it's pinned and it has both in the same one. Yes.
Right, but it's at the bottom and not at the top. When did that
Yeah.
change?
I changed a while. The bottom's actually easier because a lot of times people don't even notice the top, but the bottom, when you chat, you see it every time.
Okay, that's good then. That's good. Very, very good. So, okay, good deal. And we had a question in chat. When is the end of the world again ending? And it'll end sometime tonight, anywhere between, I don't know, 11 p.m. Eastern and 11:59 p.m. Eastern. We'll just have to wait and see. But I'm just getting ready for our guest that's going to come up in about 20 minutes, actually. So hang on. I need to find my questions. We did a little pre-interview with this person yesterday, right, Stacy?
Yes.
And it went very, very well. But I need to find my notes here. I know they're here somewhere. They better be. And I have the pictures ready to go that this person has sent us. I would like to say who it is a little bit beforehand so people can think of questions if they'd like them. And we can go to chat for questions. This person is very easy to talk to, very kind, funny, gracious, and amazing. Okay. This was a notebook I used, right? Yesterday?
I don't know.
Yeah, let me just double check here. Maybe it was this notebook. No. Let me go here and take a look. Could have sworn it was this notebook. I think I can remember everything. And he's such an easy person to talk to that it shouldn't take much to keep it going, you know?
Yeah. And I think everybody, when they see who it is, they'll already have questions, you know?
True.
I'm sure. For years now, you know?
And he told us, you asked him, one of the last things you asked him yesterday, is there anything that you don't want to talk about? And he said, no. You know, and he would tell us, he would say, I don't want to talk about it. So,
yeah.
Okay, come on. I just saw something here. I could have sworn I had this notebook that I used. Can you watch for our guest in chat? He will be there at the bottom, Stacy, okay?
Okay.
Well, I take a look at this here really quickly. Oh my gosh. There, that's what I was looking for. Was this it? No. Wasn't it. I could have sworn I used this big notebook here. But let me take another look just to see here.
Yes, Kelly Dragonborn says, excited for this guest. Me too. It's going to be great. We're going to learn some new things. And at the same time, it's very emotional. And, you know, so it's very special.
Guys, hang on just a sec. I'm sorry to sit here and do this, but I had them all ready to go yesterday. I had it ready, and then I set it down. Maybe it was this notebook. Oh gosh, this is one I grabbed earlier to send a message to I Hate Chocolate because she couldn't hear us.
Yeah.
Was it this one? No, I know it wasn't this one. No. I think I can like I said, I think I pretty much remember everything. And this person is such an easygoing. And again, I would just like to say, because for some reason, I've been getting email from one person claiming that somebody has a problem with our end of the world. It's just from one person. They keep writing over and over. And we have yet to hear from any family member that has a problem, right, Stacy?
Right.
So it's not like we're getting tons of email from all these people. It's one person. But I like to address people when there are issues, you know. Can you read some things in chat while I work on this, Stacy?
Yeah.
Put some things up in chat too, please. I mean, up, you know, put them on the board.
Oh yeah, I was just going through some. So what's going on is somebody asked, we're having a guest on in like 19 minutes. Let's see. Liz Ortia says, "Hey Websleuths family, I'm so glad to be here and I'm super excited for this amazing guest. Sending love to everyone." Other members are excited to find out who it is.
Well, and it's not like I'm trying to hide it. There's my list of things to do to get in touch with this person a while ago. Oh, we got to read the Dave letter too. Let's not forget the Dave letter. That's right. Here it is. Here we go. Okay, everybody, don't let us forget. We have to read the Dave letter, and we should read that other letter too that I got in the Websleuths General email. Remember?
Yeah.
Because it's both of them are hilarious because they're so angry because they hate us. And but one of them starts out really nice, and that's what makes it so funny. Is it starts out so sweet and nice, and it was one of the first emails I got when I started my live stream back in February of 2020, I believe was the first one, and I was so excited to get an email. Like it was almost like a fan letter is what it felt like, you know, because it was like, we really enjoy it. My wife and I listen. And then it ended up being like the meanest. Like if I was sensitive, I would have quit right then. I would have said, I'm done. I can't do this anymore. Oh my God. But I just burst out laughing. It was so mean.
It's funny how they can hate us when they don't even know us.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. But they just hear what other people say and think they know us. So
well, and they believe stuff that is like, you know, there's no proof of anything, and if there again, no proof. That's what kills me. Is I get accused of I am so boring, and I get accused of all these things, and nobody has offered the proof. So again, it is what it is, my darlings. It is what it is.
Well, that's the thing is, people keep saying there's a proof, but it's not proof of what they're thinking. It's proof of the opposite. They don't know how to.
They don't know how to read things. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's proof of the exact opposite of what they're saying.
Yep.
And at some point, all of this will come out. It will. And again, what I talked about the other night, I just want to reiterate. Your words have consequences. And when your words damage people, you have consequences. So, and again, I will take criticism of the truth. I mean, Stacy, I point out stuff I do wrong. You know, I'm the one that goes, "Oh my God, I screwed that up," and I talk about it, and I make fun of myself. I'm the one that does that. So, okay, let's see. Time is it? Got about 15 minutes. I want to say something. Charles Vallow was everything that Chad Daybell isn't. Charles Vallow is a good man, funny, kind, generous, and amazing. Smart, loved, not selfish, a protector. Everything Chad Daybell wishes he could be, Charles Vallow was. Huh, Boo? Yeah, Boo even agrees. And in a few minutes, we are very honored to have with us Jerry Vallow, Charles's brother. And I can tell they're brothers because I can tell that Jerry is like a man of his word. He's honest. He's honest and isn't, he's not the least bit phony, unlike Chad. And just a good guy, just a really good guy. And calls it like he calls out people that are lying. And that's what I like. So our guest in a little bit will be Jerry Vallow. I'm very excited to have Jerry on. That's Charles Vallow's brother. And honestly, the world is a lesser place because Charles isn't here, because he was one of the good guys. He really was. And after talking with Jerry especially, man. And we're not going to play the body cam footage where Charles is trying to reason with the police. It's a Gilbert Police Department in Arizona, I believe. They dropped the ball. I mean, it was so obvious that Alex murdered Charles. But how long did it take him to bring Lori to justice? How many years?
Yeah.
They let Alex go that day. They talked to him. They didn't arrest him. They just let him go. Oh, okay. Yeah, it was self-defense. Okay. Ugh. So maddening.
Yeah, nothing. I mean, Charles went to them obviously before he was killed. He went to them and gave it, told them what he was worried about, what was going on. What, they didn't make a connection there?
Exactly.
He was shot. That hello, this guy came to us
and said, said, she's going to kill me and she needs help, and I've gone to her bishop and, they brought her in for questioning before Charles was killed. They brought Lori in and she batted her eyes and acted all normal. And they just went, oh, she's normal. There's nothing wrong with her. Oh my God. I can't imagine how Charles's loved ones felt knowing that that's what happened. Oh my gosh. Yes. Oh, that is wonderful, everybody. Lauren Matthias is here. Lauren, I believe I sent you the link to Backstage. I would love you to join us with Jerry Vallow. Let me get you that link in chat just in case you don't have it handy. So hang on here. Here you go, Lauren. There is the link to come backstage.
Oops.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And Joe Schmo was here.
Hi, Joe. I'm so glad you're here. He was here very, very late last night with us.
Yeah, that was fun last night. Having
That
Joe
was.
and Aspen up there talking and stuff. Yeah.
And Aspen's going to try and come back later tonight if he can. He's got something pretty cool that he's doing right now.
I
So-
know. I told him he has to take pictures just for me.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So anyway, if you do have any questions for Jerry Vallow, Charles's brother, please put them in chat. We'll try to get to them. But what I really wanted to do today with Jerry was I wanted to find out more about Charles. We know some. We know he loved Lori, and he loves his kids, and he was a protector. We know that. And he knew something was going on. And he was smart enough to get Lori off of that insurance policy. Thank goodness he did that. And he made sure it was done. That one of the best things is hearing Lori talk to the insurance agent. And she's like, well, no, I'm the beneficiary. And they're like, no, it's his sister Kay. And it's like, yeah.
Yeah.
So, anyway, the link did show up in chat, I hope.
Yes, I did.
Okay, good. So Jerry will be here at 6 o'clock Eastern. But he does have some fun stories to tell of he and Charles growing up in Louisiana. So, Hidden True Crime, you are too kind. Oh, what a sweetheart. What a sweetheart. I that is so kind. Thank you.
She says victims, not visions, but visions work.
Visions work too. That works, yeah. I'll take it. You're a rock star for visions. I am. I have visions all the time. I don't like to talk about them because people think I'm crazy, but hey, they're my visions. No, thank you, my dear. Thank you. We do our best to help victims, at least let victims know that family members know that a lot of people support them. And there, many times there's really nothing you can do, but I hope that knowing that there are people from all over the world that are here and saying, we hear you, we'll do anything for you, and we are so, so sorry. I think that helps. Over the years, I've learned that does help. So. So anyway, if anybody has, again, any questions for Jerry Vallow, he'll be here shortly.
Cat Ride 3 says Kobe really speaks highly of Charles.
Say again, you were breaking up, hon.
Oh, says Cat Ride 3 says Colby really speaks highly of Charles.
Yeah. And that right there, I mean, Colby had stepdads, and had Lori as a mom. And I'm sure that Charles was probably, without a doubt, the most stabilizing person in his life, Very, very stabilizing. And he called him his dad.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I know he did a news interview. Just call me Kimby.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Was it Nate Eaton?
It might have been Nate. I can't remember who it was, but yeah, he's great. And yesterday, he was just so open yesterday. I was worried when we were talking to him, just making sure that everything was working technically, that I didn't want to bring up sensitive issues. I didn't want to bring up things that upset him.
Yeah.
But again, we do know Charles from the police body cam footage, and a few other things from emails and such. But Jerry really shows us and lets us in on who Charles was. And what is great is he is who we thought he was. We all, I think a lot, I speak for a lot of people I know when I say, seeing what we saw of Charles before he was murdered, we knew he was a good guy. And this just reinforces it even more so. So let's see here. I want to make sure he's.
I was crying when I got off the phone.
You were.
You yesterday. I was crying. Yeah.
Oh, he just texted and said, I will probably be about 10 minutes late. My apologies. That's fine. I'll tell you what, while we wait, I want to show you a picture. And he sent me some pictures, which I can't wait to show. But I'm going to show one now that he just sent me just a little bit ago. So hold on. Let me tell him that's no problem. No problem. Take your time. He's stuck in traffic. Okay. Do not rush. Be safe. There we go. So there's a picture here that I want to show you, but it also comes with some information. This is a very emotional picture I'm going to show you here. Okay, and this is the text that Jerry sent me describing this picture. They come from a very big family. And he says, this picture has Nancy in it, the sister that died on Christmas Eve. And she was between Kay and Bobby, I think he means age-wise. And I remember that when we were told that she died on Christmas Eve, that night, Charles was crying. And my older sister, Terry, told Mom. And Mom had to come in our bedroom and comfort him. He told her that he was crying because he missed her.
Oh.
And I'm assuming that's her in the color picture there. Yeah, he said he had 7 brothers and sisters, and one had passed. But, oh, that is just sad. Hold on, I want to see if I, let's see here. She's between Kay and Bobby. Okay, so that's Kay. That's Bobby. And I can't remember if Charles was like a year and 8 months older or younger. He was older, right?
He's older than Jerry.
Right.
Older
So
than
that,
Kay.
yeah, I think that's Jerry there, right there by his mom. Look at that. He looks so mischievous. My guess, and that's Charles, I would guess, right there above his mother. That would be Charles. And that's Kay.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, Jerry said Charles was the 3rd oldest.
Right. But we have more pictures. And Charles almost made it to the minor leagues. Maybe he might have made it to the major leagues. But he was an excellent athlete. Excellent. And we'll talk about that. And Charles was like friends with a lot of people. It sounded like to me, the way Jerry describes him is he didn't make enemies. He really didn't make enemies, you know. unless you're flipping Chad Potato Head. Oh, you know, when I think of the difference between a man like Charles Vallow and then I'm sorry, I don't mean to be crude, but like a pussy like Chad Daybell. There's no comparison.
Yeah.
But Chad Daybell had the pickup line that Lori wanted to hear. Hey, baby, we were married in a previous life.
And you're a goddess.
And you're a goddess. Yeah, and you're a goddess. And you're going to lead the 144,000. So he was saying all the right things. And that's something that Charles Vallow would never do.
He wouldn't have to. You know, from
No.
what we know about Charles, Charles was Charles. He was himself a genuine person. Chad had to make shit up and pretend to be something he wasn't.
There you go. That's a great point. Yeah. Yeah. That is absolutely a great point. So let's see. Yeah, if any flying monkeys come in, you know what to do. I don't think we will. But who knows? Who knows? You know? Depending on how pathetic some people are, I guess.
Yeah.
Hi, Sienna. She says, hi, I'm checking in to say hi. I've been here most of the time in the background.
Here you go. The clan dad.
Hey, how you doing? He says, once a year I catch a live. Thank the Lord for the end of the world again. Oh, the clan dad, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Great. So far the end of the world hasn't happened. So Chad, we're proving Chad wrong again. You know? Good to see you, the clan dad. Thank you for coming in. And Cat Ride, that's a great way to be. I try every single day to say something kind to anyone because it matters. It really does. You're right. You're absolutely right. So. Oh, yes. I detest chocolate. Is that our friend? Is that I hate chocolate? Because she's got Robert Plant and she loves Robert Plant.
I detest chocolate.
Yeah, that's got to be I hate chocolate. I think Charles came so very close to finding the right woman the night before he was murdered. Yes, Nancy. Absolutely. I think they would have been a great couple. When she testified against Lori in that trial, she was a hero. She was amazing.
But, you know, according to Jerry, there was somebody he thought Charles should have married, remember?
Right. That's right.
Yeah.
He, you know, I can imagine Charles had no trouble finding. Yeah, exactly, Bellatina. Don't flatter yourself. I'm sure Charles had no trouble finding women. And, yeah, he's got some very interesting insight on that as well. So, okay, I detest chocolate. Thank you again, my dear. You were fantastic today. You are so great.
I'm just calling her Chocolate from now on.
Yes, there you go.
Her name's too long.
Yeah. Well, you got to have I hate, because she doesn't like chocolate.
I know, so I'm going to be ironic, okay?
Okay, you will be ironic. Absolutely. That's a good point. Kiki _210 says, might have gotten lost in chat. I would love to ask Jerry what his favorite memory of Charles is, the way he remembers him now, and what makes him smile. That is a great question. Yeah. That is a fantastic question. I'm going to write that down.
And he shared some great memories with us yesterday.
Yeah, exactly.
That were just so perfect. You know, it's just sounded like a great childhood.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the stuff he described was stuff my friends and I would do, and it was just so much fun. And you could go do that stuff,
And
when you were younger and
right.
Charles was younger. But nowadays, you can't do that stuff because you
And
get in
yeah,
trouble or shot.
yeah. And they had each other's backs. That's the thing,
Yes. Yeah.
So.
My dad told me stories that the water pumps at his grandparents' place, they would throw
Mm-hmm.
cherry bombs
Oh, there you go,
down
to
in
make the
there.
water explode. Yeah.
Yeah, and stuff like that. And I'm like, oh my God, Dad, that's so stupid.
Yeah, but that's
I
what
don't
kids
know,
did.
but
They
they
did
did. They
stupid
loved it.
stuff. Yeah,
You
exactly.
know?
Exactly.
I would never do something like that. But that's because my dad taught me better, ironically.
Yeah. Don't do what I did, kid. Exactly.
Yeah.
Write down this question.
Oh. Kiki says, when I remember a deceased loved ones, I always have like a singular memory that I can see perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
Aw. Let's see. Look at, where is it? Okay, I think it is that Kiki. I wasn't sure. I need glasses. I had a like screenshot and then
Mm-hmm.
zoom in. So
Is
it's great to
it a
see you
Kiki?
here.
I don't know who that is. Who was Kiki?
Mormon Snark.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Oh, now I didn't know this. Hold on just a second here. Just a second. I did not know this. Where is it? Where is ID Test Chocolate? Where did she go?
She's here.
I know, but I need to find her.
She's at the bottom of chat.
Okay. There we go. Okay. You just said that YouTube doesn't allow the HATE word. And that's why you had to change your name. Are you serious? That is unbelievable. Unbelievable. So you had to put I detest chocolate. But everybody knows it's you because you got a picture of Robert Plant there. Yeah. That's your favorite. And again, I detest chocolate was on this morning, or actually around noon, between 11:30 and 12 Eastern, talking about when she went and saw Jim Jones and her grandmother took them. And when she realized what Jim Jones was preaching, she grabbed her kids and walked out, and Jim Jones called her grandma out and said, "Where are you going?" And she said something like, "I can recognize bull. I can smell bull when I see it, or I can, something." And stood up. Everybody was cheering Jim Jones because he was saying all the right stuff. This is the late 60s, I think, or this is the 60s. And grandma knew, got them away from her.
Good for her.
I know. But I Detest Chocolate lost two very close friends in the Jim Jones mass killing. So
that's one of the cruelest things ever, that massacre. There
It
was
is
no reason
unbelievable
in the world at all that anyone should have or had to die. He was just sick.
And we have we didn't get it, but a YouTube channel has the audio recording.
Oh yeah,
of him talking. Yeah, of him talking to the people while they're drinking this drink, and we'll put that in the description when this is over. When this live stream is over, under this video, We'll put all those links under this video. So
Yeah, there's a lot of channels that have that his recording. Because there's a lot of channels that do like the creepiest audio recordings
oh,
and
you're right.
ever and things like that, and he's on a lot of those.
Yeah,
That,
this one
that
is
recording.
about oh, it's really long.
It should be the full one. The full
Yes,
one's
it is
all
the full
over.
one.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
yeah.
really, really long.
I got to a point, you know, I can't listen to it past a certain point
Yeah.
because of children. So
Can you imagine doing that to children? My God.
yeah, I can't listen to it after so long. So
Well, good point, Bipolar Express. YouTube allows all kind of hatred to be thrown at people and action taken at people, but you can't put that word in your name. Like, you know, it is so unbelievable. Real quick, I was watching this channel, and I want to get the name of it because this guy is so good. His name is Brooks, and he does these interviews with kids that have special needs. And he has 1.2 million subscribers.
yeah.
And he has a video out that he put out yesterday. YouTube has once again turned off his comments because his comments are very important to him. And in this video, he said, can somebody get to a human at YouTube? Now, this guy has 1.2 million subscribers, and he is putting out a plea for someone to get to a human. And he had this problem with YouTube before they turned off his comments, because he has a lot of handicapped people in there, and somehow that triggers something in their AI. And he got it, I think it was in 2019, he got it all straightened out, and it happened again. And he can't get to a human on YouTube. I'm going to see if I can find it here. It was so maddening when I read this. Oh my gosh. Now I won't be able to find it. No, I don't want special books. Here it is. He goes by SBSK, and actually I take it back. It is Special Books by Special Kids is what it's called, is his channel. And let's see if I can hear it. Here's the video. And it's called YouTube Disabled Our Comments Again. Are any humans left at YouTube? And what he does is he interviews these incredible children, and a lot of them are nonverbal, but he still finds a way to communicate with them. I'm going to put the link in our chat right now. And that's what he says. Are there any humans left at YouTube? Because that's it. Thank you, Kiki. Yeah, SPSK. You found it before I did. Thank you. I love that guy. He is amazing. And again, he is trying to let's see here. Yeah, thank you, Kiki. Yeah, he set up a Patreon. If anyone wants to support him there, he has a nonprofit. He is really amazing, that guy. So I found it interesting that he has put out a video saying, "Are there any humans left?" Because you can't talk to a human at YouTube. You just can't, you know. And I thought with 1.2 million subscribers that he might have been able to get a human, but apparently not. So it's just terrible. Yes, Marilyn Landis, if you're just joining us, our special guest is going to be Jerry Vallow, Charles Vallow's brother. He is stuck in traffic, and I told him to take his time and not rush and don't worry about it. We will wait. And Lauren Mathias from Hidden True Crime is here, and I'm hoping she's going to jump on with us as well. I believe she is. Yes, thank you, Kiki. Thanks for letting us know about that. Because that guy is, if you've watched any of his videos, he is amazing. And I put his link in chat here. SBSK is the channel, Special Books for Special Kids. And he it's so moving what he does. But if he can't get in touch with a human at YouTube with 1.2 million subscribers, what chance do the rest of us have? You know? You know, I could show a couple more pictures. Let's see here. Okay, we showed that one, and that's the same one. But it's the same picture, but here it is with his sister that passed away, and that's her right there. Here they are as adults.
Aww.
Isn't that cute? That's so cute.
Yes.
There's another one. I think that's Charles there with the red shirt, and then right below him, I think that's Jerry. I do. And then there's little kids. That's what I was hoping, that you could send us some little kids ones, you know. So let's see. I love this one. I love old pictures of little kids, you know.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll have him explain them all and who's who and such. Oh, that's from yesterday. Okay. There we go. He should be here at any time. Yeah, everyone, he just said he was stuck in traffic yesterday when we were talking to him.
Yeah.
So very busy. I want to see what the temperature is. It says let's see. It's going to be 109 in Dallas next week. 109.
Have fun.
Yeah. Good Lord. It is 104. Cooling expected over the next 2 days. Let's see here. Oh, maybe the forecast has changed. Okay, let's see. He says he's in. I can't see you.
Did you give him the right link?
Well, it's the same link from yesterday.
Okay.
Let's see, did you I Hate Chocolate happened with her. She didn't click on, you have to click two things. You come in and it says, you're in the studio now, click here and take you backstage or whatever.
Enter, yeah.
Enter, yeah. There he is. There we go.
Apologies.
Hey, do not apologize. Jerry, we are just thrilled that you are with us. Thank you so much, my dear. Can you hear us okay?
Glad to be here.
Can you hear us? Can you?
I can.
Okay, great. Thank you. I was worried you couldn't hear us. Again, it's hot and you've had a long day, and we are so grateful that you are here. As I told you yesterday, Jerry, we've seen the body cam video of your brother Charles and how frustrating that is, obviously knowing what we know now. But I wanted to get to know Charles. I wanted the people that have followed this case from the beginning and that want to remember the victims. I wanted them to get to know Charles. Tell us about Charles. You are the younger brother of Charles, right?
Yes.
Well, and you grew up in Louisiana. Tell us about that. Just start talking about some of your memories, and then we'll jump in with some questions.
Well, I guess the best way I know how to describe Charles is we played baseball a lot. We were baseball fanatics, whether it be wiffle ball in our backyard or we playing for Little League and minor league and Pee Wee and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He taught me everything. He was pretty good at baseball. And I was on this in Little League. I was a pitcher for the Cubs, and we were undefeated, and we were playing the championship game to, be the Super Bowl champs, I guess you would say.
Right.
I was on the mound, and the coach came out there with a little microphone, dragging the cord and all that, and he gave me the Pitcher of the Year award.
Oh, wow.
And so the first inning, I just commenced to pitch in the worst game I ever did, and I threw 4 home runs.
Oh no! Oh no!
I was yanked out the first inning, and I was humiliated. I was down, but the coach put me back in at second base because I still wanted to play.
Sure.
And I went to bat 3 times and struck out 3 times, and it was just a horrible game. And we got beat really bad, and they won. We lost, and after the game, Mom says, "Come on, boys, let's go home." And Charles says, "Nah, we're just gonna walk, Mom." So we started walking home, and nothing but a mile. And he knew I was hurt and humiliated.
Oh yeah.
And he said, it is better to have swung at strike 3 and missed than to have never swung at all.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and he was trying to comfort me. That's an old baseball saying, been around forever. And you know, he put his arm around my shoulders, and we walked home. We were throwing rocks at stop signs, stuff like that, and just cutting up. And he turned a humiliating defeat into a lesson that, you know, you're not always going to win, but you can still play. Something like that. You know, I'm not real articulate expressing myself, but that's just kind of who he was. Encouraging, positive. He was funny. He wasn't perfect. Nobody is. He's not this super guy, but
Mm-hmm.
he tried hard. He is compassionate, and he could be a little vain at times. You know, he never walked past a mirror. He wouldn't stop and look at himself. You know, but hey, who doesn't? He doesn't like to look good. But
Right.
Yeah.
you know, and we were kids. We cut up. We rode bikes and camped on a bayou and hunted squirrels and ducks and fished and camped and you know, we'd water balloon cars and
I love it.
all our buddies, and we had lots of friends, and we just, you know, we'd tell our parents, hey, I'm going to spend a night over here, Mom. Okay. Then whoever's house we were spending the night at would tell his parents, hey, I'm spending the night at Jerry's house.
Mm-hmm.
And we'd have the whole night to roam the streets.
And you didn't
that's
get
when
caught.
No, we didn't do anything really bad. I mean, water ballooning cars is not too terrible of a crime.
Right.
But we were doing it one time, and we would hide behind this bush on the main street in Lake Charles. And there were like 7 or 8 of us there that night. And we couldn't see the car, but we could see the lights approaching.
Mm-hmm.
Right when it was right there, we'd just nail it, you know, like 8 water balloons.
I love it.
And that night, just so happens, it was a cop, and he had his window down.
Oh,
and
no.
I remember it to this day. One of them flew through the window.
Oh, my
and
God.
nailed him in the face.
Oh,
And the brakes, you know, and then the lights went on.
oh
We had to
no.
run like, you know, 500 yards to jump the fence through the woods and get back in our neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
We were laughing so hard, we just couldn't hardly run. We were falling down.
I love
And we
it.
didn't get caught, but it was fun. And we just do stuff like that, you know.
Well, I love it. And I want to bring Lauren Matthias up here from Hidden True Crime. But Jerry, we had a question from chat, and I think you may have already answered it. And that was, what one memory of Charles that you have makes you smile every time you think of it? And maybe that was it, what you just told us.
Probably that one.
That is
But there's too many of them. I can't possibly remember them all, but it's that and many others.
Well, tell us about the bully in school. That's a great story about Charles.
Well, there was this guy, and he was, you know, a bully, and he lived down the street from us, same neighborhood. And him and one other guy, they were always picking on me. And one day they beat me up, you know, and of course I had a black eye and stuff and bloody nose, and he wanted to know who did it. So I told him, and the very next day, I didn't want to go to school. I was in, I think, 7th grade.
Mm-hmm.
And I went to school anyway because Mom made me.
Right.
And, that guy saw me and his buddy, and they just totally went the other way. And
Whoa.
I was never harassed by them again. And when I got home, Charles asked me, he said, hey, well, I won't say his name because anyway, he asked me, he said, did dude harass you today? I said, no. And he goes, okay, I took care of that. And I don't know what he did, but he never harassed me again.
We can only imagine. And I'm sure it was very forceful. And I'm sure they remember it to this day, very much so. they had a great lesson. Lauren Matthias, welcome, my dear, from Hidden True Crime. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Good.
Jerry's, it's so good to see you and to hear more about Charles. I also want to point out that your favorite girl is here. And
Oh, is that Lily?
Yeah,
Oh, hey,
I'm
Lily.
having a hard time
Hi,
seeing.
Lauren.
Hey, Jerry.
There
There's
she
Lily.
is.
There she is. Do you see her now? There you go.
Yes, a big fluff ball with an eyeball.
I can't get my phone work.
There we go. There she. Look at that
The
sweet.
coolest dog.
Look at that sweet baby.
Anyway,
Oh.
that bullying story is
Isn't that great?
Yeah, Charles was a great big brother. Thank you for sharing
And
more about him.
And I
never want to forget him.
Absolutely. And I just wanted to say, I meant to say this at the beginning. Jerry, we are so sorry that you and your family had to go through this nightmare because of these monsters. And we don't ever want to forget Charles and his family, and to let you know that there are people all over the world that want you to know that we are very sorry and we won't forget Charles.
No.
And I do. And Lauren, one thing I think that we all know, that Charles was a great family man. Did he talk a lot about his kids, Jerry?
Yeah, he didn't talk about them. He bragged about them.
Yeah, perfect.
You know.
Yeah.
He loved them babies.
Right. And can you talk about JJ? I mean, was that kind of a surprise when JJ became a part of his life?
Well, it didn't surprise me, but
Mm-hmm.
you know, it was a good thing.
Very good thing.
And he took real good care of him. And he loved that little boy.
I know.
He loved his kids. That's one thing I've really learned about Charles and admired about Charles. You did point out he wasn't perfect. You know, it's true. Unfortunately, he fell in love with the wrong person. Damn it. Because he was very loving, and everybody says that he loved his family fiercely. And I feel like you've all allowed us to get to know Charles more, and that we'll never forget him. And I'm so sorry about his, your loss. You have really brought him to life more than anyone, and his incredible talent. And hey, look, if I looked like Charles, I'd look in the mirror too. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
All the time. You can't blame him. I mean,
good looking guy. Good looking guy.
Very good looking guy.
We used to, speaking of which, me and him and my little brother Bobby, we used to always have these arguments about who was the ugliest.
Oh my gosh.
The guy thing of harassment, ragging each other and stuff. And we'd cut each other down. Who's the ugliest? And king of ugly. It turned out my little brother.
So funny.
Do you have any stories of you guys? I mean, even kind of in the bayou, like, would you guys just like go outside and just explore and get in trouble? And
I think you missed the story where they threw a water balloon inside a cop car and it hit the cop in the face. Yeah, that's the type of thing
Lily?
they did.
Did you hear that, Lily? Lily's thrilled.
Perfect.
I can't ever. I don't know why I can't.
We were always outside riding bikes or in the boat on the bayou, exploring the rivers and lakes and stuff like that. We didn't stay inside.
Well, no, you couldn't. You absolutely couldn't. I wrote down some things from our talk yesterday. And Lauren, please jump in if you have any questions at all, okay? Or you want to say anything.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's some. Do we have any photos of?
Oh yes, let me show
Charles,
you. We've got
I would love
lots of them.
I mean, this man was. I'll say. I think the thing that I've learned about Charles from Jerry that I admire the most, and also through sitting through trials, learning about him, was the love for his children. He wanted a lot of children. He wanted a family. He wanted to take care of people, and I've heard so often, again and again, that he took care of those around him.
He did, and he was the protector. You could tell, absolutely. And when he went to the police, it is heartbreaking to hear him beg because he just wanted help for Lori, and he couldn't get it. But we're showing a picture now, and I think this is all of all the brothers and sisters as little kids, and is Charles the oldest?
Well,
Of the,
that's actually a picture with just me and him and some of the
neighborhood kids.
neighborhood kids. He's
That's
wearing the green hat and he's got his arm around me on his right.
right.
That's me.
Showing he was always a protective big brother, I think.
You could tell, absolutely. Now here's a picture of everybody as adults, and that's a lot of people in your family, so I can imagine that your house was fun with all those kids there. I grew up in a very quiet big brother who wasn't home, so I was pretty much an only child, and it was too quiet. This looks like this would be a blast growing up with all those kids.
We were a riot, trust me.
I trust you. I definitely trust you.
We believe it. So, and there he is wearing the San Francisco jersey. Now,
I gave him hell about that.
How come? Because you didn't like San Francisco?
Nah.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I want to tell this story here that you sent, Jerry. This is a picture of your parents and the kids, and in the picture is a color picture of your, I believe, little sister. And I want to read what you wrote to us here. You said, "This picture has Nancy in it, the sister that died on Christmas Eve, and she was between Kay and Bobby. And I remember that when we were told that she died on Christmas Eve that night, Charles was crying, and my older sister Terry told Mom, and Mom had to come into our bedroom and comfort him. And he told her that he was crying because he missed her, and she had just died. And that's the type of heart he had. I mean, I can't imagine. I can't imagine. That's the little sister that passed away."
I remember that day, and I was only 6 years old. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
That day.
And I believe that's Charles Wright standing behind your mother, correct?
Yes.
Look at that. I mean, look at that face. That face says mischief. And you, Jerry, are below your mother, I believe. And that face says mischief. The two of you, I bet, I can imagine. I would have loved to have been hanging out with you as kids. That is such a beautiful picture. It really is. And I'm very grateful that you shared these pictures with us, because the only pictures we have are the pictures a few that appeared in the newspaper, but that body cam footage. And I want people to know that Charles was so much more than that.
Yes.
And again, you mentioned that Charles was friends with his exes, with at least a couple of them, like close friends, right?
I don't know the personal details, because I'm sure, you talking about his wives or girlfriends?
I think you said it. Didn't you say he was friends with his ex-wives?
Well, no, I'm still friends with all his ex-girlfriends.
Oh, Jerry. Okay, Jerry, you are right.
Except
right.
for his first one.
Right. And there was one that you felt
her, of course.
Her loss.
Right. And you felt there was one he should have married, correct?
Yes, Heather.
And that's, in the court hearing, or the court trial, when Nancy got up there, the woman that he dated the night before he died, we all were just...
Nancy Jo Hancock.
Nancy Jo Hancock. We were all just rooting her on, because when she told Lori, get over yourself, it was like, oh, that felt so damn good. And in another world, we were all hoping that Charles would end up with her, because he certainly deserved to end up with a decent woman that loved him. But what a smart man to make damn sure that insurance policy was not in Lori's name. She was not the beneficiary. Did that surprise you when you found out that he was able to pull that off?
Well, I mean, no, he could have left it to me, but that's not here to there. But Kay's done well with it, so
Right.
it's okay. But
Well,
no, it doesn't surprise me. I mean, if I knew my wife wanted to kill me, I wouldn't leave my $1 million to her.
exactly. And
So,
that's what I mean. It was great that he was able to do that. Absolutely. Let's see here.
You know, one thing, a couple things. Sorry, I don't know whose microphone I see, but I hope it's not mine. I put myself on mute,
I think
but
it might be your. Hold on one second. Let me
it might
check.
be
Hold on.
Jerry's. I think I'd love to know more about Charles, because not only has everybody said this about him, but I've already brought it up, but I really want to understand it. Not only has everyone said this about him in the trial, even when you read like the court documents and everything about him, this protective nature of him, he wanted to help everybody. Like he was just this protector. I'd be kind of curious more about his, I guess the bullying story kind of talks about that, how he protected, but I'm curious, Jerry's thoughts on what made him such a protector of his family and his friends and people around him. And then also, I do remember, I'll say this too, I'll never forget the judge. Jerry, you were there that day, but the judge was so, during the trial for Charles, getting justice for Charles, the judge said at the end, I share the same birthday as Charles, and I'll always think of Charles on his birthday, and I'll never forget too. That was really touching. So I guess my question is, do you think there's something that gave him this sort of like desire to protect and have a family? And I'm also curious his thoughts sitting through his trial and getting justice, because Jerry was there, during the trial, getting justice for his brother.
well, so what's the question? I smoked
Solid.
too much
That's a
pot
great
back in
question.
the
As
70s, and I
go
have
ahead.
half a brain, so
Yeah. What was it? Yeah.
Yeah, well, as a
Go ahead.
journalist, I didn't really ask a great question. So way to call me out. So I had a lot of comments. But what do you think? First question is there anything that you think made him particularly protective of people? Because he seemed very protective of those he loved and he wanted to help everyone. So that's my first question. And then I guess my second question is thoughts on sitting through his trial and seeing him get justice. The judge shared his birthday, and it was the one trial. I know, Jerry, you were there a lot. I was there. And so that's a second question. But maybe the first, is there anything that you feel like made him so sort of loving and protective of your family?
well, Lord God gave him a good heart. That's why. He just he was a lover. He was a good guy. He protected. It was just his nature. What gave him that? It was God, because you know a good heart is a good thing to have, and he just felt that he had to protect people. You know, whether it be me or my sisters or anyone else, he was a defender.
And I think that would explain when Adam Cox said, don't go over there, Charles. Don't go over there. Don't go over there alone. And he wanted to go pick up his son, JJ, and nothing was going to stop him. And he, I'm sure, didn't think for 1 second that that he couldn't take care of himself, because he certainly could. And but that goes to what you're saying, Jerry. He was a protector and loved his children, and by God, he was going to go over there and pick up JJ. And
Well,
it was scary.
I, I always told him, man, Charles, you need to carry, a firearm. Keep it on you at all times, like I do, because you never know. You just don't know what's
Yeah,
going
right.
to happen. And it's not like being macho and you got a gun on your hip. It's about protecting others and yourself.
Yep. And what did he say to that?
He wouldn't carry. He just didn't.
He had tell us about his other children. Now, Colby calls him dad. Colby adored and loved him, and he had two. Was it two sons?
Yes, he had an adopted son and a natural son with Cheryl.
And then he had JJ and Colby.
Right.
And like I said, I've heard Colby speak so highly of him. And JJ loved him. And I know at JJ's school, they love Charles as well. Again, this is so tragic. And I just want to make sure that, and Lauren, you and I have talked about this a lot. I want to make sure that people remember Charles, not what Lori and Chad and Alex did to him.
Amen.
He was
Yeah.
a good guy on this planet, and he deserved a love of his life. He didn't deserve this, and we need to remember him when we think of this horrible case.
Yeah.
And always remember, Chad Daybell is trying to run a cult from behind prison bars, and we can't ever let people forget what a monster that piece of crap is. But we can't ever
One
forget.
thing I agree with you. Yeah, I feel like just in the Charles, I've heard this with Charles and too, you know.
Oh, you know what, Lauren, you're frozen. You're frozen.
Kind of fading out.
Am I?
Yeah, Lauren, you're frozen. You're frozen and fading in and out. Uh-oh, she's frozen. Oh, there you go. There you go. Okay, now unmute.
Am I back?
There you go. You're back. She's back, everybody. Yay. I'm sorry. What were you saying?
I'm on Wi-Fi, not moving. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
I'm scratchy too.
No scratching. You sound great.
Do you want me to? I'm gonna try to reboot my Wi-Fi. Would that work?
That might work. Yeah.
Should I go off and come back?
Yeah, do that. If you could,
I
maybe
will.
that, because we'll be here for Jerry. You can stay for a little bit longer, can't you?
Sure.
Okay, great. And again, guys, this is technical issues. What can I tell you? It happens all the time, and we're used to it here. And the internet isn't perfect, as we say. But when Charles adopted JJ, you said it was was it a surprise? I apologize. I can't remember what you said earlier. Or did you know that they were talking about adopting him?
It wasn't a surprise. I wasn't privy to all the details because, you know, I'm always working, and at the time I was. I just didn't keep in touch. My bad. I worked in the oil field, and I was always gone, always offshore, or couldn't talk on my phone, and when I'd get off work, didn't want to, stuff like that, you know. But when I learned of it, I thought, well, yeah, that sounds like him. What a good thing to do.
Yeah, and it was a beautiful thing to do. And the nightmare that again, he had no idea whatsoever. Lauren is going to be coming back in, but I want to read this comment. It says, I love your stories, Jerry. Reminds me of me and my siblings growing up. Thank you for being so gracious, and also for the great pictures too. And I do appreciate the pictures, that they are fantastic. And I love the story of hitting the cop with a water balloon. It's funny probably to him now. It wasn't funny to the cop back then. And I'm glad you guys could run fast. You know, that was good that you could run as fast as you did. There she is.
Well, we didn't mean to smack him in the face. It just happened. You know, I don't go around assaulting cops, but
yeah, exactly.
We were kids throwing water balloons, and it happened. And once again, we were laughing so hard it was just hard to run. And he had to drive all the way around, and by the time he got to us, we were already over the fence and in the other neighborhoods. So,
gotcha.
Anyway, well, thank you for that comment.
I love it. Love it. And I'm sorry. Oh, look at this. Lauren has the best blanket ever. That's so cute.
Looks like my Lucy on my lap.
Oh, look at that sweet baby.
She's our head of HR here. She's a therapy.
Aw.
She was with Jerry. You were with us.
Uh-oh.
Is that me? Is it my Wi-Fi?
I don't know.
I'll get off.
No. Stay there. Stay there. Let me try something really quickly. Let me try something. Hold on. Okay, now try talking.
Hello.
Okay, there you go.
Okay. So what I was trying to say before the portal happened, that's what we blame everyone on, is Chad and his damn portals. So we can just scapegoat that asshole throughout wrong happens. But one thing I've learned about Charles is, understandably, Kylie and JJ took, as far as victims go, took precedent in this case, 2 children that were murdered. It was absolutely heartbreaking. And I think that Charles and Tammy naturally didn't get as much attention as 2 children because it was so innocent. And what I've learned about Charles, though, and I find really touching, is that he would have said, your sister says that he would have said, take care of justice for the children first, worry about me later. And I think it's so symbolic that while Charles, in this horrific crime, was the first person actually whose life was taken, he was the last of the murder victims to get justice. And I feel like it's very symbolic in that it was saying, like, take care of everything first, worry about me later. Because that's exactly what happened in the court system. He was the first, the last to get justice. And I'm curious, Jerry, what it was like for you to finally have your day in court and to be there and to watch justice happen finally for Charles, the guy that warned everybody what was happening.
Did you hear that, Jerry?
Not really. She was breaking up a little bit.
She asked, what was it like?
But
yeah, okay.
Thank you, Lauren. I understand what you said. And yeah, I didn't get my day in court. Charles got his day in court. And, this woman, God knows what she did. And she's got life in prison. She'll never get out. And, until she comes to terms with what she did, well, here I am talking about her. This ain't about her. So I'm going to change the subject. Charles would be very happy at the outcome of everything. He would be overjoyed, and Charles was a believer, so he's looking down on us, and I don't know if people in heaven can see what happens on the earth. I doubt it, but anyway, he's living his best life now. So
hold on. Whoops, hold on just a second. Oh, Lauren, you need to unmute. There we go. Jerry, I'm glad you believe that, and I think that's absolutely true. Again, we've heard so much about Lori and Chad, and we're sick of them. We were just happy to see her get hers and to see the judge come down as hard on her as he did. And I know I can't imagine how hard this has been on you. And again, I'm so sorry. Is there anything else that you would like to tell us about Charles or about yourself? Just anything. The floor is yours, my dear. We would love to hear from you.
When I made my impact statement, I had every intention of turning around and just flipping her off, or, you bitch, or something like that. But I respected Judge Boreski too much to do that in this courtroom. So I just made my statement and left it at that. She heard me. She knows how I felt. And, as far as me, it's not about me. It's, I can tell you all kind of stuff about me, but it's not my story to tell. It's about him and his life and the good that he did and the people he loved that loved him back. And, you know, there's so much. It's just I'm not real good at articulating what's in my brain and putting into words.
Well, Jerry, we understand what you're saying, and you are keeping Charles' good memory alive by taking the time to talk with us, and we are very grateful for that. And that is a wonderful thing, because the world needs more people like Charles. And for you to tell us about him and tell us how kind he was, he lives through you now in those stories, and we really do appreciate it. Lauren, do you and your blanket have any questions?
Yeah, it's good to see Jerry. When I think of Charles, I know that you say this isn't about you, but I want you to know that like your kindness, your warmth, your friendship, who you are as a human being. I never got to know your brother Charles. I got to know you, and I want you to know that, like, I think you do represent Charles. That it is about you. That this is your grief, this is your loss, and you're his legacy in many ways, and you're a wonderful legacy and representation. We get to know Charles through you, and I know I would have loved Charles because he's got great, you've got a great brother. You guys were great human beings. The Valos are good people, and you've allowed me to get to know him, even though I never met him. And I know your grief is immense. Can you talk to us about that day you learned about the loss a little bit and what that was to you?
When I found out he was murdered.
Yes.
So I was at work on a rig in West Texas. Just got off work. Matter of fact, I was kicked back, had showered, eaten. I was working on a half gallon of Bluebell chocolate ice cream, and my phone rang, and it was Kay. And we don't talk that much, so it was kind of a surprise. She knows I'm working, so she doesn't bother me. And so I answered it, and she says, "Hold on, let me get Bobby on the phone. I have something to tell y'all." And she told us that Alex had shot Charles and killed him. And of course, we were shocked, and we all started crying. And I immediately knew the hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I knew that wasn't what happened. When your heart tells you. And that's how I learned of it, and everything that transpired afterwards, is I just couldn't believe that they believed her, that she said what she said. They just believed her. Those were the shittiest investigators ever. If you're listening, Chandler PD, my apologies. I typically don't talk bad about people, but y'all did a horrible job. You almost let this woman get away with murder. Actually, you did till the truth came out.
Absolutely. Till they were forced to do something.
I was angry for a long time. I wanted to kill her, but I didn't, because I wouldn't be no better than her. And so as time went on, I calmed down. What transpired. And it was a bad day.
One of our members has a great comment, and Jerry, I hope you will take this to heart. She calls herself I Detest Chocolate, and she says, "If I could say one thing to Charles, I would just say, well done, Charles, well done." I think that says
Well,
it
that was
all.
a kind comment. I like that.
That was great. Thank you. And you are getting a lot of love in chat, just so you know. Everybody is grateful that you're letting us get to know Charles even more. And Lauren, I'm playing mute and unmute because it seems to be that's where the crackling is coming from when both are turned on. I don't know why. It's crazy. So Lauren, I don't know if you have any final comments that you would like to say.
Yeah, I thank you for being the unmute mute person because I'm so far, it's hard. And as you see, I've got a blanket.
Right.
Yeah, you know, I do possibly have something to say. And I was looking to see if I have it. Forgive me. You know, I might not. And I was going to ask Jerry if I could even share it. But I just want to say this because it was one of the most touching victim impact statements I've ever read. I thought I maybe had it. I was looking for it done by you, Jerry, about your brother. I actually thought it was incredibly impactful. You know, you said, you know, you wanted to be like, you know, right, flip her off and say, you know, we got the bitch. Although you were able to say that outside, so I'm proud of you.
That was great. That was great.
Great.
Yeah.
That was great. But the victim impact statement, it brought tears to my eyes. I was looking at my phone. I thought I might have it. And I don't know if anybody has it or if I mean, I can look for it a little bit longer and maybe read it in a little bit, but it was really impactful to me. I want you to know that, Jerry, and I can't imagine, you know, I know that your brother must be really proud of you. It was beautiful, and I just wanted for that. Oh,
hang on just a second. Hang on. Just a minute here. Oh, just a minute. Where did it go? Hang on, Jerry. Hang on. There we go. Now you can talk, Jerry. Sorry. There you go.
Thank you, Lauren. And I said what I said, and that's all. Actually, somebody wrote that for me because I'm not a writer. I just spoke it, and she put it into words that I couldn't say or didn't know how to say, I should add. So somebody wrote that for me. I can't take the credit, but it's what I felt. It's what I said to her, and she wrote it for me. And she sent me several drafts, and I read it, and I said, well, edit this, that, and that's what came out. So
Jerry, I have it here on YouTube. Do you mind if I play it?
If
you don't want to hear it, that's fine. That's fine.
You can. I don't mind.
If you're sure.
I don't mind.
Hang on. Let me grab it here.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
My name is Jerry Vallows. Charles was my big brother. And wasn't but a few weeks ago, I was sitting out in my garage with the door open. It was raining a little bit, listening to the fireworks in the distance. And all I could think about was everything I've lost and why. And I kept making excuses not to write a statement. But the truth is, there are no words big enough for the impact this has had, and yet here I am. I am a veteran. I served honorably for this country and everything it's supposed to stand for: freedom, independence, and justice. I knew good men that went to war. Some of them came home badly broken. Some came home and couldn't live with the weight of what they carried and ended their lives. Some didn't come home at all. Those men fought for something real, a country with laws that protect the innocent and punish the guilty. That's why I'm here to speak for Charles, my big brother, one of the innocents, because I still believe in that. And Lori shit on all of it. She doesn't deserve to breathe the air those men fought for. She doesn't deserve to sit and play victim when she is the reason we are all here. When I came home from my service overseas, Charles invited me to live with him. He offered a home and support until I adjusted to civilian life again. That's just who he was, giving, loving, supportive, caring. And he was funny, social, and everyone he met became his friends. You couldn't help but be drawn to him. You loved him. He wasn't just my big brother, he was my best friend. We grew up together on the bayous and rivers in South Louisiana, spending countless days and nights camping, fishing, hunting, exploring, and just being kids. We had so much fun. We learned to survive, trust each other, and become men. I miss him every day. He was a devoted father, a teacher, someone who guided and loved his kids with every fiber of his being. All 5 of his children meant the world to him. And he spent his last months fighting for Tylee and JJ because he was a protector. He was a son, a father, a brother, an uncle, a good man. He didn't deserve to die. And he sure as hell didn't deserve to be vilified by the woman that killed him. I keep asking why. Why? Is it about $1 million? He wasn't just a dollar sign to fund Lori's sick game of make-believe. She tried to cash in on his life, and when that didn't work, she brutally murdered her kids for money, and she tried to kill Brandon when he started looking like the next available dollar sign. His murder impacted not only me, but my entire family. She tried to tear us apart, but she couldn't because we're pretty strong, resilient people. It didn't stop with Charles's death. JJ, Tylee, Tammy, all murdered, and Brandon almost lost his life. Innocent lives were stolen, and we all feel the deep pain and loss, and it hurts and will for years to come. Lori is responsible for all of this. This isn't a family tragedy that occurred randomly. It was a deliberate act of evil. This has never been a mission from God. She isn't an instrument in God's hands. She was sleeping with Chad Daybell behind Charles's back while planning his murder. You know what kind of instrument kills a father in cold blood, buries 2 kids in a pet cemetery, and lies through her teeth while doing it? Called a weapon. And God doesn't use weapons against innocence. She wasn't doing God's work. She was selfish, cruel, and calculated. God didn't send her to commit murder. She used his name to justify evil. That's not God's work. That's blasphemy, plain and simple. She used God's name like a weapon, lied in his name, killed in his name, and now she wants to stand in court and she claims she's doing the Lord's work. She's not some misunderstood woman. She's not some grief-stricken mother. She's not a victim of this story. She wrote her own disgusting make-believe story, and she wrote it in blood. She didn't cry for Charles. She didn't mourn JJ or Tylee, no matter what she says. She erased them. And she didn't give a damn about Tammy. So when she sits there and pretends this is some kind of tragic twist of fate, like she didn't like the fuse, remember that. She didn't just kill Charles. She stole him from everyone who loved him, from his boys, from our family, from me. She didn't just break the law, she pissed all over it and tried to claim righteousness. She started this, she caused this. She wasn't caught in some domino effect. She pushed the first one, they kept pushing till there was none left standing. She twisted everything, God, family, and loves. And if she thinks she can twist justice too, don't let her. Don't let her twist away from what she did. She murdered my brother Charles. Give her what she's earned.
Amen. It was beautiful. He gave that justice, you know,
Trisha, you're muted.
remember.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. I muted myself. I unmuted everybody except me. And I apologize. Lauren, I'll go to you in just a sec. I'm so sorry. Jerry, thank you for that. That was beautiful. I put a link in the chat to the Wounded Warrior Project for people to make donations. So thank you for your service. We greatly appreciate you. And I neglected to mention, I did neglect to mention that that Colby spoke so highly of Charles, and Charles loved Colby, JJ, and Tylee, and he did try and protect JJ and Tylee as well. So thank you. I'm sorry, Lauren. Go ahead, my dear. I do apologize. There we go.
No, I agree. I just said, you know, amen, Jerry. It was very eloquent. I thank you for allowing us to remember Charles and get to know Charles. And you know, you're both wonderful men, and you're the Vallow family is wonderful. So,
Well, Lauren, I don't allow anything. It's not my decision to determine who can talk about it or who can't. You know.
Thank you, Jerry. Thank you.
It's open to whoever wants to talk about it. I care less. You know, nobody owns the rights to it. It's not my story. It's not Kay's story. It's not anyone's story. It's anyone that wants to see what can happen to a person that does this. I mean, you know, it doesn't belong to me.
Thank you, Jerry. That means a lot. We really, really appreciate it. I just want to ask Stacy and Lauren if they have any final comments, and we're going to let Jerry go. He's been so gracious to us. Stacy, do you have anything you'd like to ask Jerry before we let this man go? Who, like I said, he's been so patient with us.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to thank you so much for coming on, and I'm so sorry for everything you've been through.
Thank you, Stacy.
Jerry, justice. Once justice is served, life goes on for the crime community, but it never goes on for the victims. And I just want you to know that I'll never forget Charles, and he's touched my heart. And I know your grief, you know, and your loss continues, and I'm really sorry that you lost him. And thank you for helping us remember him today.
Thank you for your kind comments. And I would like to say one thing as the last thing. And, you know, there's so much hate in the world today. And you don't have to hate, you know, if you just clothe yourself and be kind to people, have some compassion, forgive, have patience, do what's truthful and honest, and and right. You know, everybody, I'm approaching my seventh decade of life. In a couple of years, I'll be 70 years old. And I've learned certain truths in my life. And they are too many to mention. But if you just try what I just said, kindness, be nice to people. You can't kill someone. You can't judge people. You don't know what the guy next to you is going through. And, I think that I have it bad because of this or that. But, I often think, well, what about those veterans that were blown apart overseas? Some of them came back so wounded, no legs, no arms. They're in a wheelchair. They have to blow in a tube to move themselves around. They're horribly burned. Those people have problems. Mine are nothing compared to what they have experienced. So just be nice. That's all.
Thank you, Jerry. And again, we've put the Wounded Warrior Project link in chat for donations. And I know that is a something that's near and dear to your heart, Jerry, but that's great advice. Just be nice. That's all. That's it. I mean, that is as easy as it can be said and as solid as a thing that can be said, and so true. And people take Jerry Ballow's advice. Jerry, thank you, my dear. If you and your wife ever need anything, people here at Websleuths and Websleuths.com, we are hundreds of thousands of people. You just call us and we'll be right there. Okay. I know you don't want us all in your living room all at once, but if you did, we would be there. Jerry, give our best to your wife too, okay?
Melanie, hello from me.
Thank you, Jerry. Take care now.
Thank you, girls.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Wow.
Am I okay? Is it?
We can hear you. What a gracious man. I mean, he a long day at work, he didn't need to do this, he didn't. And he was so gracious. And I didn't want to focus on Lori, but I'm glad that he allowed us to play his victim's impact statement. To be honest, I had forgotten how powerful it was.
Yeah.
And that needs to be
powerful victim impact statements. I've heard the way he shared it and his delivery and his voice and his heartfelt. He's such a heartfelt man.
He really is. And I want to make a statement too, and that is we have spoken to relatives of Tylee. We have spoken, obviously, to Jerry, and nobody in either of those families had any problem with us doing this. And we're going to do it again next year. And as long as I'm alive, we're going to keep doing it. And if anybody thinks of running me over with a bus, don't, because Stacy will take it over if I get flattened. So just know it's going to go on and on, because we need to remember the victims, number one. And plus, this gives us a chance to talk about other victims, like we did with the Floor 4 last night, and some more that we're going to be talking about later. And also, it gives us a chance to remind everybody that Chad Daybell is evil, and he's still trying to do his evilness behind bars, and we can never allow that to happen. And we get a chance. Oh, go ahead, Lauren.
Remember, he was just sending Twitter letters trying to argue.
Letters from Chad. Yeah.
He's like still going. Hello, Warren Jeffs 2.0. Keep going, interrupted you.
Sorry. No, but you're absolutely right. And that's why this is important to do, to remind people he's still trying to normalize himself. There's nothing normal about that piece of crap, And so, plus it gives us a chance to talk to Lauren Matthias, any chance that we have for you to come up. And I'm telling you, Lily looks like the best, biggest, fluffiest blanket ever in the universe. That dog is so adorable. So
You know what I gotta say, which is so weird?
What's that?
So my son and Grayson are the same age, and they both have dogs named Lily.
Really?
It's so weird.
Well,
Yeah.
maybe there's a little hookup happening. We should work on thinking about. Just saying.
My son asked me once he saw her, he's on, is she single?
Yeah, I know. She's so dang pretty and cute and smart and perfect in every way. But anyway, we still have many, many hours to go, and we will continue to go because we do this every year. It's the end of the world again, because just in case Chad Daybell got the year wrong, I want to go to hell with all of you. I don't want to end up with Chad if it's the end of the world, the way he says. Lauren, you've done some really great videos lately. Tell us about them. We'll put the link in chat.
Oh my goodness, thank you. Yeah, I'll do that. First, to what you said, thank you for doing this every year. I'll tell you, I would never, ever try to pull off a 24-hour live stream. I couldn't do it. And you do it every year, and you do it for a good cause, to encourage listeners to donate to charities that mean a lot to them, to raise awareness, to remember victims that would, otherwise be forgotten as we move on, in the true crime community, and the victims do not. And I just want to thank you for that. I think that's beautiful. I didn't know that you've talked to several members of victims' families who support this live stream. And
absolutely.
Watching to hear. Thank you for sharing that.
Absolutely.
I support this live stream.
Thank you.
That you do every year. It is difficult, and you are an incredible human being, Trisha. And
you're too nice.
You cared about victims, cared about the people behind these crimes, and that's why I've always connected to you. So
thank you.
So yeah, we have been covering quite a few. Hi, you think I'm gonna scratch your belly?
Of course you are, Mom. Of course you are.
So we've been covering a lot of different cases. We are covering the Lindsay Clancy case. John and I have been covering that case since it happened to us out of Duxbury, Massachusetts, the mother of 3 who tried to take her own life after taking her 3 children's lives. And we recently did a backstory that, in my opinion, no one else has done. I will say that we try to tell these stories, never forgetting who are impacted, and to get everything out there. So we have a Lindsay Clancy backstory that I believe is the most comprehensive and detailed, and unlike anything else anyone else has put out there, because I think this story really, really matters. As I said in our live stream, or not our live stream, excuse me, our video backstory, there are some cases that are simply justice, guilty or innocent. Lori Vallow was one,
right,
and justice is served. And I think there are certain cases, though, that ask something of ourselves.
Exactly. This is a tricky case.
It's beyond guilty or innocent. Whatever the outcome of this jury in the Lindsay Clancy case, I think that we're going to all have some assumptions that we have held for a long time, questioned or pushed to our limits. And maybe this case asks something of each one of us as we listen to the evidence. I know that her husband loves and supports her, and is sad that this trial is moving forward. I know that the prosecution, the state, is stating that she did this intentionally, first-degree murder of her 3 children, and her husband and others who have loved her, and the children that have been murdered and killed, say she was in a psychosis, she was over-medicated, she was wrongly medicated, this was a medical problem, and that in her right mind she would have never, ever done this. So it's a case that we're going to cover. We're, whether or not Hidden True Crime has the capacity, we're actually arguing over it right now. If I can do this every day and follow the trial every day and report every night on a live stream, or if we're going to cover it like we did Athena Strand and do once a week. So we'll let you know. The other cases we've been covering, heartbreaking cases these days, heartbreaking, but they matter. But we've been there's this case, Casper. Little boy that stole my heart. He was 255 pounds and 7 years old.
Oh, yes. We talked about him. Yes.
And this case that's another backstory that I believe we've actually discussed, and things that nobody else is discussing, which is a family of parents that originally seemed very loving, and yet they have been charged with murder in their son's case. He died of essentially heart failure, obesity. You know, how does a 7-year-old, you know, hit that at 255 pounds? And there are some interesting points in that case that I think need to be looked at as well with mental health. I think similarly, hidden true crime is, we always ask what cases we can bring value to in discussing, and I think Casper's case is one too. There was hoarding involved. There was dysfunction. There was absolutely neglecting little Casper. But there was also some moments in this family's life that marked some really interesting things, specifically during the pandemic when they had a stillborn child. And so I think it's another case that we're watching, you know. So those, and of course, the 16 children that were found is another case, and questions about this mother. Was she purely a victim? Was she the mastermind, right? The questions about the mother in the, in the case of the 16 children, because she was a child bride and has essentially been pregnant since she was, you know, 13 years old. So.
Oh, it's horrible. That's such a horrible case. Well, I did put the link in chat to the Lindsay Clancy video that you've done, and you can all get to Hidden True Crime from that link as well. And Lauren, you are always welcome to come on, you and Dr. John, and just know we love and appreciate everything you do. We'll keep watching, and we'll keep sharing your material. We use your live streams a lot. We'll go and, you know, play 10, 15, 2, 5, 10 hours of it, because it's just so good. You know, you do such great research, and we really do appreciate everything that you do. And you are you know, again, I know you don't like me to say these things, but you are an incredibly kind and loving person, and hardworking, honest, and we really appreciate you. And I'm so glad that we're friends. And thank you for all that you do. And give my love to John and Grayson too, okay?
Will do. Thank you. And I'll jump on a few more times because, you know, I have compassion for you on this 24-hour live stream. Only you could do this, and Stacy. So I will, everybody keep joining in, supporting this. I will jump on a few more times. We'll be in touch.
Would you please? I would really appreciate it. We're going to go. So it'll.
Because I just, I'll keep jumping on.
Okay.
You don't have to schedule me. I'll just, if you're like,
just show up.
Lauren, we need you. I'll jump on.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Wonderful.
And, yeah. And so thank you for being here, and thanks for having me, and Lily. So.
And Lily's always welcome. What a good girl. Okay. We'll see you later tonight, Lauren. Okay. Thanks, son. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, now I feel terrible because I'm just reading in chat that Kiki wanted to come up. I didn't see that.
I didn't either, but
I know of Kiki. I've never met Kiki, but people I know Kiki. That sounds like a Kiki song. People I know Kiki. Ding, ding,
well,
ding, ding.
when I saw that in chat, I told her, I'm at work, plus Trish probably doesn't know who I am. And I said, I know who you are. I'll bring you up. So.
I'm so sorry. And then somebody in chat said, well, we were all asking to bring Kiki up. I'm like, I didn't see that.
I didn't see it. Yeah. Until right now. So.
Right. I need somebody to invent an arm that comes out of my, screen and taps me and goes, look, that's what I need. So anyway, I apologize, Kiki. But I'm glad Jerry did that. And I know there were some technical issues. I don't know why. I don't know if it's because it's really bad heat. Everybody's got their air conditioner going, but it was worth it to stick through. And you know what? I could tell that was getting to Jerry, and I'm just so grateful that he came on. But I want to stress again, and you know this, Stacy. We have not heard from you and I have not heard from any family member that had a problem with what we were doing. And obviously Jerry didn't. You heard what he said there at the end. Nobody has
what he told us yesterday as well.
Yeah,
so, yes.
Exactly. So, and we have spoken to other family members of other people involved. None of them had a problem with it. So, and again, stress one more time, not one family member reached out to us personally. So, and again, I don't know what's going on because I don't pay a lot of attention about the drama. I see some of it swirling around, and some of it I can't ignore, like we talked about the other day. But so there you go. That's it. And again, we're going to do this again next year and the year after. And if anybody thinks about grabbing a Greyhound bus and flattening me, go ahead. Stacy will take over. And then if Stacy gets flattened, then Lynn Jen will take over. It'll just go on and on.
I'm AI. It'll never stop.
That's right. You are. I keep forgetting.
Yes.
You're so realistic, Stacy.
I
But
know.
I forget that you are AI.
Yeah.
Keep forgetting. So I almost said, okay, well, that's it, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow night. But no, that's not it. We're going to go until we've got about, let's see, about 4.5 more hours to go if I can make it that far. So let's see. I'll tell you what, a little bit later, we will show you the tinfoil hats. And I've got to finish making my tinfoil hat. But again, when I make my tinfoil hat, I need to light candles and have music going because it is an art. It is an art, people. It is not something that I can just do. Okay. So I'll need to leave this space and go into a holier space to put my squeezy cheese on my hat. So, and we will be showing you pictures. Thank you. And you can still send a picture in of your tinfoil hat. Let me give you the email. websleuthsvideos@gmail.com or producer@websleuths.com. There we go. And we will pick a winner, and that winner will win a brand new car. And that's a lie. I'm not sure what the winner will win. It'll be something from my prize box. And like I said, it takes about 2 to 3 years for me to get to the post office. So, but we'll give you something fun, something cute, definitely. Anyway, let's see. I just want to go and chat here.
And don't worry, it's not going to be a haunted ponytail.
Not like, yeah, it's not. That's right. The haunted ponytail is not up for grabs. That piece of weird crap that I ended up buying off of eBay. It's embarrassing. A haunted ponytail that was 100 years old is at Stacy's house because Stacy was weird enough to actually want it. Did you ever show that to your family or did you hide it from them?
Well, it's still in the envelope. They know it. My daughter checked the mail and she brings me that, envelope and says, "Here, Mom, what's this?" And I go, "Oh, that's the haunted ponytail." And then she dropped it and she's like, "Oh my God, you should have told me."
Yeah, that's an ew. Yeah. Exactly. That's really creepy. What weirdo would buy a haunted ponytail, for God's sake? So somebody had asked me, did I buy something haunted yet? I will. I'll get something haunted for our Halloween story because we need to do a good woo-woo story. I did have a woo-woo the other night. This is really, again, there's no big payoff on this story. Would you like to hear it?
Sure.
Okay. It was a Clorox spray, but it wasn't bleach. It has alcohol in it, but it kills 99.9% of the germs on your counter. And it was on my coffee table and it wasn't at the edge. It was probably maybe, 1.5 feet away from the edge, maybe a foot away from the edge. And it was full. So it wasn't a light thing. It was full. And the dogs were around me. Boo was on the back of the couch. This is in the other room. And Lilith was actually on me. And I'm sitting there and I have the neon sign that's my name, Trisha Griffith, that was so big. It's like, it was the smallest one I could get. It's like as big as this bookcase. So I have it in the living room and I have all the lights out and that's on. And I'm looking at it. I'm just sitting there looking at it. And I'm thinking of my friend Janet and my other friends that have passed. I'm just thinking, I swear to you, that spray bottle went boom, boom, boom. And I looked and I look at the dogs and I'm like asking them questions. Did you see that? And I thought, okay, one of the cats must have jumped down. There's got to be an explanation. And I look, Boo's asleep Lilith was on me. I don't know what happened. There physically was no way for that damn spray bottle to have fallen. If it had fallen over, it would have fallen on the coffee table. It wouldn't have fallen off.
Yeah.
So I just went, hey, whatever friend that is, good to see you. Thanks.
Yeah.
Guys, I can't explain it. I can't explain it. So there you go. There you go. Trace on the case. Good to see you, my dear. I'm sorry. What were you going to say, Stace?
I forgot. How long did you know?
Who?
How long did you know Janet before you started the YouTube channel? I forgot.
Janet and I met in 2017, and I started the YouTube channel in 2020.
Oh, okay. That's what it was.
But Janet had known me for years and years and years. She was a member of Websleuths, and she had followed everything on Websleuths. She knew, I mean, it was eerie how much she knew about me, because she had, again, followed whatever had happened on Websleuths. And and we became fast friends. I think I told you what happened when about the decorating of the Christmas tree. Did I tell you about that?
I'm not sure now.
Okay. When she was in college, which was 20 years before me, I was in college, and we didn't know it, but my girlfriends and I had gotten a off-site apartment housing that was connected to a church, a very conservative church. And we didn't know it. And they acted like we were 10 years old. We had to have like lights out at 10. We thought we were going to go up to college and be able to go out and come in when we wanted. No, it was horrible the way they treated us like little kids. So they would come in and do inspections like a lot. And they'd open our fridge, open our food tins. And so we had a Christmas tree. And my girlfriend was 19. She's allowed to smoke. This is 19 in Utah. And so she put cigarettes all over the Christmas tree as ornaments. And then our other roommate put condoms in their packages, hung them like ornaments. Just because we were so mad at these very, very tight religious people. And I was telling Janet that story, and she goes, oh, I did the same thing in my dorm. I wanted to offend my roommate because she was so uptight. She says, I put cigarettes all over the Christmas tree, and I found one condom package, and she says, I put it on the Christmas. It's like, who in their right does that and then meets up with somebody who did the same thing 20 years earlier? So again, that's really a weird ass story, but true.
Wow.
And we laughed about that a lot because that was such a weird thing. And we both did it. We both did it. So
crazy.
I really miss her. So anyway, I don't know what that was that happened. I call it woo-woo. I do think there's some sort of explanation that we just don't understand now. So yeah, the haunted, Clorox spray bottle. I mean, why couldn't it be a doll or something creepy? It had to be a cleaning product. Maybe it was just the house saying, for God's sakes, get off your ass, woman, and clean. Maybe that's what it was. So, anyway, so now, I know Kay Lou says, nice try, Trisha. Not the end of the world yet. I know, we're still trying. We're still trying. So now you and Little Texan are going to be coming on here in a little bit, right?
Yeah, so 9 Eastern.
So 8 p.m. my time. And so what time is it now? It is, so that's in an hour and a half. So we have an hour and a half. Let me see here.
When you get a chance, read the text I sent you.
Okay, hang on. Let me grab it real quick.
Angela Conley says it's probably vibrations from Offie snoring.
That's it.
Jesse Roblin almost ended up on a true crime show.
Oh, that ding was just from Jerry. And he said, "Thank you, Trisha. I thank you, Jerry."
Check my email real quick. Let's see.
Okay, there we go. Let's see. Yeah, I did read that, and thank you, Bipolar. Let's see. Wait. La da 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 da. Wait, aren't we on a true crime show? Yes, you are. And it's a crime that my spray cleaner had to get my attention by becoming haunted. It's a crime because I need to start cleaning better. What can I say? Dude, yeah, it was a woo-woo moment. Thank you, Soothing Mama. Let's see here. La da da da. Oh, Chipmunk 44 cent Stacy sent you some chipmunk pictures.
I'm sending you some of them right now. I'm opening them up.
You know, I could show. Hey, I could show some of our what you call them?
Tinfoil in the hat.
Thank you.
Or hat. Tinfoil hat.
Tinfoil in the hat. Tinfoil in the hat. Watch out, everybody. Tinfoil in the hat. Fire in the hole. Okay, let's see here. But you know what? I didn't have a chance to. Okay, I think. Let me show you this one, and let me tell you who this is from. Now, that's exactly like Authy's toy. And that is from, is that from, hold on, let me get to my email. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do.
Cute. I'm a chipmunk.
Who I got? You guys, I'm sorry, I can't remember who this is from. She sent me a bunch of them, and is it Kim or Kathy? Gosh darn it, sorry. Oh my gosh, I am so sorry. Hold on. Oh, there's a Mr. Potato Head from Mary. We'll show that. But I am so sorry. I'm sure you recognize your tinfoil hat because there's a whole bunch that you sent me. I can't find the email. Is it Laura Thomas? Just a second here. It might be Laura. Oh, it's Laura. It's Laura. Thank you, Laura. Thank you so much. That's right. It was Laura. Thank you. Like I said, Kathy. Hold on. Let's see. It's Laura. Thank you. Let's see. Where is it? Here it is. And here we go. Thank you, Laura. There we go. Click, clack. Look at that. Click. I love that. That is so cute. Oh, and look at that baby there. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh, that is too adorable.
Lamb chops become real popular again.
Yes, exactly.
Man.
It has. Okay, there's more here. Oh, that's the kitty. Where are the other? Okay, there's his more lamb chop here. And let's see. I think I accidentally downloaded them twice. Oh, here we go. This is from Kathy. Look how cute. I think this is Kathy. Forgive me if God, I'm so sorry, you guys. I'm the worst. Here's Mr. Potato Head. Who did I say that was from? I
don't know.
I just said, didn't you listen? I just said it.
You showed it the other night. No.
I know I didn't show this the other night. Hold on. I got it right here.
I saw it somewhere.
Hang on. Oh, crapola. Just a second. I just said, remember, Mr. Potato Head. Let me take a quick look here. We got a lot of submissions, but they're all over. And I didn't have a chance to put them all together yet.
Where's the Gmail? Oh, that's Google.
I have to show you Dee's. Dee has her kitty cat. Let me show you Dee's. And it's Irish, of course. It's got the look of the Irish on it. Let me show you that really quickly. Dee, 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 dee. Whoops, hold on just a second. Hold on, let me show you Dee's. Look how cute. See, it's an Irish kitty cat. It's got the clover and the green. Look at that. And that cat's going, what in the hell are you doing? Look at that sweet kitty cat. Oh, my goodness gracious.
That's cute.
So, okay, hang on. I need to get... Dee, 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 dee. Oh, my gosh. This is from Jessica. Hang on. Let me show these to you. Jessica Roblin. Now, are these yours, Jessica? These are amazing. Absolutely incredible. So hang on.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay. Look at these kitty cats and their tinfoil hats. Oh my gosh. They're so cute. There's 9 kitties. Look at sweet babies. Oh my goodness. And again, every single one of those cats is going, what in the name of all that is holy are you doing to me? For God's sakes, I'm a cat. This is dog stuff. Thank you, Jesse. Thank you so much. I just said, does anyone remember what I said who had the Mr. Potato Head? Diane L. The next guest is going to be Stacy and Little Texan talking about cults. And we do have one for McSpunky. We showed it already, but I'll show it again here in just a moment. Mary Ellen, you're Mr. Potato Head? Thank you. That is so cool. I love that Mr. Potato Head. Let me show it again. It cracks me up. It's hard to see. They just have little teeny tiny thumbnails for you to look at. There's Lamb Chop. Is that Mr. Potato Head? Where is it? Oh, here it is. And look at this. The end is near. July 22nd, 2020, 2021, 2022, all crossed off. That is hilarious. Mary Ellen, thank you, my dear. Thank you so much. McSpunky. And is that Kathy and Mr. Kathy, I believe? And let's see, hold on. Mr. Potato Head. Oh, look at that. That is so cute. Now, who sent me this one? And the little chihuahuas and a little hat and there's a baseball bat, a little heart. Who sent me this? Websleuths is spelled out. That is so adorable. I promise next year I'll be more organized. Is somebody in chat? Can somebody tell me if they know who this is?
Did you say it's a Chihuahua?
Well, it's just got it's got a little Chihuahua on the hat.
Okay.
And it looks like a little octopus.
Ugh.
Do you know who that is?
I'm going to try to find out. Let me see.
Marilyn Landis, Vagisil. That's a story for another time, but that's too funny.
She's the gatekeeper of everything.
She is. She really is. Yeah. Jessie last night was showing us her cats, and she said she told Rosemary, she said, "Do not pass that one to me." And that was the one that was in the top left. That is so cute.
Aww.
Well, I wish I know who did this one.
Let me see.
Oh my gosh, Porter 64. I will do that next year. Everybody remember this. Porter 64 is going to keep track. In fact, what I'll do is I'll send you all of these. Okay, Porter 64. I'll send you all of these so you can keep track. So we'll know who's who. And if you could email me, I think I have your email though.
So I'm looking at the submissions. Let me see. This one has 2 pictures. Okay. I know who the Chihuahua one is.
Who's that?
Laura Thomas. She sent 2.
Okay, Laura Thomas. There we go.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Can I show them yours, the one you sent me of you? It's really cute. Now, this is, everybody, this, of course, is not really a human. It's AI, as we know. But it's a great looking AI, I'll tell you. Fantastic. So here we go. La 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 la. La 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 la. These, you guys, you've all done a great job. Absolutely.
They're so creative.
They really are. It's amazing. Now, for those of you just joining us, today we had Jesse Weber on from Law and Crime, News Nation, and Court TV. He reports for all 3. And Stacy was on up on stage with us as well, and she had her picture on while Jesse Weber was there, and it said underneath it, executive producer. And I want to show you the picture that she had while Jesse Weber was on our channel being interviewed. This is what he saw as actually from here, from the neck up, the executive producer, Stacy, from the neck up. And he's looking, I'm sure he's going, I'm going to talk to my people. What the hell have they gotten me into? Sitting there just smiling with her little tinfoil hat.
Yeah, that was the slumber party clothes, you know?
It was oh, that's right. It was a slumber party.
Yeah, and then I forgot to change it, darn it.
And when you told me that, I almost got into a laughing fit that I couldn't stop. Almost. Because I didn't even think twice about it. That's what's weird. I didn't think to go, Stacy, we have like this really professional person on. And, you know, we kind of want to impress him. And, you know, we want him to think we're cool. So maybe you should put a regular.
I normally think of that myself, but I just totally spaced it.
I think that is an adorable picture. I love this picture. So, okay. Now, I hope I haven't forgotten. I do have the chipmunks I still need to grab. So let me grab those really quickly.
Wait, let me see. What's that? Oh my God. Oh my gosh.
What?
I gotta send you this
You've
from
sent me some.
Lincoln.
Hold on. You've sent me some. Oh, here's one. One of the chipmunk pictures did not come through, but that's okay.
No.
That's okay. Oh my gosh, this one is hilarious. The chipmunk is getting ready to drink a glass of wine.
Yeah.
These are so adorable. Okay. Brownie, the chipmunk didn't come through, but that's okay. Let's see here. Who's this? Is that the wine? No. Oh, here's one. He's got a big something in his mouth, and he's snuggling with some plants or something. Oh, what a cutie pie. Oh, goodness gracious. This guy's so cute. Okay, here we go. Okay. La da 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 da. Dee 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 dee. Hang on here.
There's texting Aspen.
Okay.
And I emailed you a picture from Lincoln.
Okay.
I don't know if you've read this one.
Hold on.
Josh Mo says, I have yet to find a tinfoil beaver hat. If I ever do, it's yours, Trisha.
Oh my God, I completely forgot about that. What was that story again? That was so hilarious.
If you have a fever.
If you have a fever, and it was Moonlight View that said, did you say you had a beaver to cut their
No,
hair?
it was somebody else, but now I forget who it was. It was just not a mod, but a chatter.
And we were talking about, I think it might have been Porter actually. We were talking about how in the old days that if you had a fever, they would cut your hair. And somebody said, what? If you have a beaver, they cut your hair back in the 1800s. Oh my God. Oh, I laughed so hard. Oh my God. Oh, that is too funny. Oh, this is so cute. Oh my goodness. Now, is this a Lego person that Lynn Jen sent? What is this?
It's you. It's the old bat in a cowboy hat.
Oh my God, it is.
And I give you details. Let me see. Crap. Let me go back to, where is it? God damn it, wrong chat. Okay. Yeah, you can go to the Lego shop and make these. So one hand has a hammer, the other a shovel to bury a body.
To what?
That's a shovel to bury something.
Okay, gotcha. Because we're criminals. Gotcha. Okay, hang on here. Oh, it was Porter 64. I was right. It says now I have hearing aids, by the way. That Porter 64, you gave us the best laugh ever because you were so serious. You're like, what? Now, if they have a beaver, they cut your hair in the 1800s. Oh God. Oh my God. That's right. That was so funny. Okay, I'm going to show you this. What Lynn Jen sent. This is cute. Thank you, Lynn Jen. I'm very complimented. Thank you. Whoops. I have to keep deleting pictures because we can't have.
The limit's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's not very much.
Yeah.
In a second here. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Red.
There you go. That's so cute. Look at that. That's me,
Yeah.
everybody. That's me. Aw.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Lynn Jen. Thank you so much. I think that's everybody. If you sent in, oh, let me get the chipmunks. If you sent in a tinfoil hat and we didn't show it, please let us know. Again, and don't blame us. When I say we, I mean me. Just trying to. We're just trying to do the best we can. Oh my gosh. Sorry. Okay, let me show you the cute. Now they're not tinfoil hat chipmunks, the ones that I have, but they're really cute. So
There's more too. There's a lot. I just didn't have time to go through them all right now.
okay, 3 more pictures to show you here. Yeah, I have to delete something to put the latest ones in. So
yeah, we're gonna have to go through all those. One of us does.
Yeah.
And figure it out. No, that is when I say we. I mean Stacy.
look at that cute little chipmunk. What's this?
I know.
Now wait, you see these other ones. Look at that. He's getting a glass of wine because he's thirsty, people.
Yeah.
And then look, he's hanging out with some beautiful, beautiful glassware because he has taste. He has high class taste.
I don't know. She has so many, and she has them. There will be these little play sets, like one pushing a grocery cart, the other one like in front of a vanity mirror and dressed up and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Perfect.
It looks so fun.
Perfect.
And you know what we need to do? Send the pictures of those to Barry Morphew. They're friends.
Who, huh?
Barry. Remember Barry saying he went around shooting chipmunks?
Oh God, that's right.
Yeah.
You didn't get them all, Barry.
Yeah.
There you go. Let's see, where is it?
Mail him to the jail.
There you go. Where the heck did I put all the links that I need for? Oh, I bet they're in the. No, they're not in the drafts. I know they're not. Hold on. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Okay, let's see.
Okay. Maryland Landis brings Raccoon Gate in. Yay. And then what do we got here? Where is it? Where is it?
Yes, Chad claimed he shot a raccoon. Unfortunately, we think it was Tylee, probably.
Mhm.
But we don't know. There's so many unanswered questions about Tylee. He's a...
Yeah. Stephanie Ferraro says Chipmunk is the critter whisperer.
Absolutely.
Perfect. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I never get tired of that.
Raccoon
Gate.
Chad just talked himself into a death penalty sentence because he was so nervous. Rather than keeping to his style of 1 and 2 word text messages, he has to send this story to Tammy all of a sudden on the day that Alex's phone was traced right to where the pet cemetery was. So mad.
Yeah, but you gotta love the dumb criminals, though.
Oh, that's true. Yeah,
because they get caught. Because our first instinct is, God, how stupid can you be? And then I'm like, I'm glad they were.
Yeah, exactly. So okay, let's see.
Brooke Rose makes a good point.
What's that?
They say what we do know is whatever he said is what didn't happen.
That's absolutely the truth.
True.
100%.
Joe Schmo says Raccoon Gate sounds a lot less dangerous than Beaver Gate.
Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. I got to do some math here. By 8 p.m. Mountain, 9 p.m. March. What time are you guys going on again? You and
9 Eastern.
So that would be 8 p.m. That would be 7 p.m. Mountain, right?
Your time?
No, 7 p.m. Mountain. 9 p.m.
You're Central, huh?
I'm Central. I'm talking Mountain time.
Yeah.
So 7 p.m. Mountain time is when you guys are going on. Mike King can come on 8 p.m. Mountain time. Do you guys think you'll be over within about an hour or so?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, you could even start earlier if you wanted.
See, when you use the Mountain, you're confusing me because I'm used to you using Eastern. So I'm confused now.
So, okay, it would be, Mike King will be coming on 10 p.m. Eastern.
Perfect.
And you guys are coming. Yeah, okay.
That I understand. Yeah. I'll let her know.
Okay, let me get the link to backstage.
I'm so glad Mike's coming on.
Yeah, me too. Hold on.
Oh, okay. Oh my goodness.
I wrote Jerry back and I said, please let us know if there's anything we can do, anything I can do. And he said, would you mind coming over and putting a new roof on my house? I said, you got it. Let me get my hot tar and hammer. Ha, ha.
Yeah.
So, okay, let's see here. Let me get the link to backstage. Oh,
Alvin and the Chipmunk, says Marilyn Landis. Oh my gosh. I wonder if Chipmunk can get enough chipmunks together and dress them up in little shirts with their initials on them.
That would be fun.
I think that's kind of way too much.
There we go. Okay, so we're good. We are good to go. So it is 6 p.m. Mountain time now, or 6:11. So how much time do we have? You're going on 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. So we have about 50. You guys can go early if you want. Can you go a little early so you can have a little more time? Oh, AZ Mermaid. I'm sorry. Go ahead,
No.
Stace.
I can ask her.
You don't
I'll
have
ask
to.
her.
I'm just saying if you don't want to,
Yeah.
you know, if you want to give yourself a little more time than an hour.
I think
AZ,
the hour will probably be fine.
okay. AZ Mermaid, exactly. We've had Joseph Scott Morgan on here talking about the injuries to Tylee. And he even said, we can't even go there, what Chad did to her. And I firmly believe that is because she, in Chad's mind, mouthed off to him. She wasn't this obedient little girl like his other kids. She had a mind of her own. And he didn't like that. He didn't like that at all. How dare a woman speak her mind to him? That's exactly right. La da da da. Dee 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 dee. Mm-hmm. Oh, when this is over, I'm gonna crash like nobody's business.
Oh my gosh. I was thinking that I'm going to sleep in tomorrow. And then I remembered, no, I'm not. I get my granddaughter in the morning.
Get up. Yeah, I have to get up and work, go to websleuths.com. Although going to work involves me getting up, getting my big butt off of one couch and moving it over to
Moving
another.
to the other.
Yeah. So it's not exactly, a big drive into work.
Well, yeah, that's the same thing. All my work's online, or on the phone.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Happy Hog Mama. I agree. I'm not even going to speak it out loud, but I think that's exactly what happened. It's disgusting. Bipolar Express, I need to call you really quick to ask you something. Guys, I need to step out of the room for a moment. I've got to go get a cold drink. I'm about to die of thirst here. So I will be right back, okay? And Stacy, are you okay to hang on to it for a little bit?
Yeah, the live stream?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll be right back. And Bipolar Express, I'll call you in just a moment, my darling. I'll be right back. I'm going to mute myself, so I hope I don't forget.
Let me see here. I got to look at something real quick, you guys. Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm not looking at any more of that. Okay. Crazy town. Let's see. Angela Conley says, when I went to bed this morning, I kept reading chat. So I had to turn the stream off eventually, but the chat about Edinburgh and kilts was cracking me up. Right? Just call me Kim B. Says, don't be gone too long or we'll think the world ended. It's funky. When she said, can I hold on to this? I'm like, what? The live stream? What? I'm like, what do you mean hold on? Okay. Let me see. I have to know what time it is for me when it's Eastern or Melbourne. That's all. I know Melbourne time because I have it set on my world clock. Because deal with some people in Melbourne. So that I could tell you what time it is there right now. Let me see. Oh no. Okay. I'm, Devo Mama says you girls must be delirious about now. I know I am, between being tired and the heat and then kind of nerves, you know. I'm like gonna talk with little Texan tonight about cults, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I hope I remember. You know, we're gonna talk about a couple of cults. We're gonna talk about three, but we did decide on two. Um, you know, we're trying to stray away from LDS cults because, you know, I think it's at a point now where a lot of people just learning about this cults and stuff think it's all cults are LDS, and that's not true. So there are unfortunately many others out there, and you know they have nothing to do with LDS. So we wanted to cover some that were not LDS related. One of them's LSD related, but that's different. And Wendy Wobbles, we're an easy audience, Stacy. Thank you, Wendy. I'm so glad you're still here, Wendy. Oh, okay. What? Okay. Let me see. Heat is brutal and isn't August. You know, it's funny because where I live, we don't normally have traditional seasons. You know, it rains a lot. I mean, okay, correction. Doesn't rain a lot. It rains during times where you don't expect it to rain. And it's so sporadic and random. But this summer we are actually having a real summer. And I don't like it very much so far. But it's great for the beach. You know. So there's that. So uh, no, it never gets old, Wendy, but I hope you do. Yeah. Just don't let Trish talk about you anymore. You'll be good. Wendy Wobbles. Angela Conley says Wendy Wobbles needs a marked safe next to her name. uh Trace on the case said there's Joe Schmo stirring the pot in those pictures that I sent. I don't know. You probably sent him to Trish, but I'll check my email because I don't know. Oh no, I got him. Okay. Oh, what is that? That is so cool. So I'm looking at each of them. That's really neat. I don't. Are we allowed to share this, Trace? Let's see. Okay. Okay. Trisha in the sign. She's not dead. Don't call 911. Still makes me laugh. Me too. Or unseasonably. Wendy had some unseasonably cool weather this week, but tomorrow it's supposed to be like 117 and 118 Friday. So it's like Fahrenheit? Gosh, I'm glad you survived it. Happy hog gamma. Happy hog mama. I'm not sure which one you say. See, I am tired. So I'm not sure. Let's see. Our normal weather, Lyndon asks. Usually it's a cool breeze, The weather here is interesting. It was like this when I was a kid going to school and then when I sent my children to school. So like we wake up in the morning and oh, it looks like it's going to be a warm day. So I dress my kids in shorts. By noon, it's freezing and overcast. So then I'd run over to school and give them different clothes, because and and whatever you thought it was going to be like, it was always the opposite. So we never were sure. So it was like, just take a jacket every time. It doesn't matter, because it's weird. So the ocean, usually keeps it pretty cool. But right now we've had a lot of sun and no breeze. And then the other day we had 64% humidity, which for us, that's a lot, you know. But yeah, normally it's coastal weather. So it's like the same all year round, but this year it's been really hot. Let me see. Well, let me see. Gosh, um what was it? It was last month or whatever. I was gone from here, the stream for a few days. My uncle had passed away, and we had went down to where his house was to help my cousin and everything. And gosh, it was so hot. I'm like, I could not do it again because where my uncle lived, I used to live when I was a kid, and then um, growing up when I was small, the heat didn't bother me. That was just normal, and we all had swimming pools, no big deal. But now it's like we're so spoiled, I think, from living here that it's like any little bit of heat, we're like, oh my gosh, I can't take it. You know, it's so bad. Oh, interesting, Cat Ride. Cat Ride's asking the chatter about, are you following Colt Gray trial? He is supposed to be sentenced this week, this Friday, then his dad next week. Wow. I'll have to look that up. Let me see, like, up and see. Okay, wait a minute. Where is it? Oh gosh, so sad. It's so sad when you see people who don't have a brain. There we go. Okay. You know, the thing is, there are many people involved, unfortunately, that have been affected by this crime that we want to remember the victims of for this day. We want to remember them every day. But this day, we talk about it more and, it's memorial to them and other victims. And I don't seem to think some people realize that there's many family members affected, you know, by these horrific crimes. So, not all of them are going to agree. And some of them evidently may not may agree with something, but then, 20 others do. So, you know, can't please everyone all the time. You just have to do what you feel is best, you know. Let's see. Let me see. Okay, Neil Campbell says, oh yes, dad got arrested for providing a premiere to his disturbed son. They live not far from my daughter and her family. Oh, okay. Oh no. That's stupid. So in the buzzard case, so Ashley got like another continuance. I'm gonna have to check when the next prelim is. I have to check with the paralegal. Let me see if they've messaged me since I last talked or since I last saw. I'm so terrible. Some messages I just don't see them. They get pushed down so far from other messages. Let me see. Okay. What is it? So oh no, okay. No. So that's what it is. July 8th. Uh she had a hearing or whatever and didn't show up because she's sick. And her her defense team filed the motion to allow her to have a stress ball in court. And the judge granted it. So she gets to have a stress ball when she's in court. We'll find out. Let me ask right now. I just need to go on the court website, but yeah, right now we're just waiting for court stuff to actually move forward. There's been a lot of hearings where she showed up and nothing's happened or things were postponed. You know. Okay, I just asked lawyer. Let's see. Check it. Okay. Oh, so okay. Since we're on the topic, the last 24 hours about cults and the damage they do, I would like if everyone in chat or whoever wants to participate names which cult it is that they've found just to be the most heinous or unbelievable. There's so many that people don't even realize are cults, and there's so many more than people realize, because not all cults are, revolved around like the Bible or the Book of Mormon. And there are other ways people form cults. And what the Heaven's Gate was, you know, Hellbop Comet and stuff like that. It's not all, they're not all the same. Some of them look completely different, and that's why a lot of people won't recognize it's a cult when they're starting to join the group. Derby Penny Feather. True. Yeah. Okay, so let me think about this. Colt, Colts, and then Colts. I give up. Campbell, Charles Manson. Absolutely. Let me see. Oh, the Zion Society. Diane L. Yes. Yeah, see, Charles Manson. That was a total cult. But so many people wouldn't associate that as being a cult. Anthill Kids. Let's see. David Koresh, Cat Ride 3. That's who you're talking about. I agree with you there. Let me see. So it goes. Is it Bhagwan Sri Ranish. I'm not sure if that's how you say it. They poisoned a whole town in Oregon. Wow. I hate morning since Hare Krishna was the first I ever saw in person. Me too. That I know of was a Hare Krishna. Used to be around a lot when I was younger. I don't know what happened. Trace on the case. I drove up north to Prescott to my aunt's. I wasn't at all drowsy, but I thought, I'm going to go lay down now before I drive home tonight. And yet here I am. Yes, Kelly Dragonborn says Branch Davidian, which is, again, David Koresh. Gosh, that was such a, I don't know what to say about that. I don't know if any of you are familiar with the Curum cult. We'll have to go over that one night for people that aren't, because some of these cults are. And one we're going to talk about tonight is different than what I hate to say this word, traditional cults. It's the way they operate is different. It's not what you would typically think of. Let me see. The one that I wanted to discuss tonight, and then Jesse, somebody mentioned that above. I'm going to look that up right now to see. Let me see. Let me see. Oh. Okay. Then his name, I think it's Thuralt, I think. The name is familiar, but no. I don't know about this one. The Anthill Kids. I'm going to have to look this up. Oh my gosh, but it sounds so bad. I mean, they're all terrible. All of them are terrible. This one, let me see. Oh my gosh. Ugh. That kind of reminds me of the Curum case. Oh, okay. Let me see. That's terrible. I'm looking up articles. There's a lot of podcasts on it. Let's see. Man, oh yeah, that is bad. But that's why we'll have to go over the Curum case one night too, because that one's pretty horrific. And I, was shocked that when I found the book years ago, I was shocked I hadn't heard of it. Oh my gosh. Um, what is that? Yeah, I saw there's some documentaries on it too. I need to look for them. Oh, but Jesse Roblin. What was it? I think we were talking last night and you said something about, being from Canada, you're not familiar with the street gangs here in the US, which obviously is for obvious reasons that would be accurate. But I have a meme on my phone that I got from my friend in Canada years ago. I'll have to find it and send it to you. And it's a bunch of bears walking down the middle of the road, and under it says Canadian street gangs. I thought that was so funny. So your gangs are just hairy. No. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Mary Michon, thank you. Yeah, there's so much involved at Colt. So many dynamics, so many layers, so much. I don't know, but that would be interesting. Really good book my dad gave me when I was younger. It's called Kingdom of the Colts. And that's a book they'll like refer you to read in school, in college. It's really good. Let's see, I guess she much about. Huh. Trace on the case says they had to do DNA tests to get all those kids back to their moms because they didn't know whose was whose. They should have kept more of them, if you ask me. One of the cults I'm going to talk about tonight, I think they kind of had the same issue there with the children. Yeah, let's see. If I find that meme, Jesse Roblin, I'll send it to you because my friend that sent it to me. I mean, I just thought that was the cutest thing ever, and it just, I thought it was so funny. My friend lived in Medicine Hat, is where she lived at. Branch Davidian, or Happy Hog Mama, Branch Davidian, David Krish, was where we turned going to ants for years. That the crazies. Oh my gosh. Ugh. Funny. Let me see. Family and Foundation School, New York. Let me see. Let me text little Texan real quick. Okay. All right. I remember driving in California, and there's Mary Mashad. She says, I remember driving in California in the 70s past the prison that Charles Manson was in. They had that on a billboard near the prison. I thought that was weird. That was so weird. That would be so freaking weird. Now, I know later on in his life, because he was in San Quentin, and then later on in his life, he got moved to Corcoran, which my dad's friend was the head of the stuff there. Can't remember his rank, but he was the one in charge. He's actually in one of the Manson documentaries as his escort, but so he was later on moved to Corcoran, and then that's where he died. But he was in San Quentin, and actually, we're gonna have somebody on that was in San Quentin with Manson. He was gonna talk about it. The Sarah Lawrence cultish thing. Let me look at that. Let me see. Let me see. Lawrence. Let me see. Look at Sarah Lawrence. Oh, I see. Campus. Jeez. I'll save a link on this and look into it. There's I know a lot of cases from America, of course, since I started reading about them my dad started telling me about them in the 70s. I started reading on my own in the early 80s. And then, so I know a lot, in America through the years, of course, because I live here. And then I've always been drawn to Australian cases, and just learning there seem to be different dynamics in a lot of those cases than I've heard before. So it's an interesting case study to find out why people do these things, what can we do to change it, and then cases from the UK. But I can say I don't know many Canadian cases. I do not think, except for Robert Picton and of course Homolka and Bernardo. I can't think if I'm aware of any other ones from Canada or not. So Canada will be one that I don't know a lot about. Let me see. Trace on the cases. Everyone was talking about dinner, but I'm slow. We're having in and out. I get the cheeseburger protein style, which means it's wrapped in lettuce and tomato with chopped chilies, and it's to die for. That's good to know because my husband, that's what he would have to have next time when he can have meat like that. Because, we cut out from being diabetic, all white flour, all sugar. So I told him you could get burgers that are wrapped in lettuce. You'll have to try that sometime. Neil Campbell, your first true crime book you read was Helter Skelter by Vince Bugliosi. Excuse me. So, I watched the movie Helter Skelter with Steve Rails back when it came out on TV with my dad, and I was really small. But he had me watch it with him. My dad, interesting, taught me all about Manson, and then later on when his friend ended up overseeing Manson at Corcoran, it was real interesting. We learned a lot more. I actually thought about asking him on the show. Let me see. I gotta send somebody a link real quick. But the first true crime book I read on my own, all by myself, once I could read, was a volume of Blood Letters and Bad Men by J. Robert Nash. There's 2 or 3 volumes. I keep thinking it was volume 2, but I'm not positive. Okay, I sent the link. So yeah, and it's a compilation. They go in alphabetical order, and it's a compilation of different criminals. Let me see. Let me look it up. I still recommend this book to anybody because it gives you'll learn about a lot of different criminals and what they did. Each, section is a short couple pages about the criminal, but you learn these cases. Like that's where I learned about Gertrude Brandachevsky, Albert Fish, Ed Gein was in these books. Let's see. I'll never forget when I read about Albert Fish. I was reading it on my own, by myself, like I said, and the stuff in the book that they found when they x-rayed him and stuff, as a young kid, I thought it was weird, but I don't know. I think now that I'm older, I find it weirder than I did when I was a kid, I guess. Let me see, which one was it? So, like I said, there's 3. I know there were 3 volumes. I don't know if that's changed, if he wrote more later or not. Let me see. Oh, I read a thread. Anybody else remember Blood Letters and Bad Men? This book captivated me. Let me see. Let me pick. There's book 1, 2. Let me look at this one. I can't remember. I thought I kept thinking it had Charles Manson on the cover of it, but I'm not sure. So the first one is from, does it say the year? The first one is from 1975. And I read it in the early 80s, so it could have been that one. But I keep thinking it was one with Manson on the front. Let me see. If there is one like that. Bad Men. Manson cover. It's funny how you remember things when you're a kid, and sometimes you remember right, sometimes you don't. Okay. Oh, yeah, here it is. Found it. Book 3. And Charles Manson is on the cover. So it starts with Lucky Luciano and goes to Charles Manson. Let's see. Yeah, it's a compilation of criminals. Let me see if. Oh, thank goodness you're here. Ah, I don't know if she can hear me.
Hello,
Yay, you're there.
I'm here. What are we talking about?
Okay, we can actually, and Trish told me a little bit ago, she's like, you guys can start anytime because Trish is off doing, I forgot what she's doing, but we can start talking about it anytime. So, because Mike King is going to come on like, um, let's see, 7 my time. Right.
Okay, so
So
like in
like,
an hour or
yeah,
so.
7 my time. Yeah. I was trying to, I'm trying to guess what time zone you're in.
Have
And
you been
if
up
I
this
use
whole?
your
I'm in
name,
Central. Yeah,
okay, that you're same as Trish, then yeah. Okay.
yeah,
Got it.
yeah. I'm in
All right.
Texas.
Yeah.
Nice. So, how's it going? Have you been up the whole time?
No, we all went to when we went to bed last night and left our cameras on, left StreamYard open, and went to bed.
Nice.
And then woke up in the morning and or back on. I woke up and Trisha just got up and then she told me she's gonna lay back down. So she did, but didn't last long because the animals. So, you know. I think I went to bed around 3 and I got up around 7.
Yeah.
Yeah. I slept pretty good.
Well, that's pretty good.
Yeah. Have you been watching any of the live stream at all?
I've only seen little bits and pieces. I unfortunately had to work.
Yeah.
So-
I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm so
darn.
sorry. Yeah.
I know, I know.
No.
No, a little
We
bit
had
though. It looks like you've been having a pretty good time.
we had Jerry Vallow on and that was so moving.
Wow.
Charles
Okay.
Vallow's brother.
I'll
It's so you'll
definitely
have to
have to
go back and
rewatch.
watch that.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. It was so moving, really. It was great. So,
Mm.
you know, we were talking about I mentioned doing 3 Colts, and I think we both picked one, and I don't think we picked a third. So you
Well, you're
want
going to
us?
have Mike King on. He had one of the best podcasts
Yes.
that I've ever
Yeah.
listened to. So he could
The
definitely
Gardens
talk
of
about
Evil.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Although I know
Yeah.
that's FLD or LDS connected,
Yeah.
so to speak.
Which
A
that's
lot of
yeah.
cults are not. A lot of cults are, I mean, doomsday cults are very interesting. A lot of them are politically motivated and socially
Hmm.
motivated. Some are religiously motivated. um,
Yes.
but yeah, that was such a good podcast. I kind of wanted it to have a few more parts.
Oh yeah, for sure. But yeah, that's exactly. And there's people do really like hearing about Mike and what he did with that,
Mm-hmm.
his involvement with that quote. But like I told them earlier, and I was talking to you. So many people, a lot of people now are just thinking cults are only LDS things, but they're not. So that's why I
No.
had told you I think we should cover some that aren't
Yeah,
LDS related.
I really wasn't even
Yeah,
thinking of the ones. I mean, other than that podcast, when you mentioned him, that podcast just being so excellent and that it just happens to be LDS related.
yeah,
But
yeah,
yeah, no, the ones that I actually tend to think of aren't. I mean, like everybody knows the People's Temple, but
yeah.
that is such a heavy story that I thought I don't think we want to do that right
Well,
on a short recap. It's so
yeah,
unbelievably layered and uh so many deaths.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
we covered that this morning because
Did you?
for the last few years there's a I Hate Chocolate from chat.
Mm.
She knew Jim Jones.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense
Unfortunately,
then.
a couple of
Yeah.
her friends died in that
Oh, God.
situation and stuff. So the last couple of
Yeah.
years she's come on and talked about it.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, sort of the
Yeah.
original. And then, of course, David Koresh, Branch Davidians, super duper
Yep.
famous, religiously
Yeah.
based, not LDS. um,
Yes.
yeah, another really scary one. Far too many deaths. But, Heaven's Gate is the one I think I
Yeah.
always return to. And granted, it's
Yeah.
also really dark and heavy and a lot of deaths,
Hmm.
but it's also really quirky and weird. And I don't know if it follows the template of other cults, and the cult leader follows the template, in so many ways. And yet it's such an odd cult in other
Hmm.
ways. It's just,
That's so true. It is. That is true. Just before, yeah, you go into it. Oh, I remember, and I'm sure you do too, the day on the news where they said they
mm-hmm,
found so many bodies in a house.
mm-hmm, a
And
nice house.
yes, and then later a video came out that showed them laying in the beds and they all had the same shoes on and stuff. And I remember that vividly from when that first happened. And so, yeah,
Yeah.
let's go ahead, tell them about Heaven's Gate.
Well, I don't know if I can run it down completely, but basically I think,
Yeah.
that one started in the 70s. And it's interesting because it had a lot of longevity. I think that cult went on, well, technically it might still exist. I think until at least recently they had a website still, although I'm not sure if anybody was doing anything with the website. um, but yeah, it's one of those cults that I think it kind of peaked in the 90s, which is when all the deaths occurred. Um, and that was the 90s were a really hot decade for doomsday cults. That was
Right.
big thing
Yeah.
in the 90s. Lot of end of the world people because of course the year 2000 was looming up ahead, straight in their face. And that really got people riled up thinking that that was going to be it for everybody. So, I think though what's interesting with them is that being that it was in the 70s, it had kind of that vibe. I feel like when I've heard about it, that it was sort of laid back at the beginning.
Hmm.
Um, a lot of young people, like most cults, a lot of young people joining, lost souls, sort of looking for their place in the world. And it's really trippy when you listen to some of like the old phone calls between the like people who entered the cult and their family members. I don't know if you've listened to some of those over the years. I was refreshing my memory today, but the parents just, I mean, obviously we didn't have cell phones or video chat in the 70s and 80s or early 90s. And
Hmm.
they would call their kids, they wanted their kids out of whatever this weird group was, but they'd call them. And there's like a really famous call, one of the people who was in it. And she's like, "Hi, honey, when are you going to be coming home? We miss you." And she's like, "Probably never." I
Uh,
mean, just the conversations were bizarre.
wow.
So, just like, no, I'm not really planning to, just gonna be gone. And I feel like I'd be frantic if my kid said that, even my 25-year-old kid, if they said that. And, the mom's just like, "Well, we love you so much, and we just really hope you're doing okay." And I don't,
Oh.
it was just like, I don't think anyone had the idea of how dangerous that whole situation was and
Mhm.
how wackadoo it was. They
Right.
were following this, and originally it was a couple, Doe and T, not their real names.
Yeah.
Everyone had a
Yeah.
like a cutesy nickname.
Yeah.
And you know really it was T who was in charge. She was
Hmm.
really the mastermind of this one.
Yeah.
um but then eventually, of course, she got sick, she got cancer. And it's weird too, the way they use, the language they use. They always talked about their bodies as being vehicles. So the
Right.
vehicle, her vehicle is sick. Something has happened to her vehicle. But that
Wow.
really just threw them into a spiral because I think they were kind of stable when she was, I mean, it wasn't good, but when she was still alive. and then she died. And that wasn't supposed to happen because they were supposed to basically have eternal life and like ride off on the, on Haley's comet into the, planets. And she passed away from an earthly illness,
Hmm.
and her husband did not know what to do. How do you explain that? That wasn't supposed to happen. She wasn't supposed to die. Whoops. Our whole
Wow.
premise is kind of flawed here. We were all supposed to like be
Yeah.
immortal, basically. The whole thing is like we're immortal.
Right.
And then he really went off the deep end. I think at that point,
Oh.
I mean, he was not a nice man.
Mhm.
He was cruel. He was a cult leader. But I think that's really what twisted him over to the really dark side. I mean, but so many things that they did were interesting. I mean, they all had to be very androgynous and gender neutral. They
Mhm.
didn't want to be identified as male or female. They talked about how they were living a monastic life. They had to be celibate.
Yep.
But then, of course, he took that way too far. And he was
Yes.
basically outing people who he thought had sinned or had done something that wasn't celibate adherent.
Yeah.
And then they would get punished and they would get shamed and humiliated. And then the craziest part, when they went to castrate some of the males and do it
Mhm.
themselves.
Right. Yep.
Yeah. And a
Yeah.
lot of that went back to him being, he was, if not gay, because I know he had a wife, but even his cult members basically say he was gay.
Yeah.
So,
Just yeah. You can have a wife and still be gay.
yeah. Oh,
It
you
doesn't
definitely
doesn't
can.
mean you. Yeah.
You,
You
yeah.
practice with her or nothing.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know?
you definitely can. I mean, it's also possible
Yeah.
he was bi or something else on the spectrum that wasn't even identified
Yeah.
then. But he
Mhm.
certainly had sexual attractions to men, including that was why one of his right hand people got outed, got kicked out of the cult or from his right hand position because he told him, my vehicle is attracted to your vehicle. I'm sorry. It's just such funny language to me.
Oh
So,
my gosh.
yeah.
I don't remember that part.
Yeah, yeah, my vehicle is growing attracted to your vehicle, so this isn't going to work anymore.
Oh my gosh.
And so much of this really is just rooted in his self-loathing. Not even just
Yeah.
about his sexuality, but that was like the anchor for it, I think. Just things he hated about himself.
Oh
And
yeah.
how do I overcome that? Okay, well then I'll choose celibacy, but I won't just choose it for me. I'll choose it for everybody who joins my cult. I mean my group.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
then we won't just choose it, we'll actually physically castrate some of the men. And we'll do it
Right.
ourselves with like a knife. And that's not going to go well. Yeah. So
Right.
that, and then, then they're all worried like then the police are going to get involved because this might be illegal. Well, yeah, you can't just go mutilating other people's bodies. So,
Jeez.
yeah, that's not great.
Yeah.
But they're just such a weird cult because like yeah, they dressed like they were in Star Trek or something with like the bodysuit kind of androgynous look. They cut all their
Yeah.
hair really short. They didn't, the women didn't wear makeup, things like that. And they had
Mhm.
those cute little the OD tacked on to their little shortened names.
Right.
And so all the people had like a diminutive in their name. So it sounds kind of harmless and cutesy,
Yeah.
but then it
Yeah.
becomes we're
Like
gonna ride
yeah.
this comet and we're going to be immortal. But how are we going to do that? We're going to have to make our
Yeah.
vehicles no longer work. So we're going
Yeah.
to poison ourselves.
Jeez.
And that's what's so wild. I mean, and they had I think businesses too that were fairly successful in the
Uh-huh.
90s. They were I think it was like software or something. They were out in California, I know, and they
Oh
were
yeah.
in a nice area. They were making money. They weren't one of these poor cults that lived in tents out in the desert or something. And they just all decided mass suicide was not all. Luckily, some did get out, which is also why we get some stories from them still. But the
Yeah.
ones who stayed, they decided we'll just do a mass suicide, and that was
Yeah.
the wildest thing.
Yeah. That really was, especially turn on the news that day and seeing all those people died in there. And at the time, you're wondering what would kill all those people at once.
Yeah, all
you
those young
know? But
people. And yeah, I know. They
yeah,
probably thought carbon monoxide or something. And then they probably
yeah,
looked around and was like, everybody's wearing like identical clothing. They have sheets pulled
yeah,
over them in a specific way, except for the last person, because obviously you
right.
can't pull the sheet over yourself once you die. And, it just, and it was in a really nice area. It was
Yeah.
super nice. Yeah, it was one of those where like people couldn't believe it also because they probably were just like the odd neighbors down the street, but they weren't really they didn't think they were hurting anybody or doing anything to the neighbors. So it's like, okay, just, kind of weird people live there, but they're not drug dealers. They're not doing anything violent that they knew of.
Hmm.
But yeah, I think that Heaven's Gate still exists in an iteration somewhere. Hopefully not in anything too dangerous.
Right. Hopefully it's just like the fantasy Star Trek, not we're going to
Yeah.
off ourselves to go on Hellbound, you
And
know?
I always think, yeah, Hale Bopp, that's what it was. I always
Yeah.
think of those parents. I mean,
Oh,
I think of the parents in any cult, but
yeah.
the parents just like so naively, like, oh, I need to get my child out of this, but what do I do? And how do we get help? And how do you explain that to the police that like they cut off all their hair and want to live in this weird androgyny cult that likes UFOs and,
Yeah.
comets and stuff? I mean, I'm sure the police would look at you and think you were the crazy one.
Ugh. You reminded me of something talking about survivors, people that, survived Heaven's Gate. I can when if this is accurate, I remember reading a long time ago that he gave that Marshall like gave his followers, the men, a choice. They could be castrated or they had to go.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it was pretty
So
draconian. It was like you're going to have to
yeah,
curb your urges one way or the other.
yeah.
So
He
if you
wanted
can't do
people
that,
pure, yeah, and their bodies not defiled or whatever, and that meant no SEX. Keep, and so I think that's
well,
why they
I
all
mean, he
kept
went so far as to
androgynous.
have,
And
he had a log of when people had, spontaneous nocturnal emissions that were completely out of
oh
their
my god,
control. And so
wow,
there was like a cloth, like a, which is gross
oh
anyway, like a
my
community
god,
cloth. And like, so the men were supposed to like, if that happened to them, because I guess he acknowledged this was a thing that could happen to males. So, okay.
mhm,
So, if that happened, you were supposed to go get the community cloth and clean yourself up and not have any of that ickiness around you and then go back to bed. But then, after a short time of it being like anonymous, it became, well, you have to sign in this log that you came in here and used the cloth. Well, now it's not anonymous. And now I'm being humiliated for this and shamed. And, now everybody knows that I had to go get
yeah,
the cloth. So
oh
you're
my
either going to
god,
just lie there and stay in whatever, or you're going to get publicly humiliated. So yeah, it wasn't even just
oh,
like you can't have voluntary sex. It was like you can't, your body, your body can't do natural things without me
wow,
making you feel super duper gross and ashamed about it. Which I know it wasn't a religious cult per se, but that just smacks of religious cults to me.
oh
The
yeah, it
yeah,
does,
yeah, just,
yeah,
anything to do with normal bodily urges, functions, involuntary things,
and shame,
hormones,
yeah, and
and the shame and
humiliation, yeah,
humiliation, and that it was like a choice, and that you better be made an example of because the next time that happens, you might get thrown out of the cult. You better just control
yeah,
your thoughts even when you're asleep. So,
yeah.
and your
Maybe they're
and your
telling him,
body.
yeah, that they're not serious and they're not going to get to go on Hellbot if they can't stop or
You
something.
can't go on Hale-Bopp. I guess you have to be celibate for that,
Yeah.
for eternity.
Eh,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's crazy. It's crazy stuff. That one is, I don't know. I always find the space ones really interesting. I know Scientology has kind of a space component because I'm not at all interested in that. The cult that would get me would be the cult that has books, chocolate, and cats. That's how they're going to get me.
Ah,
Promise you. If that cult exists, that's how I'm getting sucked in. But yeah, UFOs, spaceships, forget it. I could not care less.
let's see.
Like I have no interest.
I've got cats. I love books. I like to eat chocolate when I read sometimes.
Maybe some
We could
coffee,
start our own cult. Yeah.
Yeah,
No.
I was like, no, if that is a cult, like an actual cult, like a scary,
Gosh.
dangerous, ultimately cult, that's how that because nobody is actually immune. That is actually true. You can be the
Yeah.
smartest person in the world. You could get sucked into a cult.
Exactly.
But
Yes.
I always marvel at the things like the space ones, because to me, I have no desire to go to outer space, go on a comet, get in a UFO, travel in a spaceship. So none of that would have ever sucked me in. Like, oh wow, that sounds so interesting, exciting, and appealing. I would have just walked on down the street because that sounds terrible. But I'm telling you,
Yes. But I wonder now with Elon flying stuff up to the moon and all that, what are these cult leaders going to say? And the people go, we could just
get
take
on
Elon's
Blue
ship.
Origin.
You know? God.
Yeah, see, that wouldn't appeal to me. If they said you can have a
Yeah.
free ticket to Blue Origins and we're going to go past the limits of the atmosphere, I would be like, yeah, you have fun with that. I'm definitely
Yeah.
not interested. But if they were like
Yeah.
cats and cozy socks and chocolate and coffee and all the books you could read in a lifetime, then I'm in the
Yeah.
cult. Now I'm a member. So
Yeah.
yeah, I'm like, that's what's scary, because I'm like, you just have to get that hook that gets the person in. And for some people, it's the Bible. For some people, it's UFOs. But
Yes. Yeah.
yeah, what lures you in? If you're in a vulnerable position anyway, of course
Yep.
that helps. But what lures you into the thing that tells you, I have all the answers to the universe. Okay, people want to join that cult, whatever. But I was like, oh no, I know they could get me with certain things. That's why it's scary.
Mhm.
So,
Yes. That's why when my dad, when I was younger and I saw Dianetics book on his bookshelf, I said, because I always read my dad's books. I
oh,
pointed at that book and I said, Dad,
freaky.
I said, what is that book? And he said, don't ever read it. He said,
Yeah.
it's not good. He told me, don't ever read it. And so in my mind, I never let myself, I never read it because subconsciously it was there. So I never learned about, oh my gosh, we just said it, the Scientology, because all I can remember in my brain is Dad said it was bad. So I never even read about it or learned about it until this live stream because it was a subconscious blockage in my mind, I guess. But
That's so
my dad,
interesting.
yeah, my dad did tell me, if you want to get rich, create a religion. And now I know where he got that from. And
Yeah, for sure.
yeah, that was whole L. Ron Hubbard's
I mean,
thing
the
is,
thing is, I've never read it, but I have heard it's terribly written. I mean, aside from the fact that we all know it's bogus and it's a cult and,
Mhm.
whatever, I've just heard it's like so poorly written. But
Yes.
I don't know. His real name is Lafayette, L. Ron Hubbard. The L is for Lafayette, which I
Oh,
personally find hilarious. But
he might have got picked on a lot.
yeah, you think?
He might have. Maybe that was part of his complex there.
It's complex. So he
Yeah.
decided that he'd create Xenu. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, see that
That's
space creature
yeah.
stuff, I just can't get with that. But I know that's a big, like, people love science fiction, so
Yeah.
that's probably a big
And
draw for a lot of people.
that's what gets me is, he was a science fiction writer. And
Yeah.
then from what I see, and we've had Doug Scott Kramer on the show. I miss him. He passed away. And some others, Mike Render, gosh, he passed away too. That's so sad. God.
That
Um,
is sad.
and anyways, and talking about, yeah, it's like he just wrote a science fiction story and said, okay, this is going to be a religion. And people ate it up and are eating it up. But it's like, all he did was write one of his stories and decided to call it a religion. You
Yeah.
know,
Yep. He was wildly successful for a time.
yeah.
I'm still amazed that they still exist. I see their little
Hmm.
storefronts occasionally in parts of my city and just think, huh, like, what are you going to do about that? But I know they
Yeah,
have very, very, very few members. So that gives me some consolation.
right, right. Gosh, I had just thought of something else. Darn it, now I forgot. I was going to bring up if it had to do with that. Oh, I'm talking about, getting, even smart people can get drawn into a
Oh,
cult.
yeah.
Yeah,
That's a lot of
because,
those political cults start out that way,
yeah,
and social justice cults.
yeah.
Yeah.
See, and that's what
Yeah.
I remember I talked to Trish a couple of years ago, and she's like, I don't understand. This person's really smart. And I'm like, that doesn't have anything to do with it, and anyways, being smart, some of us are smart in certain areas and not so smart in
Sure.
other areas,
Absolutely. And
and
anyone can have a
you know,
special interest of any
yeah,
intelligence level. Yeah.
yeah. And I go, just because you're intelligent doesn't mean you don't have emotions. And a lot of times, and I compare it to what I studied about or learned about, like when you get young people that join a neo-Nazi group, a lot of them will appear at one of the rallies.
Mm.
They're not racist at all, but they show up there and they feel like, oh my gosh, the people welcome them and want them to join. And they feel like, wow, I have a purpose. This is my people. I belong. I'm important here. And that happens, with some with street gangs and
Yeah.
cults. People are looking to belong somewhere, and
Everybody wants
some
to
of
fit
them
in.
don't fit in. Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you get them at that right time where they're seeking something and you make them feel that they're special and important,
Mm-hmm.
there you
And by
go.
then it's too late. You're already in it.
Yeah.
Now you can't get out.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the time the light
Oh,
bulb comes on, it's like, oh no, now I'm actually in
yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know that
That's why a
happened with
lot
all
of
the
them.
like the
Yeah.
Keith Raniere people. That was not a religious cult.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
There you go. Nexium,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
That's Nexium. So
Nexium.
what, talk about that one. What was his philosophy? I watched the
Wasn't it about
documentary
like
once,
yeah,
but
I did too, and I haven't seen it since it was out or came out, but
yeah.
I think wasn't that like just a higher level of living kind of thing? Like not it wasn't specifically religious. It was, or at least not the way we would think of like, you know, Abrahamic religions.
Yeah.
Um it was like a just improving your life kind of cult, like maximum efficiency, maximum knowledge, all the
Mm,
self improvement, self help, how to conquer your problems on your own. And I mean, I suppose a bit like Scientology, but no e-meters. Um, kind of, yeah, I think it was like an MLM basically. And then they were pretty successful, like, coaching, like life coaching. That's the word I'm trying to look for. I don't think they probably called
yeah.
it that back when it started, but that type of thing of like, I can help you improve your life and I can help you,
Okay.
be a better husband, wife, worker,
Right.
child, whatever, parent. And that one was interesting, of course, because it was really dark and it got famous people involved, much like Scientology.
Hmm.
And it had so many women at the top. I mean, he was at the top, but it had so many women to lure in the other unsuspecting people out in society.
Wow.
So
That's
that was
just,
really scary too. And I mean, he's just a terrible human, truly.
oh, I agree. I mean, I don't know what else to call him because I don't believe in like the concept of evil. I mean, people,
Um,
there
evil
are some
actions.
bad
Yeah.
people,
Um,
but looking at him, he seems like there's like
I know he looks
evil.
demonic almost. Yeah. There's
Yeah,
something about him. Yeah. I'm just glad he's not one
definitely.
who got, the easy way out of like dying by suicide or something. I'm glad that he's locked up. I wish more of them were locked up. I too many of them go out in a blaze of glory, you know.
Yeah, that is
So
so
that's
true.
although Allison Mack, I mean, didn't she just get like a slap on the wrist? I mean, that wasn't okay either.
Oh,
So
so disgusting. And
yep,
then did she get out recently and
yeah,
do an interview? I believe.
probably. Yeah, I'm sure I didn't watch it, but I'm sure she did.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Mhm.
So were you able to find any information on the family cult
Okay,
from
I had
Australia?
so much trouble. I don't know if it's because it's from Australia,
Uh-huh.
but they have literally eliminated those episodes of Dateline everywhere I looked. I was
Mm.
checking all the streaming services, I was checking all the places it should be, and it would skip from the episode before it to the episodes after it. So I couldn't watch the episodes, but I did read about it as best I could.
Oh man,
But
I found the documentary on YouTube. I should have sent you the link earlier.
that might be helpful. Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't think I looked close enough
Yeah.
there. But yeah, I just thought, what now I'm more intrigued because they seem to have they've banned documentaries
Well,
about this thing. I was like, well, now I want to know more because because I can't find anything about it.
there's so much to this cult. I couldn't cover it all. There's so many layers, but there's also a confusion because in Australia there's a group called the Family, and
Mhm.
it's a different group, and then there's the Family Cult. They're two
Mm.
separate things.
Okay.
So for those of you, a lot of you might be familiar with this. Recently a TV show came out in the last year, I think, called The Clearing. With Teresa Palmer. She's in it. She's one of the people in it. And it's, inspired by the family cult, where it was like 1964, and a lady named Anne Hamilton Byrne, um, she formed a New Age cult. She said she was the reincarnation of Jesus, and the people said, followers of her said, it was like a mix of Hinduism, Christianity, some other religions, some gurus, um, and she believed that a belief was that spiritual truths are universal. So, she kind of accepted a lot of these, new ways of thinking and stuff. And the big thing about this one is I don't know why. I really got to dig more into it. But the children. So she got all these children, and they got them, I think, well, they're 28, I think.
She wanted to collect
Um,
babies, I think I read,
yeah,
right? It was because she
yeah,
she also was a doomsday culter and believed only a
yes,
certain number of people would go to heaven or whatever. I don't know if she called it heaven, but whatever the
yeah,
highest realm would be. Yeah.
yes. And they got these children by illegal means.
Mm,
She get some from members of the family. Other ones, they were illegal adoptions. They changed the
right.
child's name. So there were, and then all the children had, she had them all dressed the same, looked the same, dyed their hair blonde, or she dyed all their hair blonde. So it was like white blonde.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll see if I can find a picture while we're talking. And then the blue eyes, said she liked the blue eyes, but I don't know if she like put contacts in, or
Very
that she carried
Hitler-esque.
it that far. I can't remember. Let me see.
And what year was this that this was happening, or years that this
Well,
was
she
happening?
started it about 64. And
Okay,
then,
so after World War II.
yeah, and I also know the detective, gosh, I can't remember his name right now. He worked so hard to
Someone says Julian
to get
Assange
her.
grew up in that cult.
Oh,
That's
that could be.
crazy.
That could be. Let me, that could be.
Did not know that.
Let me see.
New information from the
Wow.
chat.
Oh yeah, and so, and a big thing about them is they're infamous for isolating and brainwashing 28 illegally acquired children, forcing them to
Jesus.
undergo bizarre psychedelic drug experiments in an attempt to create a master race.
Okay, so it was just Hitler 2.0.
Oh
Okay.
my gosh, but she believes she was Jesus reincarnated.
Oh, right. Yes, because Jesus is definitely coming back as her. Okay.
Oh yeah, right. And
Mm-hmm.
so okay, so finally it was in 87 that
Oh,
the
man, that's a
compound
long
was raided.
time.
Yeah, it is a long time.
So those kids had
Uh,
to grow up in that nonsense.
yeah. Oh my gosh.
See, the ones with the little kids, that really pisses me off. I think that's also why I can tolerate Heaven's Gate a little bit, because they weren't like
Yeah.
taking children and brainwashing
Or
little, they were
or
young
her.
people, but they weren't like
Yeah.
minor children going into this. That really makes me mad. Ugh,
Oh man, that's like the Curum cult, the Curum case. Do you know about that one?
it sounds familiar. I'd have to
I'll have
probably
to
have a refresher.
I'll have to send you that info sometime, but that's a rough one too. And then um in chat, one from Canada, Jesse Roblin and somebody else recommended. I was asking them what cults
Mm,
are they most interested in, or
for sure.
do they react the most? And they said the Ant Hill kids. Was it kids or game?
Ant Hill.
Ant Hill.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I looked that up and it sounds horrific. It's like Canada. So I had never heard of it.
Mm,
But yeah, I need to. So I just read a few things. We'll have to look that up, but I'll have to send it to you. But it sounds like reading about it's going to be really bad because I
mm.
never heard. Let me see. I'm trying to find pictures of the children. Oh, I found a bunch. Much. Let me see.
So she didn't even just collect blonde, blue-eyed children. She kind of manipulated into them into being blonde and blue-eyed if they weren't.
Right. Yeah.
That's like a whole extra level of
Hmm.
gross.
Yeah. She wanted them all to look the same and
Oh
everything. Let me
boy.
see. See. Victims. Let me see. It's just terrible. There's a lot of things on them. There's these pictures. That's a cover of a. Let me see. I'm looking. If this is a real photo of them or, other one I just saw was for a
So she
movie.
was like that
So,
mother god lady or whatever who also thought she was the
mm,
literal reincarnation or iteration or whatever of Jesus. Okay.
yeah,
Not just the favorite, as someone said, like Lori Daybell, but like actual Jesus, not just his
yeah,
personal favorite. Okay.
right. Uh, okay. Yeah, I had thought about doing that, the mother god or whatever, and I'm on that. A lot of people know that one. Let's talk about,
Yeah, they probably say also I don't
different.
thankfully, that was a pretty small group. I feel like that was one of the
Yes,
smaller ones. It was kind of almost like an extended gang of people, you know? It
right.
didn't have
Yeah,
hundreds and hundreds of people in it that I could ever discern. It was terrible
yeah,
and awful and gross, but like it wasn't really prolific.
right. Oh, yeah, I agree. And do you know what her belief was besides she was Jesus?
The
Do
family
you
lady
remember?
or the mother god lady?
Mother God.
I can't remember.
Yeah, me neither. That's why I
Yeah,
was asking you.
I can't remember. She was like a white girl from Minnesota or someplace. I mean, I don't remember if it was that state, but it was
Crazy.
like a Midwest state that she came from. She was like an average girl from, you know,
Wow.
where the country, and she went completely cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
Wow. Let me see. Found a photo. Try to add it if we have room here. Yay,
Wow, it
we
started
have
as a drug
room.
treatment program. Yeah, I think it was. I've only watched that
Uh,
documentary once. I can't remember. The dead body part was definitely creepy because she
okay,
was
there's some of the
rotting.
children. Oh, sorry.
Oh, did you? Oh, the
Uh,
picture. Oh my word.
yeah. So and they bleached their hair.
Ugh.
They would dress them the same. I
Ugh.
know something with blue eyes I read, but I don't know if
Probably either
uh,
blue eyes or light eyed or
or,
something.
or
Yeah.
if she put contacts or what. I don't know,
Oh.
because all babies have blue eyes.
Hmm.
So you go adopt a baby,
She didn't bleach their
it
skin,
might
did she? It
change.
was just their hair.
Just their hair that I know of. And
Okay.
the children grew up believing that she was their mother, their actual parents, her and her partner, whatever. So yeah, they didn't know.
Oh, those poor kids.
Yeah. So in 87, there was a detective that worked really hard to get in, and they finally did, and they rescued all the children, you
Wow.
know. And she died, I don't know, maybe 7 years ago or something.
Wow.
But
Jeez.
yeah,
Oh, so she had a really long life, unfortunately.
yeah, something. It's, but yeah, I just found this so
Yeah, I'm looking
strange,
up the
but
Julian
yeah.
Assange thing. It says
Hmm.
his mother, Christine, was briefly involved with a man who belonged to the secretive, sinister New Age religious sect known as the Family,
There
led
you
by
go.
Aaron Hamilton Byrne.
So he was briefly in
Yeah,
that.
she dated a member. Oh,
Hmm.
it says the
Go
man
ahead.
his mother dated was a member and then later stalked the family for years when they tried to escape. So that's nice.
Oh, God.
Jeez.
Oh,
Good Lord. Okay. That's wonderful. Good,
jeez.
no effect on the kids whatsoever. Wow.
Wow. Yeah, 28 kids. She just like, and take
I'd like
these
to know whose
children.
kids they really were.
Yeah, so what I read, let's see if they were reunited. Like I said, some she got from members of her group and took them as her own. Some were illegal adoptions. I can't remember if it was a lawyer. Let me see. How dare.
Someone brought up Gwen Shamblin Laura, and that was another one I was thinking of because I absolutely love that documentary. The Way Down.
I've never
That's one
watched
of,
it.
oh, you have to, oh, Stacy.
I
Oh,
haven't
it's
watched it.
so good. It's one of those where you want more parts. But there is some really
Wow.
just awful child abuse stuff that happens. It's really
Oh
bad.
no.
But honestly, but overall, like if, you got to get through the really terrible parts, but like it's so wacky and that it has kind of like a surprise ending that's not terrible. Well, I guess it is
Oh.
for her. I guess it was for her,
Wow.
but for the rest of us, it was kind of like poetic justice.
Wow. Yeah, I
Yeah,
know
and I
Trish
think
mentioned it to
yeah.
me a while back. I
Oh,
mean,
it's
when
so
it
good,
came
Stacy.
out.
You have to
Yeah.
watch it.
God. Okay, here we go. So it says Anne Hamilton Byrne acquired 14 children between 68 and 75 alone, just those years, 14, through a network of corrupt professionals. Cult members who were doctors, lawyers, and social workers bypassed official adoption protocols, utilized illegal adoptions, and took babies born to unwed mothers to build the sect. So, yeah, illegal adoptions and followers' offspring.
And
Yeah.
yeah, taking kids away
Oh,
from people without their consent. Great. That's
yeah.
wonderful.
Oh my gosh. This article says, if it will, how the family cult was able to steal children from hospitals. Oh my God. Yeah, she lived to be 98, it says.
Oh no, no, that's not okay. That's
Oh
almost
my
Betty White
goodness.
status.
Really? Oh my, so I
Not
know that's
okay.
just,
Only the good should live that long.
wow.
I know they don't, but they should.
Yeah, I know. I know. So yeah, there, the cult leader and her husband organized for children born out of wedlock to be taken from hospitals before they were drugged and
Oh my
raised
word.
at a property at Lake Eildon between 1963
Oh,
and
so she like
1987.
stole them. She didn't just
Yes.
coerce these young women, hand me your baby. They didn't even know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my God.
This says some of the children were literally stolen out of public hospitals. Yeah. Doctors and nurses that were in their group did it, would help them.
Oh
Babies.
no.
Wow. Holy
Mm.
cow. That's so bad. What is it? I'll have to send this one to you later. You can read it and then it says play. Oh, it's a 3-minute thing. I thought it was longer than that. But yeah, I'll send you that video. It's a
Yeah.
documentary from
Oh my
Australia.
gosh. Yeah,
Yeah.
I do want to watch that. It sounded so intriguing. I was like, oh my God, this
Oh,
woman was collecting children. I mean, this is never
yes.
good. That's never a good start. So,
Yeah, I
yikes.
just, you know, it's these cults, it's these leaders. What are their motivation? Well, different ones have different motivations, more or less, we see ones that it's sex, you know,
Yeah, there's a lot of that.
and but then you have ones like this cult and
Yeah, and like
White,
it's so
and
yes, it's so like
yeah,
his was certainly sex obsessed, but like in the
yeah,
other
yeah,
direction. Yeah.
yeah,
It's like
yeah.
you can't have it ever or we're going to castrate you. Yeah, it's there's that component and with her, I mean, so she thought only a limited number of people could make it into heaven, which is not a new concept for a cult and even some religions. Then
Hmm.
why would she like go out and find people that's odd to me anyway. Why not just start with the people you already know? Like let them be the ones that are getting into your weird heaven. I don't know.
Right.
I guess I wouldn't be a very good cult leader.
No. Yeah.
Stealing
Well,
babies from
that's
the
a
local
good thing.
hospital is just not a thing I would want to
Oh
do.
my gosh. That is so bad. And can you imagine before people knew what was going on? You know, people are saying our babies are being taken out of the hospital.
I wonder if they
That
were
would be
telling
a
them they
big
died.
mystery. I don't that could be. I'll have
Like I
to
wonder if they
read
said
more
like
on
your
the
baby
detective.
was like maybe not stillborn because they'd probably know, but like your
Yeah.
baby was, didn't make it through the night and don't worry
Yeah.
about it. We've already, gotten the, coroner to come and take the kid to the funeral home or something. I
Yeah.
wonder
I
how far it
wonder.
went. So they wouldn't
I'm
even
gonna
look
have
for
to
them.
look. Right. That's
Yeah.
just made me wonder because the detective that was all over this case, and busted it open. I wonder what it is that led him to the family. That would be
Hmm.
interesting. Let me see.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Did she got both sexes of children, or did she prefer girls over boys, boys over girls, or do we know? Or is it
I
just
don't know if
whatever
she had a
baby was
preference.
available?
I think it's what was available because she had both
Okay.
boys and girls. Yeah.
Yeesh. Yeah, I
Oh,
don't know. I'm just wondering. I mean, it was a slightly different era then in terms of communication and maybe expectations in hospitals. And if there was like a newborn fatality, I don't know. In some cases, maybe a parent who's, drugged out of their mind and in pain from their childbirth would believe it if you just said, your kid, the baby didn't make it through the night and, but don't stress out. We're going to get it all handled. We'll get the arrangements taken care of. And their kid was literally stolen alive.
yeah.
I don't know. Maybe not, but I'm
Oh,
just
that
wondering
could.
how they explained this.
Yeah, that could be. Well, yeah, your mind goes, how, babies don't just disappear. They had to account
Well,
for them
especially en
somehow to the
masse.
parent,
Yeah, this wasn't like
you
one
know.
kid at one hospital one time.
Right.
This is
Yeah.
dozens of children. It's like after a while, I think you would start to wonder. I mean, granted, it's not a good look if your hospital has that many dead newborns. I
Yeah.
watched the Lucy Letby documentary too,
Hmm.
but
Yeah.
but at the same time, it might be easier to try to explain that one than just, yeah, I don't know where they went. They just, it was here in its bassinet last night. It's just gone. So
Wow.
sorry about that. We lost your baby.
Oh my
I
gosh.
don't know.
Oh my gosh. Let me see. Um, you know, and then there was a time period where they didn't do the bracelets, to match or something. You remember that? You know what I'm talking? I can't remember when they started doing that. So babies wouldn't get mixed
Oh,
up
the
or switched.
bracelets?
Yeah, and
Yeah,
stuff.
I mean,
Yeah.
obviously it might vary a bit by country, but I would think,
Hmm.
I mean, Australia was probably around the time that, the US and Europe and places like that were doing it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure that goes back a ways, but I'm just wondering if this started in the 60s. I don't know. If they had
Yeah.
matching
That's what I was
bracelets
wondering.
then.
Because I know, remember the twigs um switched at birth, those two babies that were switched. One of
Yeah.
them had a bad heart. It's a true story.
Mm.
One of them had a bad heart, and the other family had a bunch of children already, so they gave the one with the bad heart to them, I think, and kept the other one.
Yeah.
The people in the hospital switched them, and I think after that, more
Sure.
regulations were put in place, you
Yep.
know.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, this is so many kids. Unless it was like like a, what do you call those? A mother baby home, like like you were
Yeah.
talking about the children born to unwed mothers. Okay, so now there's already not a baby
Yes.
daddy probably involved or present, and
Yeah.
maybe they were going into those kinds of places, like you're teenagers in this mother baby home, and the kid's going to be put up for adoption, probably against the mother's will, but whatever. And so they
Yes.
just take it, and then it goes to this crazy person.
Yeah, I think so. Because I swear, when I was reading earlier, I think I read something about. I either read unwed mothers or mother baby home. So, that
Yeah,
which an unwed
that would
mother would
track.
most likely be at
Very
a
vulnerable population.
baby
Yeah.
home. Absolutely. And it says now that the authorities in Australia first learned about the family in 1987. One of the teenage girls escaped from there. They said she was really traumatized and went to the police, and that caused them to raid the compound where they uncovered severe child abuse, illegal adoption scams, and systemic drugging. So it was a girl that escaped. Good for her.
I wonder what kind of
But
drugs she had. These probably some kind of sedative, I
oh,
guess, these kids.
well, she gave them LSD. That I
Oh,
know.
great. Of course. I forgot
That
what
I
era
know.
we're in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. She did give them LSD. Um, as I told people earlier, we will be talking about a cult that's not LDS, but it does have LSD. So that's
It's
what I
not
told them earlier.
LDS, but it is. Well,
Yeah.
that's how you know it's not LDS, because their cults don't have pills.
Yeah.
That'd be the last thing an
Yeah.
LDS cult would have. Um,
Right.
God,
God.
they don't even have
But think
alcohol for
about it.
LSD.
So she
Yeah.
started in 64 and they didn't learn about them till 87.
Yeah,
Um,
that's too
I
long.
don't.
Is it because she was a white woman in
It could
Australia?
be.
Just
And
yeah.
think well off, and I'm gonna write this down because I am curious now.
I mean, in theory, a
Where?
woman could get away with that a lot longer. Even the whole multiple children thing. I mean, 28 kids is is a lot of kids, but
Mm-hmm.
people aren't going to look as sideways at that as they are at a guy with a bunch of kids
Oh, of
wandering around
course.
with all his random blonde children. So,
Yeah.
yeah, that's unfortunate.
Um, I'm going to. Yeah, I want to research where the babies came
I
from
think
and
we're
if they
confusing
can
chat.
account.
I think I'm confusing chat. We're talking
Oh
about
no.
the family cults. Somebody wanted to know which one we were on. The one in
Oh,
Australia
yes.
with what is her name again? The lady that
Anne
ran it,
Hamilton Byrne.
Anne Hamilton Byrne.
Yes. Here, well, that's the wrong one. I'll put a link in chat. Uh, that's a small one. Let me get a better article. The new age, everything says a new age group. Okay, here, this is a good article, I think. Post it in chat. But yeah, because I read a lot of Australian cases. Like I said, I find them interesting. That's how
Sure.
I came across
That's how
this.
you found her.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't recall ever hearing about this one. So that is very
Yeah.
interesting.
Yes. Websleuths. I gotta get in the chat on YouTube.
I mean, it's easy to get them confused too, because there are, again, so many similarities with cults. No matter what
Mm-hmm.
type of cult it is, there's always going to be, if you go back to, what is it, Dr. Hassan's bite model, there's always going to be the behavior control, the information control, the thought control, the emotion control. Those are the main cornerstones of cults. And so you just
Right.
kind of go from there, and there's just so many tactics that they all use
Mm-hmm.
that are in common, but then they have these odd flavors to them, like collecting children and dyeing their hair blonde and raising them in
Yeah.
isolation.
And abusing them and drugging them. What's the point?
I don't know why you'd
I
have
don't.
to drug a newborn to train it to live in your cult. That makes no sense to me, but okay. Um,
Right?
yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure if you ripped the newborn out of the hospital, it just thinks you're its mother now. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I mean, yes, it will have trauma, like that's proven, but
Mm-hmm.
in the immediate time, you could just raise it and it's not going
Right.
to know any different.
Let's see why did. I've read about this so much, but I'm like, I have to refresh. And I was looking, trying to refresh myself today on this, but we were still live streaming, so I had very little time to do that. And Hamilton Byrne drug the children. I'm just curious what it says.
Well, it's interesting. That Julian Assange connection is interesting, and it'll be interesting to
Mm.
see if there are others maybe that we'll find out about over time who had some connection to this thing too.
Yeah, I'm
I'm
pretty sure there are kids from that cult that have come out and talked about it.
probably, yeah.
Yeah. So because from what I know, from what we know, she didn't murder the children. So let's see.
I guess that's the one saving grace, the whole thing.
Yeah. Gosh.
And I
Okay.
guess her doomsday prediction, I mean, I don't know if she had a date in mind, as some do, or if she just was in a general, like, the world would end at any moment type of doomsday cult. But if she lived, I mean, if she was alive until just a few years ago, that's kind of crazy too.
Yeah, she let's see. She never faced trial.
That's
Can you
unbelievable.
believe that? Yeah, she was a yoga teacher. I forgot to mention that earlier. I have it written
Oh,
down
of
here.
course she
She was a
was.
yoga teacher and got all into, mysticism and
Uh-huh.
she
But
got
she
into
but she
drug
was
taking with
Jesus.
mysticism. Yeah, too
Yeah.
much
When I think of
LSD
Jesus, I
probably.
definitely think yoga teacher.
Gosh. Wow.
Oh boy.
Jeez. My
That's
gosh.
that's a pretty easy sell there, I guess, for some people. Good Lord.
Says, oh, she said accused allegedly administering drugs to minors. The cult was also accused of subjecting them to beatings, starvation, and brainwashing. They wore identical clothes, had their hair dyed blonde, and they were told that one day they would take over the world. Oh yeah, here's one of the kids. Growing up, it was Ann and Bill. They were mom and dad. And then there were foster kids, and they were kids of other sect members who would either come up on weekends or stay there for stints of a couple of years.
Ugh.
So 28 was the most they had at once.
Okay.
We all had blonde, bleach hair. Not all of us. Some had red hair because Auntie Anne, Anne Hamilton Byrne, was actually naturally redheaded. Yeah. They had to dress up like the Von Trapp children. And
Okay.
it doesn't actually say why she drugged them. Not in this anyways.
Yeah,
I'll have
I
to
mean,
watch
I
that.
guess as they got older, maybe for ongoing
Here.
compliance or to try to maybe participate in her weird visions or something, if it was LSD. But I
Yeah.
don't
Yeah.
get why, like a very small baby or child or toddler or something, what would be the point?
Right. And then it just says you know, severe abuse, which could be a lot of things, which I didn't think of that before.
Yeah,
You know what I
definitely.
mean?
Yeah, it's hard to say what all she was doing.
Yeah. I started watching the show The Clearing, but then I stopped. I didn't finish it. I should watch it. But, it like I said, it's inspired by this, but it's not a true thing because there's a woman in it that I guess that was one of the children at one time, and she comes back or something, and it shows how the children are being raised, and all their bleached hair and all that sort of thing.
That's
So
just
it's inspired
wild.
by it. It said it's heavily inspired by it because it is. It says The Clearing. I started watching it not knowing what it was about, and I immediately recognized the family cult connection
You're like,
when I
hold
started
on.
watching it. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, immediately.
that is very interesting.
Oh my gosh. Ah, any other
I think
ones that you
the
found?
chat's a little punchy.
What
They're
happened?
chatting amongst themselves.
Children of the Corn. Oh, Jesse Roblin says, then they adopt out the baby. Some mothers basically don't get any choice. Yeah.
Okay, so y'all need to listen to the podcast Liberty Lost, which is about that. It is excellent
Mm.
and very sad and very frustrating to listen to, but so, so, so good. Yeah,
What's
it's
it called
about that
again? Liberty Lost?
Liberty Lost. It's about that godparent home at Liberty University. Yeah, it's a fairly recent podcast. I think maybe last
Let me
6
see if I can
months it
find
came
it.
out.
No, I'll look for it right now.
It's really, really good and really, really heartbreaking. And
Mm.
just like it'll bring you to tears. But it's an important story. It's those kind of stories, all this stuff that has been hidden for so long, and as if teenagers shouldn't have a say if
Oh,
they have a baby, as that you can't possibly be a good mother because you're 17 and more importantly not married in their minds,
yes.
and their families are all about appearances. They're trying to save face. They're already horribly embarrassed that they have a pregnant teen, and then they
Oh,
rip these kids away from them, and it's not good. It's not good. I mean, but the podcast is excellent. So listen to
yeah.
that.
Just, there are so many people that don't realize what horrible things people are capable of out in the world. That some people are capable
And
of,
that's just
That's why,
happening right there at Liberty University, like right on their
yeah.
campus. It's an endorsed part of their university. And
And I
it's,
posted a
billed as
link.
like a good Christian mother. And I mean, you got to listen to it to get the whole story. But basically, of course, it's one of those where they tell you, oh, you're going to get to make the choice as to whether you keep your baby or not. Don't worry. No pressure.
Oh,
We're just here to take care of you during your pregnancy. Yeah, 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 yeah. It's all BS.
oh, there
Yeah.
were some horrific mother baby homes in Ireland.
Oh, I'm sure.
Did you hear about a while back they dug up all those baby skeletons?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. And nuns, it was run by nuns, I believe, at the time. And I don't understand how people can just throw a baby away like that. But these, like I said, talking about these are so important because there are still people every day
I
getting
mean, this
involved.
stuff is still happening, even if they're not
Yeah.
killing the babies. This is still completely wrong what they're doing. I mean, you can't
Yeah.
just, these are girls in very vulnerable situations who have nowhere else to turn, who are often literally kicked out of their family's home because of their teen pregnancy or unmarried pregnancy. And they're trying to be, they're trusting, they're hopeful that someone is going to help them in their time of need. And then it's just all a big scam. We don't care about you. We just want your baby.
Right. Oh.
Yep.
And then the baby farms.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man. And so many of those babies died, God,
Yep.
I just don't understand. Uh Potter, I say Potter, 64. Magdalene. So the Magdalene laundries. Yeah, that was like there were girls there that had babies and they took their babies from them. Plus, those girls were severely abused, period.
Mm-hmm.
You know. Oh
Yeah, I
man.
think in most of these situations, the girls are at the very least, they're overworked, if not outright abused. It's certainly not a nice, comfortable resting spot for a young woman to like get nutrition and rest and try to prepare for having a baby. It's more of a workhouse type situation. Usually, they're doing manual labor and they're doing things to earn their
Yes.
keep, so to speak. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what the Magdalene laundries, the nuns were
Yeah.
making so much money from the girls doing that laundry. So
Yep.
Phyllis Jarrett asked, she goes, so Liberty University is doing this question mark?
Yeah. I mean, if you listen to the Liberty Lost podcast, it's part of Liberty University. It's the godparent home.
Jeez.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, we've got a problem in chat. Bipolar Express says, I'm a cult leader. My followers adore me. They eat when I say, they use the bathroom outside. They all sleep together with me when I say so. They wait outside the bathroom door for me.
Oh, yeah, me too. My cats. Maybe
Yeah.
she has dogs or cats. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man.
I know that, but I feel like mine would turn on me if they don't get their food. That's the problem. So I must not be, I'm not quite as effective of a cult leader as some where actual cult leaders are.
Oh my gosh. Oh, you're just a bit. Patricia Dietrich asks, what was the woman's name from Tennessee who stole or lied to poor parents?
Are you talking about Georgia Tan? That is a horror story. You could do an
Oh,
entire show or a week's worth of shows about
write
that
that
crazy
down.
woman. That there are podcasts about her too out there, but that is
Okay.
she's one of the more chilling people I'd
Oh,
say in like the
wow.
last 100 years of American history. Really
Whoa.
scary woman. Yeah.
Well,
I
was
think that
that a
might be because
cult?
I think she was from Tennessee.
So was it a cult?
Well,
Or, I mean, if I was to
not
look her up,
in
what would I
that
look up? Her
sense.
name
No,
or?
not exactly. I mean, it
Okay.
was a crazy woman who was stealing babies, like a baby bro. Like think of like a soap
Oh, here
opera
she
from like
goes.
the 80s where people would like steal babies or go to like the woman who sold babies. She was that woman,
Yeah.
the woman who sold babies
Oh, God.
straight up for cash. Yeah.
Sounds familiar.
So, yeah, it's truly
Now
like a
that
bad soap
sounds
opera
familiar
plot.
now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But a
Let's
lot
see.
of them were killed. A lot of them died.
Oh,
So speaking of dead babies buried on
oh,
somewhere on the ground somewhere, they've never found some of those children.
oh no. Oh,
Yeah,
there's a
she was scary.
God. The name sounds so familiar.
Yeah,
There's a
Georgia Tann.
show. Yeah. Okay. There's a show that came out. God, last year or the year before on Showtime called The Woman in the Wall, and it ends up being about um these grown women that turned out they were from the mother baby. They were taken from the mother baby homes there in Ireland and stuff. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah. Probably a very similar type of scenario. But again, yeah, I think it's just always so shocking when I hear about these things that happened, in like the last 70 or 80 years, right under people's noses in major cities. Like, she was in like Memphis, Tennessee, and it wasn't even off in some rural, isolated place. And selling children, like blatantly, overtly stealing children, like out of front yards in some cases, and just selling them to people who could afford them. It just,
Oh, and she was a social worker.
the original human trafficker. You know what I mean? It's like,
Oh my
this stuff happened. Yeah,
god.
yeah, yeah. She was a social worker. Oh, yes. Oh,
Oh
yes.
my
So it was
god.
like hiding in plain sight, you know?
Jeez.
Like, seriously, like, who would guess? I'm a social worker.
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness.
Yeah.
I just found Georgetown Children's Home Society Investigative
Oh,
Scrapbook from
that's such a
1950.
rabbit hole. I mean, you could go down that one for
Oh.
days on end. There's so much. There's just so much about
You know,
her.
this,
It's crazy.
wow. This reminds me of, I was talking to Jesse earlier, or mentioning that I only know so many cases from Canada, but this
Mm,
reminds me of another one I know from Canada, and that's the Butterbox babies.
okay.
And they're called the Butterbox babies because they were babies. They put them in a butter box, the ones that were dead.
Oh, I
You
got
know,
you. Yeah, that's ugh.
yeah. Gosh, I'm trying to remember if it was a a baby farm or people taking them in. And Jesse will know. Let me look. It says, uh, I was at a maternity home. Let's see. What other? Between 400 to 600 of other babies were deliberately killed by starvation or were deliberately refused medical care because the children appeared unmarketable. Oh my gosh. That's terrible. Ugh. There's a movie on that, but I won't watch it.
Yeah, I
I
don't know if I
started it
could.
once and I couldn't.
I
Yeah.
don't know if I could take that.
Oh man.
The little kid cases are the hardest.
Yeah, it is. I can't. Yeah, there's that one and then another one once I started and I just had to shut it off right away. I just couldn't do it. Let me see. I was like, what? Oh, did Mary Tyler Moore play Georgia Tann in the movie? Is there a movie about her?
I haven't seen a movie. It's possible. Um,
Because somebody mentions that. And then
Very possibly.
I know there's a Butterbox Babies movie. Um, yeah, 'cause somebody mentions that in here. Yeah, that's awful. I don't know. So, what are your final thoughts on Colts, Little Texan?
That we just keep playing whack-a-mole with them. Another one
I
pops up.
know. I know.
But they do really follow that predictable model typically, so if you know the bite model, you can figure out if you're in a cult. And obviously some aren't as flashy. I mean, there are, there are
Mhm.
plenty of cults that aren't quite so dramatic. Not everything is going to be the Branch Davidians and,
Right.
all of that. I mean, there's more insidious cults that regular people can just be part of and not necessarily be living on a compound. So I think
Right.
it's just something to always keep in mind and always think about. If you think you could be in a cult, maybe start evaluating, going through the bite model and trying to decide, oh, well, this has some features that might not be great, but whatever the
Yeah.
organization is. And plenty of them are not religious. So for all the ones that are religious, there's cults out there that aren't. So just, keeping that in mind. Um, Something to think
Mm,
about. but
Yeah,
it's
and
definitely scary. The doomsday ones, though, are
yeah.
wild to me. Just like spending all this time thinking about the end of the world. I don't
Oh,
know.
I
It's just odd.
know.
You know,
God,
just a
that's
wild thing. The world's gonna end, and then of course the Daybell types where they're picking a specific day.
right.
It's going to end on this day on this year, and yeah, it's just okay. Sure, sure it
Wow.
is. Which time zone? So
That's yeah.
yeah,
Oh yeah. Not time yet. It's 2 more hours.
right.
Um.
Yeah, so it's
Yeah.
just odd.
And then think about if people are in a group or whether because they won't be thinking they're in a cult. If you're in a group or something and they telling you need to murder somebody, for
I mean,
whatever
that's a
reason, that's an
terrible
issue.
idea, regardless of if it's a
Yeah.
cult. But yes,
Yeah.
it's like never
They're
good. Don't do
asking you
that.
if they're staying there, an apostle or they're Jesus and they need you to go murder A, B, and C. No, that's an issue. So,
Yeah,
but yet we see it happen.
yeah, yep,
And it's just
yeah. I
terrible.
agree. I agree. Yep, following along with something that might not be quite okay. Someone just brought up flat earthers. Yeah, luckily I don't think there are enough of them to really cause any true harm, but but I have encountered some, and my kids have encountered some. Oddly enough, one time in school, which I don't tend to think of flat earthers as people who really send their kids to school, but I
Uh-huh.
know one of my kids for sure had an absolute diehard flat earther in class, and um, was certainly intrigued by that reality, that
Oh my
alternate
gosh.
reality. Just kind of like, there's a flat earther in my class. I was like, oh my goodness, they let them go to school. But that was my first thought. But also just kind of,
Well,
but honestly, really not causing any real harm. I think the teacher kind of shook his head, during the
yeah.
lessons, but just sort of, oh, okay, whatever
Well,
floats your boat, I guess.
Columbus survived, you know, his sailing. He just ended up in the wrong country. But, he didn't
Oh
fall off the
gosh.
edges of the earth or nothing. So,
Oh my God.
I don't know what people are thinking. It's kind of like
Yeah, that one's a weird one.
there's
That's funny though.
so many things now you see, and I don't know if it's because people get together on the internet and have apophenia or
That definitely
what's the
help
other
doesn't
one
help.
called?
Yeah.
Yeah, I forget what the other one's called. The other seeing something where it's not there type stuff.
Oh, like
There's
pareidolia?
yeah, that pareidolia. There's apophenia. I mean, basically, if you look for patterns, you're going to find them in some way or another. And people
Yeah.
will do that and think everything's connected, and then that means something that's uh hidden or a conspiracy. But I I don't understand how people go off completely.
I mean,
What would be the purpose
we have a
of
Sasquatch believer in the chat, so
oh, for
I love
sure.
this. I don't want to live in a world without Sasquatch and Sasquatch believers. That's hilarious.
It's it's fun. You can always
I
blame
always
it on
personally
Bigfoot.
liked the Loch Ness Monster, and apparently a lot of
Yes.
evangelical fundies love the Loch Ness Monster too, which I did not know until I was older, but I always loved
Aw.
her. I still love Nessie.
Yes. Who doesn't? I know as a kid, that's the one
I
I was
know. I
like,
was
oh
obsessed
my
with her
gosh.
when I was a kid.
Yeah,
Yeah.
me too.
Yeah, I think I was more into her than Bigfoot, but I have no beef with Bigfoot. I mean, if that's what people want to be into, that's fine.
Oh my gosh. So I came across a thing on YouTube or whatever the other day where a guy says he found a body of a Bigfoot. So they show it on camera
Oh.
and everything. Oh, Mike's here, but just to say real quick.
Oh.
And of course, when the person asks, has an anthropologist looked at it? And he's all, no, we've had several people look at it though. I mean, come on.
Okay. Yeah, it's
Ah,
like the UFO sightings, but they just somehow couldn't get their camera to take the footage right then. Yeah.
there. Okay, I'm trying to
All
bring
right.
up
Well,
my,
thanks for having
yeah.
me. I really appreciated that. That was a lot of fun.
Well, thank you for coming on.
You guys did a
Yeah.
great job.
Glad the world
Thank
hasn't
you.
ended.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
not yet. We still have time, so it could still happen. So be ready. Okay. Be ready. But thank you, ladies.
Okay.
So, and Stacy, you're staying for Mike King, right?
Yes.
Okay. And Lil Texan, you're welcome to stay too if you'd like. Oh, I think she already left. Okay. Okay. Let's bring up Mike King, everybody. Profiling Evil, the man, the legend. How are you, Mike King?
Hey, how you doing, Tricia?
We're
Hi,
doing
Stacy.
great.
Hi.
Now, are you out of the country now?
No, I just got home.
Okay, because you're going out of the country.
I've been out. I've been a batch of places, but I'm home now, and Friday is actually the 24th of July, which is Statehood Day in Utah.
Big
so
day in Utah. Yeah,
I'll
exactly.
be. I think I'm tearing bushes out at my daughter's house, so I think I'll be celebrating.
Big party time.
Yeah.
Big
And
party.
also, actually, Friday, July 24th. Let me just quickly do some math here. 2026 minus 135 years ago, this Friday, my great-great-grandmother was murdered at a town celebration down in the Four Corners area of Utah. And that's the book I wrote called Jane. Well, it's actually called She Knew No Fear.
She Knew No Fear, yes.
And it's about solving her murder 135 years ago. Crazy.
And you were able to solve her murder.
We'll see if I make it to heaven, and I'll find out if I was right or wrong.
I kind of have a feeling that you're going to be at the front of the line, Mike. It's the rest of us that are going to be in the back. So, hey, but and Stacy, could you get that book from Amazon and link it in chat for everybody?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I want to talk to Mike about what's coming up in Australia, because we have a lot of Australia people. And it is incredible what you're going to be doing. Let me put it up in chat here. Let me grab it. Where'd it go? Where is my email? Hang on. And I would love to go to Australia and watch you do this. This is it's called The Psychology of Cults, a live event, and it is going to be happening in Australia. Let's see. Actually, it'll be November. You're going to Canada, and then December in Australia.
Correct.
And here's the link. I'm going to put it in chat. People, and we have a lot of Canadians and a lot of Australians here tonight in chat. So you
good.
Got to go see.
Yeah,
this is your chance.
We'll start in Canada. We'll start in Toronto and work our way west. And it's a grueling, like every day for 2 weeks schedule. You can see it on the website. We'll be in a different venue every night, and that'll be really fun. And then I'll get home for Thanksgiving, and the day after Thanksgiving, jump on a plane to Australia and start in Perth and work my way across to Australia, ending up in Brisbane. So I think I end up in Sydney. But anyway, it'll be hitting all the major spots along the way. And those dates will drop August 10th. Sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I just wanted to play the 30-second promo for Cults. Here is the link where you can go. And can people get tickets at this webpage?
Yeah, to go to the webpage, and they can buy tickets for the venue that's closest to them. And I created a map that maybe what I can do is show you or send you that link. You can pop it up, but it is a cult, because I love maps.
I know you're so good at it. You're so good.
Cult tour locator. So you can put in your own address, and it'll tell you the closest location where you can catch the. Let me see if this comes through.
You can put it in the chat, or email it, or text it to me, or private chat, whatever you'd like to do.
Let's
and you do have a specific invitation here from Bipolar Express. Says, come to Boise. A lot of weird culty people are here.
They need you, Mike.
They do.
Okay, let's see. I'm having some wonky stuff with my keyboard here, so let me
I'll tell you what. I want to play this this promo for the website and for your speaking engagements, and while you work on that. Okay,
perfect.
We'll do that right now. Let me get the sharing here.
Nexium, Jonestown, Heaven's Gate. How do they form? How do they thrive? How do they control their members? Get the real-life stories behind these and more with Psychology of Cults. Hosted by renowned cult interventionalist Ashlyn Hilliard, Psychology of Cults
that's last year's. I wonder why they got that on.
exposes the hidden dangers.
Huh.
Hold on. I was wondering who that was they were talking about.
Yeah, well, that's
wondering if you
okay.
had-
She's a sharp cookie.
Well, let's look at the dates since we're sharing. You're coming to Richmond, Ontario in October, St. Catherine, Ontario, Milton, you're in Ontario, like you said. Then Saskatchewan, is that what this is? SSK, is that Saskatchewan or is that Saskatoon?
I don't know. I know I get on an airplane
and you show up. Yeah.
And I show up. Yeah.
And then you're going to Calgary at the end of November. But yeah, here we go. Mike King delves into the world of cults. And we just had a very interesting comment posted in chat from one of our Canadians, one of our wonderful Canadians. Let's see. Oh, here it is. Jesse says, am I seeing this correct? You're going to be in Saskatoon, but not anywhere in British Columbia?
Well, I don't know. I didn't put the tour together. I'm just showing up where they tell me to.
Well,
here's what's supposed to be on the web. If that is helpful, you can pop that up and play that.
Let's play this one.
I'll play it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Cults have long been one of society's most controversial phenomena. Join me, Mike King, as I dive deep into the psychology of cults. Learn about the manipulation tactics that cults use and how to avoid them, even in everyday situations. Join me for this one-of-a-kind event. That's pretty short and sweet.
But that's perfect. You know, our theme today in the End of the World Again 24-hour live stream that we do every year on this day. Today we are really featuring cults. And I had a brilliant woman on. Her name is Dr. Christine Marie, and she was the one that went down to and rescued the people, the women from Sam Bateman in the new docuseries on Netflix called The Prophet. And she was in a cult. That's how she got started. And I said, that's impossible. I said, you are too smart to be in a cult. It doesn't have anything to do with intelligence, right, Mike? It just doesn't. How do they do it? Give us the Reader's Digest version if you can, because this woman is brilliant. And how can a smart
you're
person
right.
get in a cult?
Tricia, cults don't want projects. They want people that are going to contribute. And I think that's one of the misconceptions that many of us have. A cult leader wants to get people in that bring something to the table. And that's the mixed bag, because for most cults, it's going to be something that provides financial support or some kind of infrastructure support that they need. But it also might be that they provide something like there's an attraction, a perversion that's driving the need to recruit certain kinds of people or bring certain types of folks in. Some cults will recruit people because they find that chink in their armor at just the right moment in time. And you know, cults are really good at helping you come into something thinking you're really making a difference in your own personal life or in the lives of people that are inside of that cult. And it's not until you get inside that they slowly start the grooming process, where they start to get you to start to think that questioning is disobedience, and that thinking outside of what you had before is a show that you're not prepared to move to the next level. And so they just really are good at convincing people. And like Margaret Singer said many, many years ago, if people knew from the get-go what they were in for, they would never join a cult. And that's a really important thing to remember. They go in because it's satisfying some kind of a need. And cult leaders are good enough at recruiting, or at least casting their net wide enough that they can find people who happen to be at that point vulnerable in their lives.
It is amazing. And I apologize. I said the name of the docuseries wrong. It's called Trust Me, the False Prophet. And it's about the cult and how Dr. Christine Marie went in and was able to rescue these women from Sam Bateman. But you're right, Mike. They zero in on something that you have and that they need. And is it the old theory, like you put a frog in cold water and you slowly raise the temperature and they don't realize they're being boiled? Is that how a cult works with people? They don't realize they're in a cult because it slowly happens, right?
Sure. And you know, I think things that we can understand are things like the domestic violence cycle. And I liken cult behaviors much to those same things, because once a person invests themselves in a doctrine or a belief system, and then they start to bring other people into that belief system, when they start seeing the fallacies and the problems in it, they either have to admit publicly that they were wrong and that they caused other people to fall into something that was destructive, or they have to ignore it and continue. And it's much easier for people, just like in a domestic violence situation, to keep sticking with that same person, hoping that it's going to get better, or thinking that they might change them, or just thinking that they really don't deserve much better. And the big challenge with cults is that we want to think that most of them are like what Christine dealt with religious-based cults. But cults are in politics, they're in social media, they are in business, in families. And that was kind of the premise of my presentation at CrimeCon this year, was that the cult behaviors are pretty consistent across all coercive, controlling environments.
Okay.
And yet we just like to say the word cult and think about religions. And one of the things that really frustrates me in communities, including the true crime community, is that we want to somehow assign responsibility for cults to religions. And I've said before on this show, you know, I was in charge of the ritual crime task force for the state of Utah. I dealt with every stinking polygamist in the state. I dealt with every closed society in the state. And I spent much of my career trying to infiltrate and break down and put those people in prison. And every time I would look at those, there would be some tie, a former member who at one point in their life was a member of the Latter-day Saint mainstream faith or something like that. And initially, my thoughts were, man, everybody involved in these cult behaviors, and Utah's unique because of the polygamy prompt of the 1890s, before the mainstream church banned polygamy. And then all these offshoots went out and created it. But I remember going to a meeting with a bunch of other cult investigators from across the nation. And in this meeting, I said, guys, I'll tell you what, I'm really concerned that members of the Latter-day Saint faith are involved in these cults.
Right.
And the guy from Alabama said, you're out of your mind. The cults are being driven by the Baptists. And the guy from Chicago said, you two are nuts. It's the Catholics that are in charge. Right. And what I came to realize is that are going to rely on what they learned as children or what they can exploit by the population in control that they're chasing. And they're going to try to use familiar religious language. They're going to try to use things that sound pretty dang close to the truth of what people grew up, because faith is really precious to people. And I've come to this kind of pivotal moment in my life many years ago where I realized all of a sudden, for all the people out there that want to point a finger and say it's the Catholic Church hiding the priests, or it's the Mormons hiding the polygamists, or the Baptists that are doing this in Christian churches, that's lazy thinking.
Right.
And we should be ashamed of ourselves when we try to categorize like that, because what it is, Tricia, is predatory people who are taking advantage, whether it's religion or telling a child, if you say anything in religion, they might say God's going to condemn you for eternities. But to a child, they might say, if you say anything, I'm going to kill your puppy. It's no different. And if anybody out there is thinking, hey, this is a religion responsibility, I just firmly believe that's lazy thinking. And we need to point back to the predator, and the predator being smart enough to exploit something that is so sacred and precious to people that they would buy into some of the ideology.
Exactly. And many times that is a religious base, but it certainly isn't what a cult is based on all the time. You're right. It could be based on all types of different things. And again, I want to read what Jessie posted. She said, I loved your presentation, Mike. I'm very sorry some bonehead wouldn't let you use your laptop. So that's pretty funny. We played the tape today of the Jim Jones death tape is what they call it, where they're passing out the Kool-Aid or the drink that was poison. And we had somebody on whose dear friends were in the cult and they died. And they actually went to see Jim Jones give a speech in a church. They went with their grandmother. They were teenagers. Their grandmother, this woman and her sister, or I think it was her cousin, the grandmother stood up after Jim Jones was giving his speech and said, we're going. And Jim Jones called him out and said, where are you going? Don't go. And she said, I know BS when I see it. And this is a bunch of BS. And he tried to humiliate and embarrass everything he could to keep them there. And that grandma was smart. She could see this was nothing about religion. It was about manipulation. And her two granddaughters, my friend was convinced she would have been in that cult if it hadn't been for her grandmother yanking her out. It's just hard, I think, for people to wrap their brain around. When you look at a Jim Jones, how can people line up and drink poison? Again, it's not about the religion. Like you said, it's about the power. It's about exploiting something sacred. And it is about, is it about the need for people to find a leader and just want to please them so much to the point that they get all wrapped up and just can't break away? Is that maybe a way to look at it? I don't know.
Well, certainly I think there are cases where that is what the motivation is they fall in love with a leader. And that, brings up the discussion of what makes a person charismatic. And we want to somehow take the responsibility off ourselves and think, that person, Jim Jones, was just really charismatic. That's how these people got sucked in.
Right.
And here's another kind of aha moment I've come to over the course of my life. And frankly, this particular thing was taught to me very directly by Dr. Janja Lalich, who is one of the world leading experts when it comes to cult behaviors. And she's actually, I talk about Janja in my book Deceived, and we've had a long friendship. But when we think about these people that we want to term as charismatic, again, I think that's lazy thinking on our part. We want these easy button answers in our life.
Sure, absolutely.
And charisma isn't something that you or I have. And there's this guy sitting on a street corner in some cult that's blowing smoke out of his ears, and everybody's thinking, oh my gosh, he's the next Messiah. And that is just absolute malarkey, because it's actually us who grant a person charisma. Because one person would look at that guy blowing smoke out of his ears and say, I'm out of here, like your friend talked about with Jim Jones, where somebody else is saying, holy cow, whatever they say, I'm going to follow. We are responsible for giving people a position of charisma in our life. And folks, don't take the easy road.
Exactly right. And again, I keep going to Jessie Roblin. I swear I'm not playing favorites, but she said some people thought Chad was charismatic, Chad Daybell. And again, we talked about this today. He started behind bars to try and change his narrative to get people to follow him. I think he wants to be what's his name, the polygamist,
Warren Jeffs.
Warren Jeffs. He wants to be Warren Jeffs, and he can't. He can't. But if Chad Daybell can get people to follow him, you're right. It's not about charisma. There are just so many strings to this story, and it's very important that we recognize that this can happen to anyone.
Yeah.
Back in the day, Mike, I don't know if you remember this, but back when I was a teenager, this was very common, where parents would kidnap their children over 18 who are in what they felt was a cult, kidnap them and deprogram them, and get them in a hotel room, keep them there for 5 days, and basically break them to where they broke away from the cult. You can't do that now. That's kidnapping today, right? You can't do that.
Well, yeah. I mean, and to think that you're going to deprogram somebody in 5 days is malarkey as well. I mean, and this is a really important thing to bring up, and I will be exploring this in the cult tour a little more. Are absolute differences between cult behaviors, and I'm going to use religion as the example here, but it goes across business and everything else. When you have people who bump into somebody, they're out surfing the web, and they say, "What's this Websleuths?" And they come on and they say, "Man, I really like Stacy and Trisha, and I'm going to start coming in and listening more and more." They are convert members of the Websleuths cult. And, I tease all the time that the Dallas Cowboys are a cult, and we just need to focus on destructive cults. But somebody like Jim Jones, he was recruiting, and his members were convert cult members. That means they had lives before Jim Jones. They had marriages, they had families, they had jobs, and they sacrificed that for whatever nirvana he was promising. That is entirely different than the FLDS, who I have followed for 35 years. And Christine spoke about that earlier with you. Those are generational cults where children are raised from infancy to believe that Warren Jeffs is their God, their leader, their director, their end all. And so to put the same responsibility on a generational cult member to just get out versus somebody who had a life before, had a support system, had a network, and chose to follow the guy that blows smoke out of his ears, again, is lazy compartmentalizing of what the cult dynamic is. And we just want cults to be easy, but it is such a complex, dynamic challenge.
Well, it is, because again, we have charismatic people that know how to manipulate, and they'll do anything. There's I wish I could remember the name, a cult of is it dancers on TikTok, and I can't remember the name of the guy, but he has teenage girls, and they're dancers, and it's a cult. And again, I saw a documentary on it on Netflix, and parents are trying to get their daughters out of it. And I'm thinking, dancing, a cult for dancing, but that's it. Again, it doesn't matter.
Are you talking about dancing for the devil?
I think so. Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Crazy. Again, it's like, wait a minute. This is my being very naive. That's not what a cult is about, but it's the exact same thing.
Yeah. On one of the programs I was on with Dr. Phil, they did some research beforehand and came back and said that at any given time, globally, there are in excess of 5,000 operating cults at any given time that are destructive in nature. So they are blossoming and falling apart at remarkable speed. But now that we have the internet, people of like-minded ideologies can find each other a lot more easily, and so it will continue to be a problem. And I guess it'll be something we'll talk about for a long time.
Are all cults destructive in nature?
All but the Dallas Cowboys during Roger Staubach years. And that's the key.
There you go.
I went to CrimeCon. We talked about that a minute ago. You were there. Your listeners were there. 8,000 cult members of the true crime
community
genre.
Right.
Is it destructive? I guess if you focus nonstop and didn't watch a puppy video once in a while, it's maybe negative at times, but it's not destructive. It's not taking over who you are. If you that are in a group that you're losing your autonomy and you're letting someone else make decisions for you, and you're being separated from family and loved ones, and being told that nobody else understands like they understand, then you're starting to get into destructive territory. And that's really what we do. But I mean, heck, there are so many stinking cults out there if you want to, because cult, when you break it down, is culture. It's a system of people and things and activities. And that's okay. I mean, it's okay if you like those kinds of things. But when it becomes the cult of politics over the rule of law, or then it starts becoming destructive in nature. If it is a business, I just dropped a video, I think last week, with Sarah and Nippy from a Little Bit Culty, where we were talking again about what sucked them in. Started out that they wanted just to kind of get a little better at understanding business and doing their thing. And then they became a member of a destructive cult. So, like your analogy of boiling the frog, it's going to happen slowly, but then you're going to end up perhaps like Sarah with a tattoo.
Hey, you got to watch out for those women with tattoos. Let me tell you.
Well, the tattoo is a Keith Raniere tattoo, not a rose on the side that remembers something from your past.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Next to him. Thank you.
Yeah.
So, to me, one of the big red flags, and this is what I have a hard time wrapping my head around, when a person inside a cult can't see it, and that is when the cult separates you from your family and the people that you love. Why can't their brains snap to it and go, wait a minute, this is wrong? They can't. I mean, I may be a naive question, but it drives me crazy when I see that. And I'm like, come on, you've got to see this is bad.
Yeah. And again, I to me, that's the easy button for the individual in the cult, especially in a convert cult where they already had something on the outside before they came in.
Right.
And that's them choosing not to see or choosing not to take responsibility for the fact that they are becoming part of the machine. And you know what? I'm really sympathetic to people that get pulled into cults, but I'm not sympathetic to the choices that they make to stay in cults when they know that it's wrong. So
let's talk about advice. Let's say you're a parent and you are watching your young adult child, start to slowly be sucked into something that perhaps is a cult or is a dangerous group. What can you do? How can you step in and help?
Yeah, it is a very tender situation because depending on if they're a child and you still have control mechanisms over that child, there are things that you can do to limit that contact that they might have. You can do things with devices, and parents oftentimes refuse to be parents. And I was lucky enough to grow up in a home where there was no democracy because
Dad was in charge, right?
Yeah, folks were in charge, and if you stepped out of line, there were causation and responsibilities to
Right.
choices that you made. So when you start dealing with adults who are out on their own and they step away, rather than saying what can they do to save them, I would say what you shouldn't do is tell them that the cult is wrong or what you see is wrong, but continue to be a voice and a place where they can come and talk through things. Continue to try to give them other options to consider, things to read. Can I explore that with you? Things like that. But
get involved a little.
But with kids, I mean, everyone out there who's a parent knows that you can say, don't do that. And if they're 30 years old, they're going to say, what do they know? And
quit bugging me.
Even going in and trying to do the opposite, like I did when my kids were young, the other day, I said something to one of my kids and my son said, your Jedi tricks won't work with me. And, there's a point where they're responsible, but what we can do is continue to be that open door that when they come to the realization that there's somewhere that it isn't embarrassing to come back home and say, I was wrong, that there's an open door there ready for them. And then get people that are truly experts. I mean, there are people in therapy settings that are really good at dealing with cult behaviors and cult mentality. There are people like a Rick Ross or a Stephen Hassan or Yanya Lalick. And by the way, I argue with all of them. And there are times when I say, in my opinion, you've fallen off your trike, Doc. But here's the perspective from a cop's perspective. But they need to know that there are people out there that are intervention specialists or experts that can provide better counsel than I can, because my career was solve the elements of a crime, and if people are predators, put them in prison.
Yes.
And I couldn't care less about the therapy side of the predator. I certainly care about it when it comes to the victim.
Right. Yes, and we know that. And that leads me to your Children's Justice Center. Again, Mike King, in case people don't know this, because Mike would not ever say this about himself, so I'm going to. Mike King, is one of these people, we know some of them, they get up every day and they say, what good can I do in the world today? And Mike, you are a huge part of the Children's Justice Center. Now that is complete, right?
Yeah, it's done, and I'll see if I can find a little video of it. But
yes, please.
Yeah, it's done, and we continue proceeds that we get from the book Deceived. We put toward children advocacy issues, and we started a new criminal justice scholarship at Weber State University that we're pushing proceeds to. And folks that have listened to the new podcast Gardens of Evil,
yes,
that has, it just exploded, and we've been able to push some really needed funds to places that hopefully they help.
In fact, let me put the link up to Gardens of Evil, and this is about the Zion Society cult. And this is the group that you literally went in and rescued the children. You are their hero, and you have been able to meet them as adults and to see how your work, what you did for them, how it changed their life and gave them a chance at a life. Can you give us just a quick overview of the Zion Cult Society? Or the
the Zion Society was a convert cult. It was a group of about 120 people, and the group had had 32 children. On the day of the raid, when we took the cult down, we had 70 police officers and hit the compound. And at the end of the day, we ended up convicting 12 predators. The self-proclaimed prophet died in prison, and those 12 predators were responsible for, I think, 768 counts of rape of children and sexual assault of children. But we had in the books other people that we should have charged, but frankly, after 2 years of putting the kids through the criminal justice system, we decided to stop, and that represented about 4,000 counts of sexual assault. So pretty big case. And in the last 5 years, many of the kids have come back into our lives, and it's been very gratifying. That's the whole purpose behind doing Gardens of Evil, the podcast, was to give them a voice, and so we accomplished it.
And does the podcast, it features these kids that are now adults, right?
It does, yeah.
And how were they about when you put this together? Were they open to wanting to come in and talk and open up their lives?
Yeah, it's a roller coaster even today. Even those who they have ebbs and flows where they're fully engaged, then they are on roller coaster lives, and it's just proof of how damaging sexual abuse and coercive control is. I mean, they're 50-year-old women now, and they're still dealing with the damage from their childhood. So,
and a lot of them are married and have kids of their own. But again, because you literally physically went in there and rescued them from these monsters. But this was back was it in the 80s or 70s? It was 80s.
It was 91.
Oh, it's 91. So I'm off there. But had you been watching this group for a while? How did it come about?
No.
Okay.
I mean, there had been rumors circling around about the cult, and but most of those were pushed aside, mainly because most of them from the early period of time were child custody issues, and it boiled down to having to just deal with families that were fighting custody issues. It wasn't until we finally got one witness who stepped forward that we were able to then go in and actually look at the case from a predatory and criminal standpoint, and that made all the difference. I did find the video of the center. I'll just
can you put it up, please?
Right now, just give people a view of that.
Everybody in chat, take a look at this, because this is amazing what Mike has done here. Let me put
I haven't done it. They built it. We were just fortunate to helped put a lot of seed money toward it. So this is the center, and it's a beautiful facility. And I'll flip through a picture or two here to just show you the day of the ribbon cutting. The kids. Let's see if I can get. This is a plaque that they put in the main lobby of the Children's Justice Center. So that was really gratifying to see the kids acknowledged. They were actually the first children through the second Children's Advocacy Center in the United States.
And explain what that is. Explain what that is.
It's a place where children who are sexually, physically, emotionally abused can be forensically examined. They have a medical facility in them. They have therapy in them, and the children are examined physically. They're then cared for emotionally, and then prepared for the court system. So the hope is that they come in the back door kind of busted up and tired, and they walk out the front door a whole lot healthier. These are some of the survivors, my wife and me, at the ribbon cutting, and there's that plaque on the wall. And so those little tiny kids are now just beautiful adults. So
Wow.
anyway.
Well, is there now, but there's more to it, isn't there? Isn't there a map and we can go around and see it? Don't you have something like that?
Oh, I don't know. Might have be something we have to build someday. I don't know.
Oh, no, I thought you had something. I thought we've actually shown it on here.
Oh, I don't know.
I
don't
swear
think
we
so.
did. It was like a tour, basically. Maybe it was when you were building it.
I don't know.
But anyway, and where's what city is it in again?
There are a number of justice centers in Utah. There are over 1,000 across the United States now, and this one is in Ogden, so 30 miles north of Salt Lake City.
Right, because back in the day, you'd have little kids. They come into a cold police station.
Yeah,
nothing, not a teddy bear, not a comfortable chair, and that must have been really hard, very difficult to get the kids to talk.
It's pretty remarkable. And if anyone chooses to listen to the podcast, and I don't know, Stacy, maybe you can find a link to Gardens.
Oh, I've been putting the link. I've been putting the link up in chat while we've been talking.
Okay,
about it.
well, in that the last couple of episodes, we actually go to the ribbon cutting because at the ribbon cutting, they had 2 of the survivors of the Zion Society cult speak, which was really neat to see those kids be able to share what it meant for them to have the center built as well. So,
right.
So it's you'll just you'll be shocked when you hear what those kids endured, and yet how resiliently bumpy their life is.
Well, I can only imagine. Yeah. Getting out of the cult and being rescued, that's just the beginning. It's the trauma that they have to deal with.
Yeah, that's right.
And just because you hit adulthood doesn't mean that you haven't, that you still don't have a lot of trauma to deal with.
No question.
What about people like Warren Jeffs? I'm still amazed that he has a following behind bars. And again, I need to wrap my head around this because it is so hard for me to understand how these women can just let their daughters go with these old decrepit men. And I mean, but again, it's the master manipulation. He's close to God. Who's more powerful than God? And so you think that, hey, I'm getting close to God too, and so is my daughter. But is it an epidemic in the U.S. cults?
Oh, I don't. I think they've always been here. I think it's much easier to find like-minded people that will follow an ideology. See people really digging into things online where they start to return. I mean, the same thing happens with coming back to Websleuths every night and listening, or popping in and hitting a profiling evil video. You kind of create a relationship online, and you just go there to get a little more information. And some people then start investing much of their life. But it's just really important when you think about Warren Jeffs and the hand holding or the grip that he has on the members of the FLDS. Again, you got to keep in mind that this is a generational cult. So their prophet isn't a convicted child molester. He is an abused pawn of the U.S. government and the state of Arizona. And rather than looking at him as a sexual predator, they look at him as a martyr. And so while many people have left the FLDS, and you saw Warren Jeffs go through a process where he got on and he over the prison camera system, we got the recording of him saying, "I'm a fallen prophet." He quickly recovered from that and got his senses about him, and now is fully in charge and sending out revelation from the prison that people continue to follow. And now, instead of I'm a predator in prison, I'm a prophet in exile, and your worthiness is now being tested more than ever. And so for the faithful, especially for those who have committed their life to bringing other people in, bringing children in, you either have to admit, I'm an idiot and I followed this whacknoid, or I got to keep going in this direction. And for those that are old, simply saying, hey, I'm out. They have no property that they own. They have no resources to go out and live. Most of them don't have birth certificates. Most don't have documents to go out and work. And so asking them to just simply walk away is much different than asking the person who goes to Jonestown because Jim Jones blew a little smoke out his right ear.
Exactly. And SP Mama 444 says, Mike's Children's Center and Caleb House are the only child trafficking organizations I support, giving kids lives for their whole lives. I think that you meant for their whole lives. So, yeah.
That's nice.
That is very nice. Again, Mike, you are somebody that we admire a great deal. We could, it's true. And you're so humble. We could talk to you for hours and hours. And again, we occasionally will talk about Chad Daybell because I personally worry that I have no idea why I do, but I do, that his children, especially his daughter, still believe him, which means there are other people that believe him. There's just that little seed that might be planted in people. I really want to make sure that nobody ever gets fooled by this monster again. I feel bad for his kids. Last we know of, and that was years ago, they all believed that he had been framed by Lori and her brother Alex. And
imagine losing your mother and then losing your father to a system, and you either have to accept and admit that your father killed your mother or that it was all conspiratory. And I don't blame the kids at all for the direction they take. And I'm not going to judge them.
Oh, absolutely. I agree.
Like you, I would just caution anybody that reads his goofy letters or tries to follow him that be cautious of the choices you're making.
Yeah, exactly. And he was able to find Lori, who was, off her rocker anyway. And it's like, it was gasoline on gasoline when those two met. But hold on one second. I just want to check to see if we have any messages here. Hold on just a second. Anyway, we don't, so that's good. Okay. We've been putting in chat the link to your podcast, and Mike, that podcast shot to number, I just tell everybody it's number one all over the universe. That may not be quite true, but
it actually did go to number one worldwide, which is pretty remarkable.
I just, honest to God, I just assumed it did, and I was telling everybody it did. Great, and that doesn't surprise me. Does not surprise me at all. Your debut was amazing with that podcast, and it's still going strong. Are you doing one episode a week, once a month, or what are you doing?
Oh no, it was a 10 episode podcast.
Oh, so
it's run, and now it's just in the cloud. Just as people talk about it, it just kind of keeps chunking away, and folks, it doesn't cost you a dime to listen, but I actually get revenue from it, and that revenue is going to child advocacy and this scholarship. So
check it out.
Like I said, listen to it.
We've been putting the link in chat a lot, and Are you planning on doing any other podcasts like this? Any other
You know,
series?
I don't know. I just finished my 4th season with History's Greatest Mysteries, and that takes an incredible amount of time. I popped up for the Aussies that are listening. Just had a 4-part documentary drop in Oz called Outback Murder Highway, and in that thing, we went and looked at a serial killer case across the outback of northern Australia, and I spent a ton of time there, and we actually ended up finding a body of a victim from many years ago as a part of that. So if you got like 2 minutes, we'll play the little
Let's do it. Absolutely.
self-gratifying little clip that they used to advertise it across Oz, and I don't know what's next. I'll just keep doing stuff, but right now here it is.
Nice.
I think I got the audio on it, so just tell me.
Yeah, we can hear it.
My name is Mike King, and I spent a career investigating serial predators. Much of that time was spent looking at and interviewing serial killers who worked along some of the most terrible highways and stretches of roadway in the world. Geography is actually the silent witness that too often is forgotten by law enforcement. It's the thing that tells us, why does a predator, for instance, select a certain location? When I got out here on the Flinders Highway, I also wanted to go to where Robin was murdered and where her body was recovered. I spent hours just sitting and listening to the sounds, watching the direction that the creek was flowing. And every single morning I went out to a different location as we've been shooting the documentary, and I tried to be there and just be still and listen to the sounds as the sun rose. And I really believe it's when you do things like that you really start to feel the heartbeat of a location. And as you try to somehow advocate for the people who have died in this case, it gives you a sense of the environment that they were facing.
There you go. Self-gratifying, but
it was great. It was great. But now we can't watch it here in the U.S. Only our friends in Australia.
Yeah, right now, but it'll hit YouTube, I'm sure, pretty soon
at some point,
and it's done really well. If you got this terrible itch, another documentary I did with ABC over there is called Hunting Mr. Cruel.
Oh yeah, we featured that one night when you were on.
Oh, you did? Good.
Yeah.
I can't remember, but that's one that's just ended up with millions and millions of views.
And they've never caught Mr. Cruel, right?
No, but as short as 2 weeks ago, I got a letter or an email from someone who says they know who Mr. Cruel is. So we just pushed that to the folks in New South Wales. We'll let them solve their murder cases.
Oh my God. Wouldn't that be amazing if after all these years, an email sent to Mike King breaks the case wide open? Yeah. You know what? Can you, because it's so fascinating, and we'll find it, put the link in chat. Can you give us just a little rundown of this case of Mr. Cruel, and for the people that don't know it?
Well, the Aussies are the masters at coming up with cool names for criminals.
Mm-hmm.
And Mr. Cruel was a predator who killed a number of people throughout the Melbourne area. And what we did in the documentary is we went in and mapped out the movement of, we had recordings from earlier. We mapped out the movement of air traffic during that time. And yeah, right there in Melbourne.
Mm-hmm.
And we put together a pretty compelling story. So we'll see what happens.
Well, and this guy was he was cruel. That was his whole thing.
Yeah, he was a horrible killer.
Oh,
and
just awful.
But you know, like my buddy Greg Cooper reminded me when we were doing King Tut, he said, It's just edutainment at this point in our careers.
Edutainment.
So
I love that word.
We leave it for the pros to solve crimes, and we just try to provide a little visibility and insight. So,
well, Mike King, I've got to tell you, in the true crime world, we are so glad that you are with us because, it's true. I mean, and I know you hate this. You're just going to have to deal with it. You are so kind and you're fun, but what you do is you deal with facts and you don't deal with drama and all that crap out there. And we appreciate you so much. You can't imagine. We're going to put all the links that we've talked about here in the description underneath this video. So
that's nice.
Everybody will be able to click on everything. And
there is a formula to this. If you use and stick only to facts, your subscriber base is only going to grow at small incremental movement.
Just like this.
If you create stories that aren't true, it seems to grow a lot faster.
That is, you're absolutely right. When you stick to facts, it has this snail's pace. It's kind of amazing. You are so right. Mike King, you have a wonderful 24th of July.
Thank you. And I haven't heard from Stacy, so I want to know what big stuff she's been doing and what big questions she's had for me that I haven't been able to answer.
Oh, yeah. I was about to go to Stacy. Absolutely, Stacy. Yeah, I know you've got something there.
You know, I do because I don't really want to.
Okay, you sound like you're in a tunnel. You're wearing that Apple gear crap again.
Skull candy. Yeah, can you hear me
Skull
better?
candy. It's Apple. I'm sorry, it's Apple.
Anyways, can you hear me better?
No, but go ahead.
Hold on. Okay, so I do have kind of a question about, you talking about solving your relative's murder from a long time ago. I have a situation with a murdered relative.
There you go.
I'm kind of wondering what steps I should take next. My dad years ago went and got from a Hall of Records where he was murdered at a lot of the old records and everything, found his will, all kinds of stuff.
No, wait, Stacy, I got to stop you. We didn't hear the beginning part. Who was murdered?
It was a relative of mine. I grew up with this story. We're pretty sure he was killed for his silver mines in California. Here, he owned a big. Now it's a really big, popular place, but he owned some silver mines up, and he was found shot dead in one of them.
Okay.
And it'd just be interesting, kind of, for Mike to know what I should do next. But I have to, tell him a little more.
Stacy, I remember we kind of emailed back and forth about this about 4 or 5 months ago, and the thing that I've always found is something that I was taught as a young profiler and investigator was that go back and start at ground zero. And you don't have the benefit of going back and interviewing most of the people. You may never officially solve something, but you might solve it in your own mind by going back and looking at old journals and looking at things that were happening in the community at the time. Go and kind of vicariously roll in the dust. In that Australian clip, I talked about it, and that's true. I would get up before sunrise and go to the next murder scene, and I would just go out and sit, and I would listen to, and the Outback's pretty rough country, but I would just go out and sit and listen to the animals and listen to the noises and listen to the frequency of vehicles going by. And all of that started to help me to kind of vicariously step back in time and roll in the dirt a little bit and understand things. And you likely will never be able to officially resolve it, but you may be able to answer the questions in your own mind. And when you do, man, write a story up so your family has it.
That's a great idea, actually.
Yes. You know what? My father, when he started looking into this, because there were lawyers that came to the family, well, the lawyers disappeared. My great uncles before were paid off to go away. But my father sat his mother down and her brother and recorded them on tape, the whole story.
That's great.
Just listen to that.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is, I'd love to follow up on that and write a story and then come and report to us what you found. I think that'd be fascinating.
It'd be really fun.
Absolutely.
Just the rumor of who killed him is real scandalous. So, that's scary.
There you go. You
Yeah.
got it. You
Yeah.
got it, Stacy. You just got to put it together.
Yeah.
Mike King, I want you to have a wonderful 24th of July. I will be there with my Utah family and friends in spirit. I remember the 24th. Big deal with everybody. The 24th of July parade and everything. And you'll be pulling weeds, did you say, or something big like that? Yeah.
Which is a lot better than going to the parade in
I
99
agree.
degree weather.
Oh, God, no kidding. No kidding.
Well, it's great to see everybody in the chat, although I didn't get to read anything because my vision's so bad, but I'm going to go back and look at it after. So,
and again, we're going to put all the links that we talked about in the description of this video. Mike King, thank you for everything you do. And thank you for being so gracious. This was a last minute thing. And I appreciate you always making time for us. You are so good to us.
You're the best.
Thanks,
See ya.
Mike.
Thanks,
See ya.
everybody. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, I got to do something here real quick.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Mike said I thought he said he had a map of the Children's Justice Center. And he kind of joked around and said, no. Well, I'm looking in the private chat, and I think he sent me the map.
Yeah, I got it earlier.
Well, then why wouldn't he play it? I mean, he's being kooky.
Wait, let me see.
Hold on. Let's see. Here it is.
I think he sent it to you to play it or something.
That's what I was asking where. Well, I didn't know he had put it in the private chat. So here, I'm just going to, what I'm going to do is I'm going to share the screen and I'll put it in the description here. But I just want to show you what it looks like. I didn't know he'd put it in the private chat. So I'm like, did I mishear him? Did I not understand? And then I thought, oh God, maybe it's because I'm so tired. I haven't had any sleep. It's been 24 hours. I thought maybe I'm just being kooky, wacky, nutty. So I didn't want to do anything, but here it is right here. And so you can go in, bigger and bigger, and you can put cult tour location. I mean, all kinds of fun stuff here. So let me, I'll put this in chat, and then I'll also put it in the description. But I thought he also said that he had a map of the Children's Justice Center. Did you get that? Was I losing my mind?
Don't
answer that question literally.
Okay. I don't know.
I thought that's what he said. Anyway, let me put this in chat right now, and we will. This is the cult map where you can go and find the cults in your area. So thank you. Let me get this here. I have to remember when he comes on.
Mike says the map is for the speaking tour across Canada and Australia. Not
okay. That's what that is. Okay, here we go. Here's the map. There. Yeah, see, I am losing my mind. Okay. Sorry. Okay, that's for the speaking. Great. Fantastic. Yeah, and please, everybody, you get a chance to see Mike King speak. You got to take it. You've got to take it.
Come to Cali.
I know. Come to Dallas. Okay, here's the thing. Thank you very much. The Real Magnut says, Trisha, please don't forget the Dave letter. We won't. We're going to play it. I'm going to read it to you right now. But Aspen Connor is in chat. And is Aspen going to come on and talk about what he's doing, what's going on?
I don't know. Let me check my text.
Okay. Because he's in chat right now. And he's doing something really cool, he said.
Let me ask him.
So, thank you, Mike, for the profiling. That map is for, again, I am so loopy from no sleep. We've been up almost 24 hours. I did get like 3 hours, no, maybe 2 hours sleep last night.
I don't know.
So let's see. Where's Aspen Connor? I swear I just saw him.
He was, and I just texted him.
Okay.
So,
because he's doing something really cool. But again, everybody, if you're in Australia, and I know we have a lot of Aussies listening, you have got to go see Mike King speak. And if you're in Canada, got to go see him speak. And that's what that link was the the map to see him go and talk about cults. I think it's so important. And he's right. Cults aren't about religion. It's just religion is being used as a way for somebody to control. Exactly. So, but it doesn't need to be religious to be a cult. And they are so dangerous. So dangerous. Okay. Now, we do still have the tinfoil hat contest. Tell you what we're going to do. We're going to look at the tinfoil hats tomorrow night when we do our live stream. I think we're going to do a live stream tomorrow. I think we'll be recovered by then. Don't you think, Stacy?
I hope so.
Yeah, I feel like I just need a good night's sleep. So, and that way I can organize the tinfoil hats a lot better. But we'll show some tonight at the end of the 24-hour end of the world again live stream, and as we play out Old Beth in a cowboy hat. I'll tell you what. How about if we read the Dave letter, the real Megnet says? Should we do that now?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, again, I got this shortly after I started my live stream, and it started out so nice. And I remember I was so excited as I started to read it, because it was almost like my first, and I don't want to say fan letter, but my first email of somebody saying, I really like what you're doing. Considering I didn't know what I was doing, I had no clue. So I was thrilled that somebody liked me. They really liked me. Let me get it. I have its own special file now. Let's see. Hold on here. Where is it? Here it is. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Here we go. Now, imagine me, this youngin'. No, I was in my 50s. And I get this email. And I am so excited because it's really my first email since I started doing my live stream back in February of 2020 that sounded to me like somebody really enjoyed what I was trying to do. Here's how it starts out. Hi, Tricia. My wife and I very much enjoy watching and listening to your live stream on YouTube. During your most recent live stream, you stated you were going to be making some changes in order to gain more subscribers and become monetized on YouTube. I want to offer the following suggestions. You are a beautiful woman. And I'm like, oh, how sweet. But wait, you are a beautiful woman, have a wonderful sense of humor, and are very intelligent. Now I'm like, oh, how nice. Somebody likes me. And then it starts. You do, however, need to pull yourself together. You need a haircut, trim those ends, and or put your hair up. I'm sorry to say, but it looks horrible on camera. Number 2, you need to start dressing more professionally. The denim jacket and scarf around your neck have got to go. That's in capital letters. They make you look like a bag lady. I don't think anyone expects you to dress as if you're going out for a night on the town, but the bag lady look makes you look frumpy. Number 3, all those blankets on your sofa makes it look like you're living in a dump. I know you have to be a messy person, slob. You basically say so different times on your live stream. Get your house in order. 4, I know you must spend a lot of time online. Take some time for yourself. Only live stream once a day. Now, at this time, I was live streaming twice, sometimes 3 times a day, because I was trying to get the views and, just working my behind off. Anyway, only live stream once a day, preferably in the evening when people are home early, when people are home from work. Let's see. 10 p.m. Eastern is far too late. 9 p.m. Eastern is far more reasonable. Absolutely, positively, stop playing the poor act. I don't care how much money you make, but my wife and I can tell every single time you are begging for money. I have to hand it to you. You're very subtle about it, but it's still there. Well, either I'm begging or I'm not. Which is it? Sorry. Now, by now, I'm almost in tears. I'm thinking, I just want to move. I want to go live in a cave. It's really, literally, I'm thinking, I'm just going to quit doing this. Oh my God. Oh, it gets better. Absolutely, positively. Oh, I did that already. Sorry. Either shit or get off the pot in regards to moving to Texas. It's not that difficult to find a place to live. If you are such good friends with the person you are moving closer to, why can't she put you up as your landlord until you get a place to live? Nah, not buying your claim that you can't find a place to live. Stop it. 7. Get one of your mods to run your social media account. Stop being such a damn baby about it. It's not that difficult. Oh my God. Now, I really wasn't crying. I was really laughing because it is so mean that it's funny. And then Dave goes back to being nice, Dave. You have great content, but until you pull yourself together, other creators are not going to invite you onto their live streams. I mean, you're a damn mess. Get it together, Trisha. He's yelling. This is, in caps, all caps. Then nice again. People love you, but you just can't seem to get out of your own way. Stay off the damn internet so much and get your house in order. Sincerely, Dave. Oh God, you guys, I got to tell you, that letter absolutely makes me laugh. I practically got it memorized. You're a damn mess. You're a slob. What? And I start to argue with the letter every time. It's like, well, it costs a lot of money to move to Texas, so that's why I couldn't move because I didn't have the money. It's like
It seems like he's the one with the issues. What the hell? And then some of us have speculated that it's really a female, so we call it Davina, because they mentioned her hair, her split ends. What dude does that? I'm just saying.
No, dude, absolutely not. Yeah, get a haircut. You look horrible. I'm like, I know. Oh my God. But it started out so nice. My wife and I much enjoy watching, listening to your live stream. Well, it doesn't sound like you much enjoy listening and watching.
It sounds like it drives them crazy.
It sounds like it's the most painful thing for you to ever watch and listen to in your life. Oh God, that just absolutely killed me. And I used to wear this Levi jacket with scarf, and I wore a lot of scarves. I liked the look. I didn't have a lot of clothes. So I made the decision to wear like the same thing every night, but with a different scarf. I liked it. I really did. And then eventually I started getting different clothing. And then when I lost a lot of weight is when I got some nicer clothes. So, and that's what I have now. But again, it wasn't like I was able to go on a diet and exercise like you normally should. It's because I'm on Manjaro because I had diabetes too, and it just was a miracle drug. But anyway, I wrote this person back every year. And about 2 years ago, the email started bouncing like that wasn't there anymore. So they deleted it.
You're supposed to give me the email. Remember?
What? Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
I can, in fact, I'll forward it to you right now.
Yeah. Don't forget. I'm going
to forward it to you right now. So hang on here. Yeah, it was actually, I think it was January 2021, and I started in February 2020. So it was almost a year. So hold on here. Producer.
It's so funny. So where is it? TMTB80 says, glad Dave isn't my neighbor.
I know. Can you imagine? That person must be just a delight, an absolute delight.
Brooke Rose says, Trisha can't sew. It's not her fault, Dave.
Yeah, exactly. Come on. give me a break. Didn't you know I had called Scotland Yard to get my 3-year-old son a costume? That's how, because I couldn't sew one. That's how desperate I was. You know what? Every year when I do these live streams, I reveal way too much because I get tired and
Yes.
loopy, you know?
Yeah, you need to stop that. Look, this
I
is
know.
funny. Truth be told says, is Dave a motivational speaker now? Or living in a van down by the river? Oh my
Oh my God.
God.
Again, it was just so mean. It was so mean. It was funny, you know? And these capital letters just yelling at me. So, too
Yeah, I
funny.
remember that night. You read that. Who was it? I Hate Morning said they remember that too. Yeah, that was crazy.
It was. And a lot of people got really angry at him. And I
Yeah.
wasn't
Yeah.
mad. I wasn't mad. I thought it was now when I very first read it to myself, it hurt. And then I started to laugh because it was so mean. You know, it wasn't one of these, here, let me give you some advice. You know, this color looks good on you. Why don't you try your hair this way? You know, the lighting looks weird. Try this. There was no good advice there. It was just get your act together. You're a piece of crap. You're lazy. You're a slob. You're terrible. You know, and we enjoy listening to your show. So, oh my gosh, that was so funny. Yeah, Wendy Wobbles, it is funny. So it's become a tradition to read the Dave letter
Yes.
on our 24-hour live stream. So
the real Megnet asks, does Dave work for Hallmark?
Oh my God. I so want to know who that is. Come on. I know this person knows me, that they came up with this letter. They wanted to say these things to me, but couldn't do it.
Yep.
And so they came up with this persona. Come on, reveal yourself and tell us I'll tell you how we can tell it's you. Tell us the email address. You'll know it. Just tell us what it is. And if we match it, we'll know it's you. So anyway, let's see here.
I really do think that it could be a female, you know, married to a woman. They mentioned their wife, and you know, either that or that section was from his wife. Maybe she told them to say that.
And that could be. That absolutely could be. And I do remember this. Peekaboo, remember Peekaboo Cockatiel? She now goes by Peekaboo One Eye. And this is true. I was so angry that someone treated you this way, so I bought you the queen robe. Remember I wore the queen robe?
Yes.
And we had Flock You Fridays, and I wore the queen robe with the crown. Yeah, that
Flock
was from
You Dave.
Yeah, that it started out with Flock You Dave, and that's right. Peekaboo bought me that robe because she was so mad. She was so mad. A lot of people were really mad. But again, like I said, it was so incredibly mean. You couldn't get mad. It just, I don't know what that person thought they'd accomplish by doing that. That's what I would like to ask them. You know, again, I'll take criticism. I'll take constructive criticism. I'll take even mean criticism. But that was nuts. So, yeah, it was fun. It was really fun. Is Aspen Connor here? I think he's here.
I gave him the link.
No, I think he's in chat.
Yeah, and then I gave him the link to pop up. So.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, Aspen, come tell us what you're doing, because I know it's something pretty cool.
You know, he was driving, so he said like 30 minutes, but I don't know if he's stopped or what's going on now. So,
oh, how sweet. Trisha is tiny. I mean, she looks small, but in person, she's like a little Thumbelina. That's so sweet. And Jesse said something here that was pretty funny. Hang on. Let's see. Where is it? It made me laugh when I read it. Jesse Roblin says, I felt giant in Vegas. Yeah. Well, you're tall. You're very tall. And Jesse, I don't know if you were watching last night, Stacy, when Jesse showed us her hair, like took it out of the. Yep. Oh my God. It is so beautiful. And there's so much of it. It's unfair. So, yeah. Let's see here.
Wait.
Yeah, Bipolar Express. Flock You Fridays was pretty fun. We'd have people write in and tell us, you know, what they wanted me to say flock you to. So
Hold on a minute.
yeah, that's right. Kirsten, Lauren, Grayson, and Kiki are all tiny. Kathy Lynch says, "Hey, Dave, some of us like scarves." Yeah, and my cousin Teresa gave me the most beautiful scarves to wear. And so, like I said, I had no money. And so I had this Levi jacket and I'd wear scarves. And I thought, well, that's kind of cute. That was the best I could do, you know. So. Okay. Hang on, guys. Hang on. You see that, Stace?
Wait, I gotta go look. Hold on.
Yeah, go to the chat in on YouTube, please. Okay.
Okay.
And I need to do something here. I want to get a quick picture of something because I have not seen this in what you call it, StreamYard. I don't know what this is, so let me just take a quick picture. Hang on. I can't take a screenshot of it. Maybe I can. Hang on. Yeah, let me take a screenshot. Let me see if I can do a screenshot. Hang on. Yeah. Where is it? Is that it? No. Where is it? Oh, I can't see. Hang on. Okay. Here we go. There, got it. Okay. Man Magoo, hi. Says, it was me. I just joined and didn't know what I did, but it was me. I knew it. I knew Mad Magoo was Dave. I knew it. Thank you, Mad. You gave me some good advice there. And it's good to see you. Oh, Jesse Rome says, I meant Trisha, Lauren, Grayson, and Kiki are so tiny. Yeah, I didn't know who that other person was, so I just said their name. I thought maybe it's someone I hadn't met yet. So let's see here. Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if the other mods have noticed this or not, but it seems like today, unless any things weren't removed, there were comments I'd go to look for and they were gone. And typically, in YouTube, if somebody removes a comment, it stays there till the live stream's over. You just click on it to see the hidden
You
message.
can view it, right?
But today, nothing. I can't see nothing.
Yeah, there's some really weird stuff going on YouTube today. And hang on, I got to check something here. Let me see. I don't know what it is. Yeah, I think one of the mods took care of it. Did you see it by chance?
I think I do.
Well, it's you can also see it in StreamYard because
that's
you
what
can't.
I'm looking at StreamYard.
Yeah, you can't. And what's weird is you can't remove it in StreamYard, and that's never happened before. I don't know what it is. So. What time is it here?
Here it's
what?
8:25 for me, 10:25 for you.
Yeah, we have. Let's see. Hold on. Let me see something really quickly here. Aspen is offering to come on tomorrow. I think maybe Aspen tomorrow would be better because I am just getting loopy.
Yeah, I was gonna say we're gonna be like laying on the table in a minute.
Yeah. And I want what you did tonight was so cool. I want everybody to be able to see it. So hang on here just a second. Where did that go? There we go. Yeah, why don't you plan on coming tomorrow, my dear? Okay. Yeah, we have about a half hour left before it's officially that we've been on for 24 hours.
Yeah.
So yeah, did anybody find the comment on YouTube? Did any mods remove a comment from just a few minutes ago by chance?
Yeah.
Yes, unfortunately, it read like wine, but you can just rewind it. I just read it like 10 minutes ago, you know. So.
Yeah, it's weird. I haven't. And there are some comments that I would see in StreamYard, and I go look on YouTube, and they're not there.
And they're not there. I
Even
know.
when I looked at all messages, and I didn't see where they were removed either. So it's strange. Oh, Aspen Connor, he says, Stacy, watch out. I'm coming for your job, and I'm not AI.
That's right, Stacy. That's right, AI, watch out. Aspen Connor, the human, is on the way. So let's see here. But Stacy, do you see when you go into StreamYard, do you see what it says when you click on the 3 dots of the comment? Yeah, go click. That's what I'm saying. That's new. And I can't figure out what that is. Sorry, guys. We're
Okay,
talking shop talk.
Let me see. So I don't have the dots, but I just push on the message, and then it has options underneath it.
It starts out this comment. Do you see that?
Mine just says comment, I guess.
I don't want to read the whole thing.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna copy and paste it here real quick.
Yeah.
Because something is going on. I don't know what this means. It's weird. It's very strange. So hang on.
Wendy said she sent you an email.
Me? Okay.
Yes.
Hang on just a second.
Oh yeah. My eyes are starting to, burn.
Yeah.
I can tell now they're feeling fuzzy
Absolutely.
and burning. Yeah, none of the mods saw anything. So.
Okay, so that comment is coming from somewhere weird. And
Let's go back and look. Wait a minute.
Here, Stacy, I'll send you what it says. Okay, so you can look at it while I do something else really quickly. Hang on.
Yeah, I did screenshot it.
But no, let me show you.
Oh, okay.
I'm sending this to your email, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Here is what
I have an idea of where it might have came from, so. Let's see.
Hold on, guys. Okay, there. You should get it.
Okay. Thank. Oh, yep, I found it. I know where it's coming from.
Okay.
It's not being posted in our chat.
Oh,
Yep.
okay.
Yep.
That's why.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just thought of that as you're talking because we're LinkedIn right now. So.
And so what we need to do is get rid of that. How do we? I thought we had done that. I thought we had gotten rid of that.
No, Megan usually does that. So hold on. So you want me to remove it?
No, that's fine. I don't know what this is that Wendy sent me. I don't know what this means.
I don't know. I don't know what she sent. So
I'll email her real quick.
okay.
Email her back.
Let me see. Oh, God, thank you so much.
Okay. Hang on just a second here. I thought we had turned that option off. I guess we didn't.
Oh no, it's a different. The option isn't that. It's the people you know can do it. Is what the.
Okay, but
You
I
just block
thought.
it from
Okay.
It's blocked so random people can't do it.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
No. What?
Sorry, guys. Just
No.
answering. So I'm sorry. What?
Well, you know who it is, right? It's not.
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, so here's what we're going to do tomorrow. We're going to hear from Aspen Connor, and we're going to finish up the tinfoil hat contest, my darlings. Okay, because we're just getting kind of loopy here. We're just about 20 minutes away from the 24-hour live stream happening. So we have 20 more minutes to see if the end of the world actually happens again. Okay, there we go. And also, everybody, I'll be posting the link to the charities that we have been talking about tonight. One is the Tammy Daybell Foundation, and the other is, hold on, let me grab it here. Where did it go? Where did it go? That's not it. Also, the Wounded Warrior Project and Dr. Christine Marie's charity. And now where the heck did that go? Just a minute. Yeah, this makes me crazy when all this stuff disappears. Hang on.
Okay.
Yes.
We might have somebody pop on for a minute that just wants to thank everybody.
Is that Aspen?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's put Aspen up on stage. Everybody, put your hands together for Aspen Connor. Oh, there. Whoops. There he is.
Hey, everyone. I
Hello.
only want to take up 2 seconds, but I just wanted to say thank you for everyone paying so much attention last night. We spent a lot of time talking about Flora, and it's a case that doesn't get a lot of attention. And I got a lot of messages today, and I really, really appreciate you giving a platform for that.
Oh, so people that know the case knew that we talked about it, is what you're saying?
Even people that didn't know about the case,
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Well, that's good.
Me. You know, and I also want to just say one thing I did forget to say last night is that, you know, if you do care about this case, the FBI and the Indiana State Police are the lead agencies. Feel free to keep pressure on them to not stop trying to get justice for those 4 girls.
Absolutely.
Because the more
100%.
public pressure they get, the more likely they are to go work harder. And so I just want to say, you know, and I can post and I can get you the numbers tomorrow night for people that want to reach out. But yeah, the FBI and Indiana State Police, reach out to them, tell them you want answers in Flora.
Gotcha.
It's been 10 years in November, and Galen deserves answers.
Absolutely. And I've got a bunch of links from last night that I put in the in an email, so I can put it under the video tonight. So
And I will I'll get going because the police are coming for me now.
They are.
So I gotta go. I gotta run.
So hurry and get the hell out.
They finally caught up to me, and I you know, so
Go
I've got to
hide.
go.
Go hide. Thank you. And thank you, Aspen. Thank you for everything you do. You are such a caring, loving person. We are very lucky that you're in our life. And thank you for helping last night.
I'm the lucky one. But again, I stand by every word I wrote in that letter to you.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you.
Okay. Good night, ladies.
We'll see you. Bye-bye. Okay, let's see here.
That's funny.
He is too funny. Gosh darn it. I lost the link. Hold on. There it is. Okay. The charities that we have put up tonight that we would like you to donate to, if you can, are the Tammy Daybell Foundation. That has been created by the Douglas family, her family, to raise money to buy books for kids, for libraries, to get little kids interested in reading. Also, Voices for Dignity, and that is Dr. Christine Marie's charity. And their mission is to dignify those affected by human trafficking, public humiliation, and stigmatization. Good Lord. Stigmatization. There we go. I will say it. Stigmatization, by helping them to heal, reclaim their voice, and flourish. And so if you could donate to that, or the Wounded Warrior Project, and I'm going to put all of those links in both videos, okay, because we're going to have 2 videos. We're going to have the first half of the End of the World Again broadcast, and then we'll have this half, the second half of the End of the World broadcast. I'll put those links in the video description immediately, and then I'm going to, tomorrow night, I'll put the rest of the links in, because I'm about to just go pull up and collapse. So my voice is going. Let's see here. Hold on. I've got to check one thing. No, that's not going to work. Just a minute. Just a minute. There it is. Okay, let me check something really quickly here. I'll be right back, my darlings. Right back. Got to run into the YouTube studio.
Okay.
Okay, so
Hiccup.
that is 12 hours. And where is this one here?
I think you just call me Kimpy.
I don't know what happened, but didn't we start broadcasting last night at 11:50 p.m. Eastern, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that would be 10:50 p.m. my time, right?
Yeah.
Central. Well, when I add up the two live streams, I'm like 45 minutes short of 24 hours. I can't, you know what? I can't think about it tonight. I can't.
Yeah.
I just can't. I will think about it tomorrow.
Yeah.
So let's see here. Yes, everybody, you can still send in your pictures for your tinfoil hat contest. We've gotten some great entries, and I'll show them as we play Old Bat in a Cowboy Hat on the way out, okay? We'll show them, and then we'll show them all again tomorrow, and we'll have them organized by tomorrow. And then Aspen Connor's going to be here tomorrow. He's going to tell us what he was doing tonight, which is really interesting. So, yeah, I agree. That was very cool of Peekaboo to remember that. That was a long. I still have that robe, by the way. So. Oh, Bellatina, thank you, sis. Thank you so much for the wonderful work and commitment, Trisha and Stacy, and your moderators. Amazing. Yes, and we had 2 extra moderators tonight. They were Bipolar Express and Jesse Roblin. Thank you, ladies. And of course, our regular amazing moderators, Four Sons Mom, also Love and Coco, Moonlight View, Lynn Gen 2, and Alicia Gallegos and Detective's Daughter. Ladies, thank you so, so much. I'll tell you what, even though we're real close to the exact 24 hours, we are actually 5 minutes away. I will have been broadcasting live for 24 hours, even though our 2 videos don't add up to 24 hours. I don't get it, but oh well. Exactly. TMTB80 says the 24-hour live stream is great for getting some crocheting done. I hear you. Absolutely. So. Yes, Porter, I will send you the tinfoil hat stuff so you can organize it, and I do really appreciate it. I really do. Is video real here? Good to see you, my dear. And guys, I probably won't send anything tonight. The only thing I'm going to do for sure is post a link to the charities. And if you could donate to 1 or 2 or 3 of them, that would be fantastic. Again, the Tammy Daybell Foundation and the Wounded Warriors Project. And don't forget, where did it go? Here we go. Voices for Dignity. And that is the Dr. Christine Marie charity. And I want to thank Mike King for coming on again. Such short notice. He is just wonderful. And I actually also will be posting in the video his schedule of where he's going to in Canada and Australia. Get your tickets early because I have a feeling, everybody, it's going to sell out pretty darn quickly. He literally is famous all over the world. He is that famous, and he comes on our live stream. That is the coolest thing ever. So, okay. Stacy, is that it, my darling? Stacy?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Thank you. And I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to show you some of the tinfoil hats as we play it out. Again, another edition. I can't believe it's done. Can you, Stacy?
No, I can't. It's went by so fast.
It did. And the year got here so fast. But shockingly, the end of the world didn't happen. So that's good. We're here for another year at least. So again, thank you, everybody. You all are so kind. And last night, actually early this morning, I had a little bit of a situation where I saw something really upsetting and I started bawling. And everybody in chat was so kind, and it made it so I was able to get through it very quickly. And again, it was because when you have no sleep, you're kind of wacky. If I'd have had sleep, I never would have done that. So, but thank you, everybody. Thank you. So let's see. Anything here? Mitz Blankenship says, is Stacy a real person? No. She's not even real AI. She's fake AI. Sorry. My teeth just fell out.
Her name's Mitzi. That's my kitty's name.
Oh, how cute.
What the heck, woman?
Sorry, my veneer just popped out of my mouth.
Oh, I thought you just vanished.
No. My veneer just came flying out. It just came flying out of my mouth. So I'm like, I got to grab it before it falls apart. So anyway, thank you, everybody. It's time when my veneers start just walking out of my mouth like this. It's time for me to go.
Yeah.
Time for me to go. But anyway, yeah, no, Stacy is fake AI, aren't you, Stacy?
Yep, I am.
Yeah, so it's crazy. So let's see here. Yes, Porter, we made it. Yay, we made it. Okay, we're gonna put some pictures up here of the tinfoil hat. So we're gonna play Old Bat in a Cowboy Hat, and we're gonna be back here. Here it goes. I'm gonna say it. We're coming back tomorrow night at 10:30 Eastern on Websleuths YouTube Live. And here we go with Old Bat in a Cowboy Hat and our tinfoil hats, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow, 10:30 Eastern. Bye-bye.
She's an old bat in a cowboy hat, reading case files on a cellular phone. Coffee stain maps on the kitchen table, red string on an evidence board shown. Screens glow blue in a bifocal glare, bookmark tabs like a secret armory, whispering dates like a spell to herself. I know who you are, you won't outrun me. Websleuths in the dead of night, turning every rumor into black and white, digging through the dirt till the truth bites back. Click, clack, click, clack. Old bat in a cowboy hat, riding through the forms like a desert track, chasing down the lies till the truth comes back. No rest, no slack, she's coming through the wires, better watch your back. Got a fan club on a message board, username flashing like a wanted sign, little avatars in a digital posse, follow every breadcrumb, every crooked line. She's got printouts stuffed in a cardboard box, hidden under quilts in the cabin shed, grins when the news plays a breaking story. change your name. You can ditch your past, but a screenshot saved is a clue that lasts. Websleuths in the dead of night, turning every rumor into black and white, digging through the dirt till the truth bites back. Click clack, click clack. All bad in a cowboy hat, riding through the forums like a desert track, chasing down the lies till the truth comes back. No rest, no slack, she's coming through the wires, better watch your back.